Chapter 1. Buzz. Ripples and waves. Countless planets were reduced to ashes in an instant. The end of the world has come. The gods of the aqua blue star can't do anything either. What the hell is going on? I don't want to die yet. It's over. Several planets not far from aqua blue have mysteriously disappeared. Where did this inexplicable impact come from? Is there an alien trying to destroy aqua blue? The world is full of panic, and all the inhabitants are panicked, even those in high positions. The wave-like ripples will cause immeasurable damage to the earth every time they ripple by, causing the abyss-like cracks to erupt in the towns of the water blue star, splashing a storm enough to flood the island. And observing the surface of the water blue star with a satellite, the water blue star at this moment is like a glass ball that shatters at any time. The end of the world. An unprecedented disaster. The news came out with the news. The inhabitants of the whole world are in utter despair. Death is coming, and no one can remain calm, except. The Dragon Ball world is indeed the most dangerous. A handsome and unusually good-looking man looked up at the wave-like ripples that had materialized into ripples, and his face was still as indifferent as water. He is a time traveler from the Earth, and he has been in this world for nearly 3 years, during which he has been killed 18 times, killed by robbers, hit and killed by drag racing parties, blown up by bomb maniacs, stoned to death by tofu scum projects, poisoned by the wrong assassination target, killed by the air wave power that stirred up from afar, killed by a typhoon of magnitude 17 on the whole face, and died by stepping on the air and falling off a cliff. After the crossing, Wu Di became a tragedy. It was as if the bad luck of the whole universe was hanging over him. However, even if you are shot by a robber, even if you are run over by a drag racing party, even if you are in the middle of a bomb, Wu Di is still alive. To be precise, I die every time, but I can be resurrected no matter how many injuries I suffer. Even if it is bombarded by the Qigong cannon of the strong fight, it will not be long before it will be alive intact. The most important thing is that no matter how badly injured you are before you die, the resurrection will not consume a trace of physical energy, and even the physical strength will be improved after the resurrection. Was killed 18 times in 3 years, which also made Wu Di, a miscellaneous fish whose combat power was less than 5 before the crossing, evolve into high-level cannon fodder with 5-figure combat effectiveness. Although the combat power reaches 5 figures, in the universe where the average value reaches the standard, there is still not even a little wave. I don't know how much I can improve this resurrection. In this regard, Wu Di is looking forward to it. He has died 18 times since he crossed over, and he has no fear of death for a long time, but he is quite looking forward to death. Fortunately, the nearby residents didn't know Wu Di's thoughts, otherwise Wu Di was afraid that he would be chased and beaten by millions of people. After all, Wu Di could be resurrected intact, and if other creatures really died, it would be really cold. Buzz. Ripples. The earth was turned to ashes in an instant. As the aftermath of the horror spreads, all creatures and planets in the universe have disappeared without a trace. Not even a speck of dust remains, it becomes a void with nothing. And Wu Di's state at the moment is very wonderful. His body was directly turned into ashes under the impact of the aftermath, and his soul could not survive in the void logically. However, his consciousness is still the slightest different from being alive. The body was reduced to ashes, and the soul was destroyed. Wu Di seemed to be accustomed to the feeling of death, and could even perceive that this death was more serious than any previous time, and his soul was completely destroyed. In the past, the soul was in a state of husking after death with the senses of sight, taste, smell, and hearing. But now there is only a little touch left, and I can only feel that my consciousness seems to fall at times, and float out of thin air. In this regard, Wu Di seemed very calm, and the sense of expectation in his heart became stronger and stronger. With such a heavy blow, the improvement after recovery must be extremely amazing. The experience of 18 times of death made Wu Di vaguely explore the law of resurrection and ascension. The more miserable the death, the more serious the injury, the greater the improvement after resurrection, such as being hit in the heart by a firearm to death, the resurrection improves the combat power of less than 100, and is bombarded by the Qigong cannon to the point that there is not even a slag left, but it directly increases the combat effectiveness of 9,500. This time the soul is destroyed. How much can you improve? Wu Di is looking forward to it. It is also known that this resurrection will take a long time. Even if he is skillfully asleep, he reduces the perception of the outside world. The clock is ticking. In the process of Wu Di's deep sleep, the rest of the senses are gradually returning. Wu Di, who was immersed in sleep, seemed to have forgotten time. A body that was destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. It's growing at a rate visible to the naked eye at the moment. First the head, then the neck, torso, upper limbs, lower limbs. I don't know how long it has been, a body with a body that is not particularly prominent, but it seems to be carefully carved, and the body with a handsome face is floating naked in the universe. It stands to reason that human beings cannot survive in the universe because there is no air necessary for human beings here, but Wu Di's body is obviously lifelike. Although there are no ups and downs in breathing, the heart is steady at beating at a rate of every 10 seconds. The body quietly returned to its original state. Wu Di still hasn't woken up yet, drifting in the universe with the flow. Like an hour, like a day passing, when Wu Di's body floated over the emerald green massive planet, he was affected by the gravitational pull of the planet, and his body broke away from the state of zero gravity and fell at high speed. Bang! Body through the atmosphere of the verdant planet. Wu Di fell quickly, and his body ignited when he rubbed against the air layer. It fell to the ground like a dazzling meteor with a roar that resounded through the sky. The concussion when he fell to the ground triggered Wu Di's consciousness, his eyelids trembled slightly, and his consciousness woke up. Chapter 2. Boom! Deafening. Wu Di fell like a meteorite. The surging and vast qi inadvertently leaked a little. Nameks can sense the existence of qi, and their faces are shocked. What a strong gas! Did Gaku arrive? It's completely different from my dad. Oops! That breath actually landed near Bulma. There seemed to be 5 strong breaths in the back, approaching at an alarming speed. Hearing this, Vegeta looked up and looked away, sensing the 5 rapidly approaching breaths. His arrogant face suddenly changed drastically, and his words were full of panic. This feeling. You can't go wrong, Frieza actually called the Kainu Special Forces. Kling and Gohan were slightly confused. However, Vegeta didn't explain. Swept straight in front of Gohan at full speed. With a nervous expression, he twisted Gohan's collar with one hand. Stinky little ghost, give me that Dragon Ball, hurry up. Seeing that Gohan still refused to speak, Vegeta was a little annoyed, and was also forced by the form to use hard means. I promise. Even if I get an immortal life, I will never think of you. If you continue to ink, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Kainu Special Forces sent by Frieza are not the same as me. No, it's better than me, and there are 5 of them, and they carry the latest detectives. We can't hide, and they will definitely be killed by them when the time comes. More powerful than Vegeta now. A little cold sweat oozed from Klin's mirror-like head. After several encounters with Vegeta, Kling knew that Vegeta was arrogant and would never belittle himself or deliberately exaggerate the strength of his enemies in order to achieve his goals. In other words, the strength of those 5 rapidly approaching breaths is likely to be stronger than the current Vegeta. Clint is very self-aware, knowing that even if he and Gohan cooperate tacitly, the probability of defeating Vegeta is basically 0. It is so difficult to defeat Vegeta, whose combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, not to mention the 5 enemies who are about to appear, comparable to Vegeta, or even stronger than Vegeta. Seeing that Kling and Gohan's faces were a little loose, Vegeta, who felt that time was pressing, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "If you tell me where the Dragon Ball is, I can temporarily join forces with you and try my best to rescue the woman near that extremely terrifying aura." Compared with the special forces of Kainu, the aura that descended near Bulma was obviously more terrifying. However, if you collect the Dragon Balls, you can get an immortal life, and then not to mention this sun-like breath herself, even if Frieza descends, Vegeta is not afraid. Kling and Gohan are worried that Bulma will be in danger, and they know that the Kinu's special forces are indeed not something they can compete with, and if Vegeta can keep his promise, it is indeed a good choice to join forces with Vegeta. Namex Dragon can grant 3 wishes. Niru, a combat-type Namex standing nearby, reminded, "Your time is running out," and that amazing aura has landed on Namek. When the words fell, Gohan and Klin were shocked, and their fears that Vegeta would not promise after getting the Dragon Ball were instantly put to fore, and decided to give the last Dragon Ball to Vegeta, and the rest would be later, and the most important thing now was to ensure Bulma's safety. "Let's go, the last Dragon Ball is in Bulmana." The 3 figures were like meteors, rushing towards the direction where Bulma was. The other side. This feeling. Frieza crossed her hands to her chest and looked into the distance. A little surprise suddenly appeared on his eerie face. Although he couldn't sense the breath, his keen intuition kept reminding him that a strong man had descended on Namek. For Frieza, this feeling of oppression is very special, as he had experienced in the Kurdish king Angula when he was young. "What's wrong?" the green-haired and blue-skinned Sabo asked. "I'm kind of concerned about that thing that looks like a meteorite." Frieza retracted her gaze, with a grim smile on her face, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Sabo, please go over there to find out the situation in person. If it is a meteorite or something, send someone to bring it back. If it is a living thing, test the strength of the other party." "Yes." Saab nodded. The gesture swept away gracefully. "I did have some doubts in my heart. I always felt that Frieza meant by that. The meteorite that was not even 5 meters in diameter was a living thing?" Saab, who is very confident in his own strength, didn't pay much attention to it. "A living creature, Lord Frieza seems to be a little interested in this, and hopes that this living creature will be more interesting." Meanwhile, Wudi's consciousness was completely awakened. The moment you open your eyes, you will be swept across the dazzling essence. The vast and majestic energy surged in the body, as if to be vented. The moment he woke up, Wudi sensed the changes in himself, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he was reborn. The previous peak combat power was 12,300, and Wudi had a feeling that even if this level of combat power increased by 10 times, even if he temporarily ignored the majestic energy in his body, he could be killed in an instant with his resurrected physique. It seems that this harvest is more than that. A slight smile appeared on Wudi's face, and his fingertips swiped in the void according to that inexplicable feeling. Phew! In an instant, square blocks of steel are formed out of thin air. Something out of thin air. This is a special ability that Wudi obtained after his resurrection. Speaking of which, dying in the past was just an increase in physical strength and energy. This time, the strength and energy of the body have been improved beyond imagination, and even the special ability with high practicality has been obtained. Creating a steel block is just a try, and this special ability is somewhat similar to magic, and it is also very similar to the ability of the angels in the original book. Suddenly, at this moment, Wu Dijian raised his eyebrows slightly, turned his head to look at the rocky mountain about 20 meters away, and a soft whisper like a cat's spring came from behind the rocky mountain. Chapter 3. So handsome. The figure is also eye-catching. Is he a man God has given me? Bulma behind the rocky mountain let out a nymphomaniac laugh. Hearing this, Wu Di was speechless for a moment. His body was surrounded by milky white brilliance, and a set of casual clothes was created. Blue and white board shoes, loose and trendy jeans, and white plaid flannel shirt make Wu Di look particularly fresh and handsome. Then Wu Di walked slowly towards the place where the sound of the rocky mountain was made. The pace is quite cautious, and the improvement brought by this resurrection is truly amazing. However, because of this, Wu Di did not dare to use it at will, lest he accidentally trample on this huge planet. The strength of the body has increased by at least 100-fold, and the same is true of the energy in the body, and it is undoubtedly a fool's dream to be able to perfectly control this soaring strength just after waking up. Wu De jerkily tried to restrain the leaking qi, and also walked towards the rocky mountain, so majestic that it was inevitable that a little qi overflowing was forcibly suppressed, and it was reduced to 1000 combat power. Gas. The control is very rough. Wu De was also very helpless in this regard. There is no master, and it is all about groping alone. It's nice to be able to suppress qi to this extent. When Wu De walked to the rocky mountain, Bulma just got on the motorcycle. "Handsome guy, I'm sorry, after all, this is Namek, otherwise the beauty will definitely date you." The clear and sweet words came, and Bulma suddenly twisted the handlebars of the motorcycle, and in an instant, he was 100 meters away from Wu De. Wu De was suddenly stunned, his bright eyes bloomed, looking at the sexy and lovely beauty who was about to disappear from view, and whispered, "Bulma, Namek. This is the 7th universe, after the average level of the universe turned into nothingness, I unconsciously came to the 7th universe, Bulma appeared on Namek, which means that now the plot has progressed to the Namek chapter, can I meet Frisia, the big boss with unlimited potential?" Frisia is at full strength, with a combat power of 120 million. After cultivating for 4 months, he directly became a super god and transformed into a golden Frisia. Wu De is indeed very interested in the existence of this level, which can not only test his current strength, but also seek death. The previous 18 deaths were caused by tragedy, but this time after tasting the amazing promotion after death, Wu De inevitably became interested in death, and had the desire to take the initiative for the first time. Phew! Thinking so, Wu De suddenly rose into the air. Thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Hey! Bulma, who was driving at high speed on his motorcycle, did not expect anyone to appear in this desolate place, and his pretty face was full of panic, and while holding the brakes, he also shouted hoarsely, "Get out of the way! Motorcycles are like beasts that have lost their minds." Just when he was about to hit it, Wu De indifferently stretched out his hand. Boom! A car with a speed of at least 120 per hour was easily stopped by Wu De with one hand. The wind swept by, and Bulma also flew out upside down and landed in Wu De's arms. Bulma's pretty face flushed suddenly. Was also stunned by Wu De's one-handed braking power of 120 miles per hour. In a panic, he broke free from Wu De's arms, and opened up the distance from what he felt safe. Hiding behind the rocks, Bulma kept praying in her heart that Gohan and Kling would come back soon, and asked with the idea of delaying time, "Who are you, who claims to be the Emperor of the universe and wants to collect all the Dragon Balls and make a wish to be immortal?" "See here." Wu De didn't approach again. He explained softly. "No, my name is Wu De, I am an Earthling, I originally traveled in the universe, and this time it was also a spaceship that broke down and accidentally descended on Namek." Hearing this, Bulma immediately believed 80%, after all, Wu De's appearance is indeed no different from that of an Earthling, and it is also very likely that he fell from the sky due to a breakdown of the spaceship, and most importantly, if Wu De was really Frisia's subordinate, how would he explain this to her, and he would rudely snatch the Dragon Ball in the backpack. But still a little skeptical. For example, why block the way? Wu De hasn't explained this clearly. The purpose is not Dragon Ball. Is it me who is as beautiful as a flower? Feeling that Wu De had no malicious intent, Bulma's disease suddenly became a crime, and he walked to Wu De's side, just about to say something. Boom, 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 boom. 3 meteor-like figures are coming in a flash. Yes. I disappear every time I need you, and I show up when I don't need you. Bulma's words were full of resentment, and at the moment when she was about to stand up and teach Gohan and Klin, her movements suddenly froze, and her eyes stared at the short man with a fierce face in horror. Bay. Vegeta. In a flash, Bulma moved. The speed of action is amazing. It's like rehearsing countless times hiding behind Wu Di. Hiding behind Wu Di, Bulma seemed to feel safe, and looked at Gohan and Klin, who were standing with Vegeta, without fear of Vegeta's vicious gaze, and said, "Gohan, Klin, why are you with a bad guy like Vegeta?" This. Klin scratched his head. Because a very strong aura has just landed near Bulma, and a strong enemy is about to arrive, we have joined forces with Vegeta. Gohan, a young mushroom-headed, explained. The breath you are talking about should be Wu Di, right? Bulma stuck her head out behind Wu Di's back. The words fell. Vegeta, Gohan, Klin. They all looked at Wu Di with extremely solemn expressions. Chapter 4. Judging from the appearance, it is no different from an earthling. Clint whispered. But Gohan's immature face showed doubts, and said, the chi in front is extremely strong, and there is a feeling of mountains pressing on the body for hundreds of miles, and although the handsome uncle in front of him is also very strong, he does not exude a strong sense of oppression. It's very simple. He also knows how to use chi. Vegeta's face was solemn, and her muscles were tense and unusually swollen, ready to fight. Wu Di still had a light smile on his face when he saw this. Without speaking, he silently observed Vegeta and Gohan. He knew how terrifying Sion's potential was, so he inevitably cared a little about Vegeta and Gohan. Although Wu Di didn't take Vegeta and the others' hostility and vigilance to heart, Bulma couldn't bear it, and aggressively confronted Gohan and Klin. Klin, Gohan, pay attention to your attitude. Wu Di is not an enemy, he is an earthling, but in the process of space travel, the spaceship broke down and accidentally landed on Namek. The primary question at the moment is, why are you teaming up with a bad guy like Vegeta? The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched. His eyes squinted at Bulma. It's not self-defeating, and it's a battle like Bulma. Well. Kling touched his bare head, quickly organized his words, and said, the situation is like this, the guy named Frieza has found 5 strong people, and the strength is very terrifying, and Goku has not arrived yet, and Gohan and I are not enough to deal with it, so I can only join forces with Vegeta, first collect 7 Dragon Balls, make a wish for Vegeta to get immortal, and then resurrect Vic. After Vic is resurrected, the Dragon Balls of the Earth can also be used, and all problems are solved. It is worth mentioning that Namek's Dragon Ball can grant 3 wishes. Hear the words. Bulma nodded. Nor willful to oppose joining forces with Vegeta. After all, if Namek's Dragon Ball can fulfill 3 wishes, that's fine, it's just. Is Vegeta's promise credible? With Wu Di here, Bulma swelled and dared to speak like this in front of Vegeta. Vegeta's haughty face twitched with anger for a moment, and she snorted coldly and turned her head to take advantage of Bulma. I'm sure Vegeta will keep her promise. These words were obviously touting Vegeta, and then Kling said in a low voice, besides, the great elder of Namek, that is, the creator of Namek's Dragon Ball, has little life left. If the great elder dies, then Namek's Dragon Ball will also turn to stone, and then there will be no hope at all. Bulma was still hesitant. Seeing this, Wu Di, who was beside him, suddenly smiled and interjected, give him the Dragon Ball, Namek's Dragon Ball can indeed fulfill 3 wishes. If the wish is fulfilled and Vegeta wants to break his promise, I can take action and help you solve it. Hear this. Vegeta was naturally extremely unhappy. But he didn't dare to refute Wu Di, who might have a higher risk factor than Frieza. However, he secretly vowed in his heart that after obtaining immortality, he would first deal with Frieza, and then teach Wu Di a lesson and let him know what it means to be a Saiyan and not to be humiliated. Of course, the way the Namek Dragon Ball is used is different from that of the Earth, and if you want to summon the Divine Dragon of Namek, you not only need to collect 7 Dragon Balls, but also master the language of Namek. Wu Di said with a light smile. This surprised Kling and the others. Obviously, I didn't expect Wu Di to know Dragon Ball so well. Who the hell is he? The confusion in Klin's eyes was even worse. Vegeta and Gohan were both stunned for a moment. Bulma was slightly stunned, her bright eyes swept over the somewhat mysterious Wu Di, and then opened the zipper of the backpack behind her. A basketball-like crystal 4-star Dragon Ball is reflected in front of everyone's eyes. It's finally all gathered. Vegeta's face showed a look of ecstasy, the mood that was about to obtain eternal immortal life, and it was difficult for the arrogant Scion Prince to remain calm, as if he saw the future Frieza head being blown into slag, as strong as Wu Di also kneeling on the ground and surrendering. However, this kind of thinking, it's purely about lewdness. Even if it is the immortal body that Super Dragon Ball wishes to get, it will die when it reaches a certain limit. This is true even for each of the Super Dragon Balls that are comparable in size to the planets, let alone the Dragon Balls made by the Namekians scraping off a few pieces from the Super Dragon Balls. Perhaps, in the Dragon Ball world, only Wu Di's special physique has no limit, no matter how many times the body and soul are destroyed, or even destroyed to the point that there is no scum left, it can be restored to its original state intact. Kling muttered, if summoning dragons and making wishes requires the Namek language, then you have to go to the Great Elder's side. Hurry up! Vegeta urged with some impatience. Kling nodded to Gohan and was about to leave for the Great Elder's residence. Phew! Suddenly, it was as if a flash of thunder flashed. Gohan, Kling, and Vegeta were all stunned. There is a powerful force rushing straight at an astonishing speed. Kling and Gohan sensed the strength of the comer, and their faces were suddenly filled with horror. Sob! Vegeta let out a low murmur. Chapter 5. Sabo is the one who can turn into a toad, right? Wu Di's eyes crossed his thoughts. If he remembered correctly, his combat power after transformation did not seem to exceed 30,000. Weak chicken. It's purely an experience. That's the level of guys. Wu Di didn't pay attention to it at all at this moment. Even if he stood defenseless, allowing Sabo to perform his strongest attack, he couldn't hurt Wu Di's fur. On Namek Star, the only thing worth looking forward to by Wu Di is the current peak state, with a combat power of 120 million. Now that all 7 Dragon Balls have been collected, once you find the Namek man, you will be able to summon the Divine Dragon of Namek, and Frieza who wants to make her wish come true will inevitably appear. To be honest, Wu Di can't judge what level of current strength he is, and how it compares to Frieza, who is in 100% condition, but he is very much looking forward to it, hoping that Frieza can give him more strength and improve his combat power a little more. Phew! In an instant. Sob in perception. Cover 100 miles to get here. With green hair and blue skin, a woman and a man, he can indeed be called a beautiful man. I didn't hide my breath at all. Even after the Great Elder used his special ability to guide his potential, Kling and Gohan, whose combat power had been greatly improved, were still trembling with fear from Sabo. This guy, Vegeta's face was slightly gloomy, and the appearance of the enemy at such a critical moment made him a little irritable, and he said impatiently between the lines, "Transform. If you don't change into that ugly posture, you won't be able to defeat me, so don't waste time, hurry up and take this long-destined battle. You've me off." Sob's voice was clear, as if greatly insulted. However, he still kept his senses and looked towards Wu Di's place. What? Bulma was quite nervous, or there was Wu Di, who was obviously more perfect in appearance, but her disease did not happen again. Sabo's green face wore an elegant smile, and he asked Wu Di, who was indifferently leaning on the tree and resting, "Dare to ask, is your excellency a meteorite that just fell from the sky?" "You can think so," Wu Di said indifferently. "Get the answer." Phew! Sob shot in vain. The attack containing majestic energy quickly rushed towards Wu Di. I didn't hear the warning in Frieza's words, and I made an arrogant move, wanting to test Wu Di's strength. Gohan was horrified when he was with Clinton, but it was too late to stop it. Vegeta was slightly stunned, but she didn't expect Sabo to do something to Wu Di, and the corners of her mouth pulled up a touch of sarcasm in an instant. It's really sad. Without the equipment to detect combat power, you can't even tell the difference between the strength and weakness of your opponent. Boom! With a loud roar and smoke, the energy wave fell precisely on Wu Di, who was unresistible. Kling and Gohan were stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Wu Di to be solved like this. The next moment, the breeze blows. The thick smoke and dust gradually faded. A perfect figure appeared in front of everyone. It's intact, and there are some scorch marks in the heart of the casual clothes. Impossible! Sabo suddenly exclaimed, his elegant posture collapsed in an instant. And he couldn't believe that he had not been able to cause the slightest damage to Wu Di when he used his full strength to attack. Gohan and Klin were also quite surprised when they saw this, but in an instant, they recalled that the aura that Wu Di emitted when he came to Namek made them feel the urge to kneel on the ground hundreds of miles away. This kind of aura was simply unimaginable. How could it be defeated by Sabo? Sab is strong. That's for Vegeta and the others. If you compare it with Wu Di, the gap is between me Li and Hao Yu. As expected. Wu Di whispered, not disappointed. This proves that he has become stronger, so strong that he is completely immune to the attack of 24,000 combat power Sabo without making a defensive posture. So handsome. Bulma's bright eyes flashed brightly, and she felt that Wu Di was really handsome, especially the scene of resisting the energy wave with her body, which made her unforgettable, and Wu Di was protecting her, so she didn't avoid it, but used her body to resist all the attacks, and it was inevitable that there were ripples in her heart, and there was a special feeling haunting her heart. Impossible! How could it be? Sabo couldn't believe it. Seeing Wu Di so strong, he was inevitably a little frightened in his heart, and he didn't care about his external image anymore, and directly transformed into a pockmarked toad, condensing energy waves like a mad demon and shooting towards Wu Di. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of energy obscured the view. It's as if the nearby sky is covered. Gohan floated up with Klin, so as not to be hurt by the aftermath. Vegeta hugged his chest and looked solemnly at Wu Di, who had easily resisted all the energy waves. It's so strong. Sabo's attack after transformation, even if he recovers from serious injuries and has significantly improved his combat effectiveness, I will definitely be injured if I resist hard, but he can even detect that Wu Di is not serious at all, and his chi has always remained at about 1000, and the process of resisting has not increased his chi in an instant, that is to say, Wu Di is purely resisting with his physical body. Seeing Wu Di resist so easily, even Vegeta, who has a haughty personality, is quite surprised. Is also more and more aware that Wu Di is unfathomable, and the threat is even no less than Frieza. A moment later, Saburi, who was attacking frantically, was short of breath, while Wu Di was still leaning against the tree and resisting all the attacks with one hand. The difference between the two is obvious. What a weak attack! Wu Di shook his head, glanced at Sabo, and then ordered Vegeta, who was watching with his chest crossed, Vegeta, get rid of him cleanly. Chapter 6. Vegeta clenched her fists. There was a monstrous anger burning in my heart. He is a Scion Prince, how could he be ordered by Wu Di, an Earthling? Seeing this, Gohan and Klin were a little nervous, thinking that Vegeta was going to attack Wu Di with anger. The next moment, suddenly, there was an amazing burst of energy. Vegeta disappeared in an instant, and suddenly gave Sabo an elbow blow to the gasping one. Wow! Sabo's toad-like eyes suddenly widened, his body was bowed, and bile spurted out. Bang! 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 Vegeta seemed to be venting his anger, attacking Sabo frantically and violently, directly kicking Sabo, who was overly physically exhausted, as a ball, sometimes shooting down in the air, and sometimes kicking it high in the air when he was about to land. Sabo had no power to fight back, and even the transformation state was forcibly lifted. Is this venting your anger? Receiving compulsive orders, it is only natural for the haughty Vegeta to complain. Kling and Gohan were talking in a low voice, both surprised by Vegeta's ascension speed and feeling that Wu Di was unfathomable. Sabo attacked with all his might, but he couldn't hurt Wu Di in the slightest, and even the arrogant Vegeta was forced to give in. How strong is Wu Di, who is suspected of being an earthling? In this regard, Klin said that he couldn't imagine it at all, and he didn't dare to act rashly, so he could only pray in his heart, hoping that Wu Di was not an enemy with other purposes, and that Wukong, who had saved the earth countless times, would arrive soon. Hang for a moment. Vegeta's emotions were vented. Overlooking the ground that was about to fall, and Wu Di who was indifferently watching. The golden color contains the energy of lightning that destroys the world and condenses it in the hands. Ultimate Flash. The haunting lightning attack fell on the powerless Sabo, and the Sabo's body was destroyed in an instant, and the aftermath of the attack was undiminished and blasted towards the ground, as if to show Wu Di's strength, and also seemed to test Wu Di, although the aftermath of this attack would not fall on Wu Di, but if he didn't resist, the nearby mud would splash, and his clothes would be covered with mud and dust, and his appearance would be very embarrassing. Magic Barrier. Wu Di's eyes flickered slightly. There was a near-transparent wall in front of him. Seawater, gravel, mud, and dust, all substances cannot penetrate the walls. This special magic-like ability is the one that is acquired after resurrection. It can create objects, it can create defensive walls, it can change gravity, it can move at high speeds. This magic-like special ability contains a lot of things, and it can do almost anything. Vegeta fell silent, her expression as cold as ever. Hurry up and summon the dragon. Wu Di smiled lightly, he didn't care about Vegeta's small movements, this level was like an ant trying to provoke a giant elephant to him, humble and ridiculous, and there was no need to take it to heart. Let's go. Klin's voice was slightly low, he wanted to delay time, and wait for Goku to arrive at Namek, but he also knew that the time of the Great Elder was running out, and if the Great Elder died, then the Dragon Ball would be equivalent to a waste stone, and then there would be no hope at all. And join forces with Vegeta. In the end, Vegeta will be able to keep his promise. No one can guarantee this, it is an unprecedented gamble. Besides, there is still an unclear purpose, and it seems that Wu Di is also going to Dragon Ball. Leaving all the cluttered thoughts in their minds behind, Klin, Gohan, and Vegeta rushed towards the Grand Elder's residence at full speed. Standing up, Wu Di, who was about to keep up, was pulled by Bulma at the corner of his clothes. What's wrong? Wu Di turned around. Can you take me there? There are a lot of beasts in Namek, I'm afraid. Bulma's pretty face flushed slightly, and her bright eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance as she looked at Wu Di. Yes, but if you fight, you may not be able to take care of you, so be careful yourself. In the future, living on the Earth, you may need Bulma's help, and Bulma is a scientist who can invent a time machine in the future, and there is absolutely no harm in having a good relationship with her, so Wu Di did not refuse. Ripples rippled on the solace of his feet, and an almost transparent circular energy circle appeared, enveloping Bulma beside him, blinking at a speed beyond the speed of sound to catch up with Vegeta and the others. Is it okay? Seeing that Bulma also followed. Klin, who sensed the enemy's strength, was worried. The young and pure Gohan didn't have that much thought. Don't worry, Wu Di is here, just make a wish to resurrect Vic. Bulma's expression was calm, and her delicate body quietly approached Wu Di, feeling that with Wu Di's presence, everything would not be a problem. This may be the so-called sense of security. Staying by Wu Di's side, no matter where you are extremely safe. Kling sighed, glanced at Wu Di with a vague gaze, and said secretly in his heart, it's because of him that I'm not at ease. I always feel that he has other purposes. I hope you don't want to snatch the Dragon Ball and make a wish. The detectives are all destroyed. Frisia and her subordinates didn't know how to sense chi. The unscrupulous explosion was fine, so it took 10 minutes to rush to the Great Elder's residence. The Great Elder seemed to have anticipated the arrival of Vegeta, Wu Di and the others, and had already sent the battle-type Namek Niru to wait outside for a long time. The Great Elders of Italy have already known, please come with me. Chapter 7. Great Elder. The Supreme Ruler of Namek. It is also the father and mother common to all Nameks. The body is quite large, lying on the stone chair, there is a strong sense of majesty. Unfortunately, it is also the end of the year, and it is possible to fall into eternal sleep at any time. When they first saw the Great Elder, both Bulma and Vegeta were slightly surprised, and their faces showed a little respect. Mortals can't resist the torrent of time after all. Wu Di sighed, his eyes fell on the old elder who seemed to pass away at any time, and a whimsical thought crossed his mind, actually, speaking of which, the talent of the Namek is also extremely perverted, and it can be born according to its will, intelligence, medical type, combat type, and other Namek people, and if the Great Elder wants to become stronger, he will directly give birth to a combat type Namek person, and when it grows to a certain extent, it will be combined, and its combat power will be directly improved. Merging is a buggy ability. In the original book, Bik and Niru, whose total combat power is just over 100,000, are directly increased to more than 1 million after the merger. If the Great Elder wants to gain incomparably strong power, he can completely give birth to a combat-type Namek Star Man and constantly merge. Doing so repeatedly, it must be a casual matter to solve the Frisha, who has never cultivated the fruit. Of course, Wu Di didn't have any other thoughts, he purely felt that the potential of the Namek people might not be weaker than the scions of the fighting nation. After bringing in Wu Di, Klin, Gohan, Vegeta, and Bulma, Niru walked up to the Grand Elder with light steps and called softly, "The Great Elder." "Here they are. I already know what you're here for." The Great Elder was so weak that he couldn't even open his eyes, but he seemed to be sensing everyone in the room with a special ability, and when his face was facing Wu Di, he was suddenly stunned imperceptibly, and then beckoned to Dandy standing in front of him, stroked Dandy's head, and introduced to Wu Di and the others in a gentle voice, "Dandy is the youngest and the only surviving healing Namek, and he also has the ability to make Dragon Balls. I believe he can play a role in this disaster." "Can Dandy make Dragon Balls too?" Gohan, who is about the same age as Dandy, is amazed. "No. No." Dandy waved his hand a little embarrassed. "My time is running out, I wish you all the best in all your wishes." After finishing speaking, the Great Elder, who was as angry as a gossamer, withdrew the hand that was caressing Dandy's head, and said no more in order to retain his breath. Kling bowed gratefully to Gohan. Then the group walked lightly out of the room. Led by Vegeta, head at full speed towards the Dragon Ball hideout. At this time, the Great Elder opened his eyes with great difficulty, and looked at Wu Di's figure that disappeared from sight in an instant, as if his eyes containing endless wisdom were shining a little. "I can't imagine that this earthling named Wu Di actually contains such terrifying energy in his body. If he is willing to help, then this unprecedented disaster of the Rising Star must be over in an instant, right?" Meanwhile, the Kinu Special Forces arrive at Namek. The 5 people with unique appearances all exude a strong aura. Even the weakest of them all, Gerdo, has 12,000 combat power. Lakum, Gerdo, Bart, Geth, Kainu. The 5 people with special appearances seemed to have rehearsed countless times to pose in a strange lineup, and shouted at the same time, "All the people are combined." An eerie cold wind blew through. The boss of the Kainu Special Forces, namely Frisia, also looked embarrassed. After a moment of silence, Frisia pulled an elegant but polite smile and said, "You have worked hard, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Thank you very much for greeting you." Kainu, who has lilac skin and 2 black horns on his head, and is the captain of Kainu's Special Forces, asks, "So, I don't know what the mission is this time." Frisia is like an elegant nobleman, and his voice is clear and noble, the ungrateful traitor Vegeta stole the Dragon Ball. Having said that, he is far from being your opponent. It should be noted that there is an Earthling named Wu Di. According to the information sent by Sabo before his death, the Earthling named Wu Di is stronger than Vegeta, and even Sabo can't help it. When Wu Di came, Frieza was vaguely aware of the impending crisis. Before sending Sabo to investigate the situation, Sabo was asked to wear a device that could listen to the situation. Because of this, Frieza is not ignorant, although he has not yet tested Wu Di's full strength. Wu Di. That's interesting. Even Sob can't help it. Earth, the inhabitants of that barren planet seem to be a group of weak scum, right? Except for Guldo, who has a combat power of 12,000, the other members of the Kainu Special Forces don't care too much, they just regard Wu Di as a toy with a little strength. After all, in their impression, Sabo's combat power has reached the level of 24,000, while the other members of the Kainu force are between 450,000, and the Captain Kainu has reached 120,000. At the end of the day, Sob with 24,000 combat power. In the eyes of the members of the Kainu Special Forces. In fact, it's just a miscellaneous fish, a product that can be dropped in seconds with one move. Of course, this is naturally to exclude Guldo, the weakest in the team. After Frieza gave the order, Kainu activated the detective, locked the location of Wu Di and the others, and chased everyone away. P.S. The translations are different, the names are a little different: Likum, Lego, Guldo, Gudu, Guys, Jess, Jace, Bart, Pit, Bada, Kainu, Kainu. Chapter 8. It's so strong. Is that the Kainu Special Forces? Is it possible for us to defeat an opponent of that magnitude? The moment the Kainu Special Forces arrived, Gohan and Kling sensed it. Aware of the four overwhelming, extremely fast-chasing Chi, the mind is a little desperate. Compared with the Scions who are naturally warlike and fighting nations, Klin, the strongest Earthling in the original book, is indeed quite cowardly when he encounters strong enemies. Humph, when I get my immortal life, let alone the special forces of Kainu, even Frieza himself, he is only worthy of kneeling on the ground and licking the soles of my feet. Vegeta is arrogant, but if his wish can really come true, it is indeed very likely that he will trample Frieza under his feet, who has not yet cultivated. It's a pity that even if it's an immortal body obtained by collecting Super Dragon Balls and making a wish with Super Dragon, it's not really immortal, and you will still die when you reach a certain boundary. A wish that even Super Dragon Ball can't fulfill. Not to mention the Dragon Balls made from Super Dragon Ball fragments. After 3 minutes, Wu Di and the others finally arrived at their destination. 7 Dragon Balls, which are as large as basketballs, are placed on the ground. There's no time, hurry up and summon the Divine Dragon so that I can get the life that never dies. Rao as Vegeta couldn't keep his composure at this moment. Dandy, please. Sensing that the special forces were chasing after him at an alarming speed, Kling knew that there was no other choice but to pin his hopes on Vegeta, hoping that Vegeta would keep his promise and not attack them after fulfilling his wish. Yes. Dandy nodded. Suddenly stretched out a childish hand. Summon a dragon in the Namek language. After 10 seconds, there seemed to be no unusual movement. I haven't seen any visions. Bulmadeo, who knew that the appearance of the dragon would be accompanied by a vision. Dandy, you can't have mispronounced the spell, right? Kling was also a little confused. The next moment, the Dragon Balls placed on the ground shine brightly. It's getting dark. Wu Di raised his eyes and looked at the sky. The ocean of Namek is rippling. The planet, which had no night, suddenly became dark. A dazzling golden light rose into the sky, and the Namek Star Divine Dragon appeared. The other side. Frieza was stunned. Float to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Looking into the distance, there is a faint glimmer of golden light. As if thinking of something, the eerie face suddenly sank slightly. This sudden movement, Could it be that Vegeta has collected all the Dragon Balls? For example, the anti-heaven treasure of Dragon Ball that can realize wishes, in the realization of wishes must be accompanied by earth-shattering visions. Frisha, who dominates countless planets, is still very knowledgeable, rushing towards the direction of the golden light flashing at the fastest speed in the first form, and everywhere it passes is aerosolized, and at the same time get in touch with the special forces of Kainu. Mr. Kainu, use the detective to locate and see if Vegeta's group of guys are in the direction of the haunting golden light. It's over there. Kainu replied respectfully and confidently. After receiving the answer, Frieza suddenly put on a smirk on his face and ordered. Trouble guys of the special forces of Kainu, please do your best to prevent Vegeta and those Earthlings from fulfilling their wishes at all costs. Mission guaranteed. The members of the Kainu special forces said in unison. Frieza picked up his speed suddenly, and the ocean on his side was forcibly split. Now, the scene was quiet. I was shocked by the dragon. Cool appearance, huge body. Even Vegeta restrained his arrogant posture when he saw it. With a body comparable to an island, the majestic Polenga voice sounded like a bell. O man who gathers 7 Dragon Balls, say your wish. Any wish can be granted. You can make 3 wishes. Any wish can be granted. These words made Vegeta, Klin, and the others excited. Can any wish be granted? Wu Di groaned slightly, his eyes crossed with a little anticipation, and said, Dandy, the first wish, let Bolunga erase me, preferably along with the soul. The talent of being killed to improve one's strength is actually quite strange, but Wu Di, who tastes it, is tired of it. Bastard! Vegeta's face was gloomy as water. Felt that Wu Di was hindering him from realizing his wish. Endless anger surged in his heart, but thinking of Wu Di's terrifying strength, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Is he going to kill himself? Gohan was slightly flustered, he was young and innocent, and he didn't think much about it. Bulma, who was standing beside him, was stunned in vain, although he didn't know why Wu Di made such a wish, but he kept dissuading him. Klin, who was particularly intimidated when he encountered a strong enemy and had a lot of thoughts, showed a really like this. Sure enough, his goal is also Dragon Ball. Hurry up and let Shenlong help me make my wish come true. Wu Di always had a faint smile on his face, and his voice urged gently. There is no threat between words. But Dandy felt a terrifying oppression descend upon her. Kling and Vegeta tried to stop talking, but in the end they didn't dare to stop it. In the end, Namex Dragon Ball can fulfill 3 wishes, while Vegeta and Clint only need 1 wish, and even if Wu Di uses 1 wish, there are still 2 wishes left. Wu Di used a wish, but in fact, it had no effect. Clint and Vegeta comforted themselves. But in the final analysis, it is actually cowardice, jealousy of Wu Di's unfathomable strength. Both of them almost lost their lives in the process of collecting the Dragon Balls, and Wu Di, who had no contribution, had to use a wish. How could Clint and Vegeta have no complaints in their hearts? Number Yuan. Dandy made a wish to Polenga in the language of Namek. I know. After listening to Dandy's words, Bolunga's eyes flashed red, and his tone was extremely powerful. Your wish is reached. Chapter 9. Your wish reaches. Pogalon's words stopped abruptly. The red light under his eyes faded, and his face was a little embarrassed. Wish fulfilled. But Wu Di hasn't disappeared yet. Could it be that Namex Dragon is broken? Hearing this, Bogalon was suddenly embarrassed, and just boasted that he could make any wish come true, but he was slapped in the face in an instant, but he still tried his best to maintain his majesty. I'm sorry. Your wish is beyond my ability. Namex Dragon is really a waste material. Wu Di shook his head regretfully. Even if all defenses are completely removed. It's a pity that Pogalon still couldn't fulfill his wish. The scope of the dragon's wish realization is linked to the maker. Every time Pogalon and the Earth Dragon appear, they will say, any wish can be granted. But in fact, if the wish to be realized is beyond a certain range of the manufacturer, it cannot be realized. Even if Wu Di was willing to be completely erased, this desire was still beyond the scope of Bogolan's realization. Out of reach. Isn't it possible to grant any wish? The method of erasing Frisia with Bogolan really doesn't work. Clint and the others were talking like this, and their eyes looking at Wu Di were all a little surprised. Especially with Kling and Bulma, who often summon dragons. In their impression, the dragon is omnipotent, and any wish can be granted. However, Namek's performance is obviously better, and when he realized his wish to erase Wu Di, he actually said that it was beyond his ability. Wu Di, who is suspected of being an earthling. How strong is he? It's beyond the scope of Bogolan's wish. Thankfully, it didn't come true. While surprised, Bulma was also inexplicably relieved. It doesn't seem that he wants Wu Di to disappear from the world. You can still fulfill 3 wishes, hurry up and say your wishes. Bolunga urged, but he didn't say that any wish could be fulfilled in the face. Suddenly. Right now. Vegeta's face was slightly gloomy. Clint and Gohan trembled. Wu Di noticed something strange and looked up. You don't seem to have time to make a wish. The Kainu's special forces have arrived. The words fell. 5 unique figures appeared. Kainu, with lilac skin and 2 black horns on his head. Likum, a burly man, with an orange-red pineapple head. Bart, with his blue skin, is the tallest in the Qian special forces. Guise has a red skin and long, pre-aging white hair. Gerdo, whose body is green, resembles a toad, is very short, and has 4 eyes. In the immediate aftermath of the arrival of the Kainu's special forces, Vegeta, Klin, Gohan, and Dandy are all on the verge of becoming enemies. However, the next moment, the scene is eerie and quiet. Vegeta and the others were stunned. Stunned as they stared at the Kainu's special forces in a special pose. Kling came back to his senses in an instant, quietly walked up to Dandy's side, and whispered, Dandy, please ask Paul Anga to resurrect the Earthlings killed by the Scions. This kind of desire to drill holes can be realized. But in front of him is Polenga, a wish, can only resurrect one person. This resurrection, Wu Di's physique has improved by at least 100 times, and he naturally heard Klin's whispers clearly, and he also knew the restrictions of Bolunga, but he didn't say anything to remind him, and said secretly in his heart. I haven't mastered how to perceive Qi yet, I can't sense where Frisia is, Bolunga can't just disappear, after all, Frisia, who also wants to get eternal life through the Dragon Ball, hasn't appeared yet. For Wu Di, Polenga is the bait for Frisia fishing. It's good that the bait disappears a little later. As for those Earthlings who were killed, what does it have to do with Wu Di? At present, the only Earthlings that Wu Di cares about are Bulma. After all, during the life of the Earth, it is likely that there will be trouble with Bai Fume, the great scientist Bulma. And Kling and Gohan, for Wu Di at this stage, are strangers who meet for the first time, and there is nothing good to help them, so why waste this effort? Sure enough, Dragon Ball has been used. It is said that the divine dragon that can grant all wishes has been summoned. Looking at this situation, Vegeta and the group of Earthlings don't seem to have time to make a wish yet. Vegeta 2300 power, Little Bald Head 1600 power, Imp 1200 power. Likum turned on the detective by inertia, his eyes swept wildly over the people present, and finally his eyes stayed on Wu Di, and the corners of his mouth outlined a touch of mockery, 998 combat power, not even 4 digits. Even Gerdo can solve the weak scum at will, why does the king care so much? Hear this. The rest of the Kinu force also turned on the detectives. It was found that as Likum had said, there was contempt on the faces of different skin tones. Be careful, it is said that Vegeta's combat power is about to exceed 20,000 before he betrays. Gerdo, who had a grudge against Vegeta, reminded. However, the members of the Qianyu Special Forces, who could not sense the qi and relied on the detective, did not take this to heart. After all, Gerdo was the weakest in the team, and the detective was obviously not faulty. 12,000 combat power of Kainu. He stared at Wu Di with a solemn and burning expression. It was as if he was aware of his strong physique, and that vast energy. Chapter 10. At this time, Dandy quietly made a wish. Hope that the earthlings killed by the scions will be resurrected. This wish cannot be fulfilled. After listening to the wish, Bogolan quickly replied, one wish, only one person can be resurrected, and there is no way to resurrect them all. Hear this. Kling and Gohan were stunned. Unexpectedly, the wish could not be realized. And the faces of the members of the Qianyu Special Forces were gloomy and watery. Damn! Thankfully, it didn't happen. The wish was almost spent. An ant-like being who dares to oppose Lord Frisia. The angry members of the Qianyu Special Forces don't have the child's guessing of the original book. Guldo vs Gohan and Klin. Orange Pineapple Headlicum vs Vegeta. The other two members seemed to be interested in Wu Di when they saw Kainu. So he watched from the sidelines, keeping an eye on the Dragon Balls so that they wouldn't be used before Frisia arrived. Kainu, Frisia's strongest subordinate, with 120,000 combat power. Wu Di groaned and stared at Kainu with interest. He couldn't sense the qi, and he couldn't judge what level he was in at the moment, so he couldn't speculate whether Kainu could kill him, but he had a strong premonition inexplicably, if I exist at the level of Jinu, I might. Probably. You should be able to kill with a little effort. A little effort can kill the existence of 120,000 combat power. When Vegeta, Klin, and the others heard this, they were afraid that their jaws would fall to the ground in shock. The existence of 120,000 combat power is an unimaginable peak for the current Kling and Vegeta. What's more, Wu Di, who feels like he can kill Kainu with a little effort. Because of this, Wu Di's desire to do it at the moment is very low. After all, judging by intuition, the combat power is as high as 120,000 Kainu. It seems that it is difficult to cause damage to Wu Di's body. Bulma, who was standing beside him, muttered, that lilac guy seems to be very strong, I'd better hide somewhere else, so as not to hinder you from fighting. No, you don't. Wu Di shook his head. His eyes swept over Bulma beside him. Seeing that she was able to offer to hide elsewhere in order to avoid affecting the situation. It is inevitable that there is some appreciation in my heart. After all, this is equivalent to giving up protection and taking the danger alone. Not to be surprised by changes, not everyone can do it, not even the strongest earthling in the original book, Klin. The Qianyu Special Forces are actually very weak. You can stay by my side until the real strong enemy appears. Soon. The pitch of battle began. With contempt, Clint made a tentative move. Qigong Wave. The energy cannon quickly attacked Guldo's location. Seeing this, Gerdo's eyes widened, and he dragged his short and fat body to dodge in embarrassment. But after all, he still couldn't avoid the attack range of the energy cannon in time, and was blown away by the aftermath as the energy cannon fell. How can a guy of this caliber get into the Qian Special Forces? Kling was quite puzzled, and he could clearly feel that the chi of the other members of the Special Forces in Kainu was obviously different from the existence of Guldo, and the gap between the two was like heaven and earth. Then he and Gohan looked at each other. Chase after Guldo, who was running in disarray. I want to end the battle quickly and find an opportunity to make my wish come true. Time stands still. In an instant, Kling and Gohan froze like meteors, and the expressions of the other spectators froze. Time stands still completely. Only Guldo can move with his ability. Twisting his short and fat body and running into the distance, after a distance away, the tree next to him suddenly broke out of thin air, and the front end was extremely sharp. Little bald head, turn me into a meat skewer. Guldo's face was as if he was constipated, but he used his superpower to control things, and with the momentum of breaking through the air, he shot the extremely sharp tree body at the front end towards Clint. Phew! Sharp tree! It seems that Clint is going to be pierced to death. However, at this moment, Gidur's patience was stretched to the limit. As Guldo opened his mouth, the stagnant time, the moment continues to flow. The moment time resumed flowing, the intuition of the Kling martial artist made him almost instinctively dodge to his side. Phew! Sharp trees streaked through. Rush to the clouds, through the clouds. At the same time, blood was raining down. Clint's right arm, which was floating high in the air, was actually pierced. The whole arm is gone, and the blood is pouring out. He actually dodged it at the end. Unable to strike a single blow, Guldo's face showed regret. Gohan was slightly flustered, his eyes fell on his right arm and disappeared, and Clint, who was hit hard and hung to the ground, felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. You! How dare you hurt Uncle Clint? The white aura that lingered around him became extremely brilliant at this moment, and the broken stones on the ground floated out of gravity. At the same time, the detectives warned by the Kinu Special Forces, in which the combat effectiveness is constantly changing, are increasing at an alarming rate. 1,300, 8,000, 13,000. Breaking through 4 digits in an instant, the improvement speed has not weakened, and it is still improving wildly, and finally floating at the level of 26,000, 28,000. Fortunately, the detectives of the Kainu Special Forces are the most sophisticated, otherwise they would have broken down because of this combat power. You don't need to transform to increase your combat power, it's a rare race. Kainu's afterglow swept away, but he didn't take this level of combat power to heart. His eyes were burning and he looked at Wu Di, and secretly said in his heart, Earthlings, you really have a way to hide your own combat power. This is called Wu Di, and the existence that King Frisia cares about is definitely the strongest in Vegeta's group. If you can exchange bodies with him. Chapter 11. Phew! Gohan is furious. The potential is stimulated. The strength has been greatly improved. The figure appeared in front of Gerdo in an instant. It's so fast that Gidur doesn't even have time to show his abilities. Boom, boom, boom. It's also Gerdo, who has outstanding special abilities. In Gohan's angry state, the only way to passively withstand the attack. A moment later, Gohan's anger was vented, and Gerdo fell to the ground. And Clint, who was fatally injured, was also healed by Dandy and saved his life. What a disgrace to the Kinu Special Forces! Likum shook his head. His eyes fell on Vegeta. The face showed obvious contempt. Lovely little Master Vegeta, it's time for us to perform this time. Humph! Vegeta's face was gloomy, the green tendons between her forehead burst out, and a strong white flame lingered around her body. In a flash, combat power soars rapidly. The members of the Special Forces of Kienaiu who were watching were surprised. Hey! The values have changed. You can actually hide your combat power. Wow, Vegeta's combat power is almost 30,000. Seeing this, Likum's expression was exaggerated, as if he was stupefied by Vegeta's combat power. Heya! Vegeta swept away at full speed, and appeared in front of Likum in an instant, as if before Likum could react, a heavy punch fell into Likum's face, knocking off the detective worn by Likum, and the burly body flew up. It's not over yet! Vegeta roared. Appears behind Likum. Put your hands together as if they were struck like an iron cone. With a violent roar, Likum's body slammed to the ground. The attack with rich energy condensed in Vegeta's hands, and he threw it towards the pit without mercy. Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently. The energy bursts out with terrifying power. As the smoke cleared, the nearby trees and rocks disappeared completely. At the end of the combo, Vegeta gasped violently, and Clint, who was hiding, looked at Gohan. Is it solved? Clint, who had not recovered from his right arm, whispered. No. Gohan's immature face appeared solemn, the chi has not weakened. The guy named Likum is still alive. At this time, the smoke drifted away, and Likum appeared in a strange pose, and Vegeta's onslaught only destroyed his combat suit, causing some insignificant damage to his body. The warm-up is done. It's my turn to attack. Likum grinned, and suddenly tensed up and jumped up, making a strange gesture in the air. Phew! It's like a streamer. Likum is extremely sharp. Instantly appeared in front of Vegeta. The muscles swelled and solidified the knee, and suddenly hit Vegeta's abdomen. A strong impact that knocked Vegeta down and made a deep mark on the ground. Likum, who didn't want to stop his attack, accelerated his pursuit, but a wave of energy shot out in vain. Likum volley. As if he was playing, Likum took on a golf stance, and swung at the energy wave so hard that it missed the energy wave track. At the same time, Vegeta flashed and engaged Likum at close range. You're a little tougher than you think. While Likum resisted, he was able to speak comfortably. A moment later, Likum sped up suddenly. Before Vegeta could react, an elbow strike, and it landed on Vegeta's erection neck. The bones in the erection neck seemed to be shattered, and Vegeta fell straight to the ground. Grab the shot. Disappear cannon. Likum grabbed Vegeta's head and threw it hard at the ground, sending a shockwave of extreme concentration from his mouth. Boom! The ground is smashed into a deep pit. An extremely dense shockwave followed. Accurately landed on Vegeta's body, whose bones were like shattering. A mushroom-shaped cloud rises. The battle is over. This is the Kainu's special forces. Guys as strong as Vegeta have been defeated. Sensing that Vegeta was in an unusually weak state at the moment, Klin's eyes suddenly appeared in despair, and his gaze fell on Kainu. The ordinary members are so strong, the captain of the Kainu's special forces. The gap between them is too big, and it is impossible to defeat this group of monsters. The wish to resurrect Vic has not yet been realized, and this time it is completely hopeless. Tisk. It's over. Vegeta still loses. I thought I could watch a good show. The members of the Kainu's special forces put on a haughty expression. Immediately, his gaze swept over Klin and Gohan, and finally landed on Wu Di. Captain, leave the guy named Wu Di to me. Promise to end the battle as quickly as possible. Known as the fastest speed in the universe, Barth, the tallest in the Kainan special forces, said. Kainu groaned, but did not refuse, and reminded, well, be careful, those earthlings have a way to hide their combat power, especially Wu Di, who King Frieza cares about, and his combat power is probably extraordinary. Guaranteed to be resolved as quickly as possible. Bart was extremely conceited and didn't take Kainu's reminder to heart. Meanwhile, Gohan and Klin's expressions froze. The body trembled with fear. The two looked into the distance as far as their eyes could see, and they were completely desperate. Impossible! How can there be such a strong chi in the world? Is it Frieza? Gohan and Kling trembled in horror. And Wu Di's handsome face appeared with a smile. The dark and deep eyes suddenly bloomed with an expectant glow. The eyes swept over the ignorant and arrogant special forces of Kainu. In that case, let's get rid of these people who get in the way before Frieza arrives. Chapter 12. Poof! Did I hear me right? He seems to be crazier than Vegeta. Where did the weak scum of 998 get the courage? Hearing Wu Di's words, the members of the Kainan special forces were angry, but they couldn't help but laugh at them. Vegeta, who has a combat power of nearly 30,000, has been crushed, not to mention Wu Di, who is handsome but emaciated, like a little white face. Not to mention the Kainu's special forces. Even Gohan and Kling were surprised. I didn't expect Wu Di to say such a thing, he was simply looking for death. However, he doesn't seem to be able to sense chi, and it's normal not to know the strength and weakness of the Qian Special Forces members. It's crazy. Barth's blue face sneered. The figure flickered suddenly, and disappeared in an instant. Gohan and Klin, who were watching the battle, were shocked when they saw this. Where? What a speed! Suddenly, Barth's strong chi appeared in front of Wu Di. Be careful! Gohan reminded Klin, but before the words reached Wu Di's ears, Barth's muscular legs turned into a long whip and attacked. It's extremely fast. Clint and Gohan can't keep up with the naked eye. But, for Wu Di, this speed is simply snail-like sluggishness. Alas, the special forces of Qi Nu are really good. Maybe only Frieza is worth looking forward to. Sigh of disappointment. Wu Di slowly raised his arm. Bang! Dull as thunder. The aftermath ripples wildly. Everyone watching the battle at the moment was stunned. Impossible. Am I dreaming? Bart's attack was blocked. SHHHH. How did he do it? It doesn't seem to be a coincidence. At this moment, Bart was slightly flustered, obviously not expecting that the handsome little white face in front of him could actually see through his attack and resist it in a casual manner. Energy wave. After all, Bart is a perennial fighting existence. The moment he was caught, his right hand condensed a wave of energy and shot towards Wu Di's face. However, with this level of attack, Wu Di casually shot it away, grabbed Bart's legs, and threw it hard at the ground. Boom, boom, boom. It's like smashing like a sledgehammer. In an instant, many humanoid deep pits were smashed into the vicinity. Bart was covered in lilac blood at the moment, and completely fainted. Beam wave. Wu Di's eyes were indifferent. A beam of black light shot out from his fingertips. Bart, who was lying in the pit and couldn't move, his heart was pierced in an instant. Easily solved, Wu Di raised his eyes and looked at the other members of the special forces in Kainu. In order to prevent a mistake in the fight with Frieza, it is better for the special forces of Kainu to disappear. The so-called poor pool is naturally not afraid of the Kainu special forces making trouble, but purely for Bulma's consideration, so as not to encounter danger for Bulma. After all, in the future, you will definitely go to the Earth, and the living residence and cultivation facilities. If Bulma, the richest man in the world and a genius scientist, can help, all the problems will be solved. In order to avoid arriving on the Earth to find a living residence and make cultivation equipment with scientists, you must now give Bulma a good impression. Bart. Guy's eyes widened. He and Bart are partners, and the combination of the two is called the blue and red light ball. Although he was angry that he couldn't perform the combination moves in the future, Guys didn't dare to act rashly. In the final analysis, the combat power between Keith and Bart is the same. Bart was killed, and changing Guys was the same result. Phew! Suddenly, Wu Di disappeared weirdly. It's like Guldo who has stood still in time. But it's not about stopping time, it's about being fast to some extent. So fast. Perception is all out of order. Gohan and Klin's eyes widened suddenly. Bart is fast, to the point where it is difficult to see with the naked eye. However, Kling and Gohan, who could sense the breath, easily caught Bart's movement. But at this moment, it is impossible to perceive where Wu Di's true location is. It seems that the speed of movement is so fast that it affects the senses, and there are traces of Wu Di everywhere in the perception. Bang! Unusually loud collision resounded. The premature Guise is like a meteorite falling vertically. Slam it to the ground, causing a stormy wave in the nearby sea area and an abyssal rift. Kill Guise in an instant. And it's not over yet. Likum in the distance, tense body. His face froze in vain, and his body tilted and fell. The place in the heart is obviously completely penetrated by the attack. In the process of being seconds with Likum, Guise and Likum were not able to find out where Wu Di was. At this time, I can finally perceive Wu Di's location, and I can also see Wu Di standing as if he has never moved. There has been didn't see how he moved at all. If it weren't for the two Kinu special forces being dealt with, I'd have thought he hadn't moved at all. Wu Di's black hair was fluttering, his trendy casual clothes did not show any traces of battle, and his face was still indifferent and gentle. See here. Everyone present was quite surprised. Kill 3 Qian special forces powerhouses in a row. There is not even a trace of dust in the clothes, and the breathing rate is always stable. Wu Di showed his skills for the first time, which amazed Gohan and the others, who were originally desperate, but there was a little hope in their hearts. Frisia, it's finally an appearance. Wu Di looked away, and there was a figure in his sight riding the wind and waves. It was the extremely well-portrayed Frisia in the original book, the existence of 120 million at the peak. At the same time, seeing Wu Di's gaze looking away, Kinu, who seized the opportunity, instantly exerted his ability, and his soul directly detached from his body, and quickly rushed towards the place where Wu Di was. Exchange. Chapter 13. Kill yourself. The solace of Wu Di's feet rippled. A defensive circle with no dead ends was formed in an instant. It stands to reason that the Kainu of the soul state can pass directly through the defense circle. But the end result was. The moment Kainu touched the defensive circle. In an instant, it completely turned to ashes and disappeared from this world. The defensive circle cast by Wu Di is a kind of magic that can be called against the sky. The defense is amazing, and the creatures of the earth can survive in the universe even if they stay in the defense circle. Soul-like attacks are also not immune to the defense circle. Even if the special ability stops time, it cannot affect the time flow of the defense circle. This defensive magic is simply rebellious. At the same time, Wu Di also mastered many kinds of magic. I was shocked to death by the aftermath of the universe, and after the resurrection, these magic were engraved in my mind. It's really strong. The Kinu's special forces are all wiped out. He's so tough. Is it really an earthling? The faces of the spectators present with the king of the world were all shocked. I was stunned by the strength shown by Wu Di. Use extreme speed to kill the members of the Kinu special forces in seconds. This is really surprising, but it is still within the acceptable range of these strong people like Vic. But Kainu's strength. It's not like those members. The final result was still seconds. Wu Di, who calls himself an earthling, is becoming more and more mysterious in the eyes of everyone. Humph, at this moment, I can still easily destroy the special forces of Kainu. Vegeta's angular cheeks showed arrogance, and he came back to life from his near-death state, and his aura obviously improved amazingly, probably beyond the limits of detective detection. That's why. Vegeta swelled slightly. And the special forces of Kinu were not taken into account. Even arrogant, I feel like I can beat Frisia and Wu Di. After Vegeta's injuries are healed, Dandy makes a wish to Pogolin. Your wish has been granted. Pogolin's eyes flashed red. The aura above Vic's head vanished in an instant. The gods of the earth, the Dragon Balls of the earth, are also resurrected because of this. At the same time, the unique and nervous words of the King of the Northern Realm resounded in everyone's hearts. Now that the wish has been granted, then get out of Namek. Don't get into a conflict with Frisia anyway. Frisia's true strength is beyond what you can imagine. Hearing this, Klin and the others from Earth all had some hesitation on their expressions. After all, even the members of the Kainu special forces can easily defeat them, not to mention the terrifying boss of Frisia. There is no possibility of defeating Frisia at all. Gohan and Klin, who felt the gap, their bodies trembled uncontrollably at the moment. If you say, the Kinu's special forces are a stream, that Frisia is the sea that sets off the stormy waves. At this moment, a streamer of light swept by, and Frisia was there in an instant. My wish is, get eternal life. There was silence. The atmosphere gradually became heavy. Do you need a special code to make a wish? Frisia groaned, her gaze falling on Dandy. At this moment, Vegeta stepped forward, staring at Frisia with arrogant and gloomy eyes, and sneered. If you want to fulfill your wishes, you must have the language of Namek, and the imp behind me is Namek, the only living Namek. I see. Frisia flickered. A grim smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Vegeta, are you showing your loyalty? Hearing this, Kling and Gohan suddenly became nervous. However, Vegeta suddenly exploded and quickly rushed towards Frisia's location. I'm sorry. I mean, if you want to make your wish come true, you have to knock me out first. Phew. Vegeta's figure disappears. Appeared in front of Frisia as if he were teleporting. You. I seem to have forgotten the fear I once experienced. Frisia had a gloomy look in her eyes as she grabbed Vegeta's fist that was about to fall into her face. Ha! Vegeta shouted angrily. Completely release the chi in the body. At the same time, the value of the detective worn by Frisia jumps wildly. 30500, 52,000. 83,000, 123,000. Bang! Explode beyond the limits of the detective in an instant. The ground on which the feet of the 2 feet collapsed and turned into a semicircular pit. After a while, the battle to test the depth of each other ended, and the tacit understanding jumped backwards. Hurry up and transform. The temptation is over. Vegeta's face was even more arrogant. Frisia, who crossed his chest and stared at Frisia, who seemed to be a little surprised. Anyway, sooner or later, you have to transform, so it's better to show your true colors now. Frisia was slightly flustered, as if she didn't expect Vegeta to know about this kind of thing, and the corners of her mouth lifted a weird smile. You actually know about this. However, are you sure? Unlike some special races, I am not maintaining this posture to reduce unnecessary consumption, but because the energy in my body is too strong, and my combat power must be weakened to the extent that I can control it. Really? Strong enough to be weakened? Gohan and Kling were both frightened by this. Wu Di, who was watching the battle in silence, finally showed a slight smile at this moment. Now this level of Frisia is still a little weaker after all. I hope that the transformed Frisia can bring me a little sense of crisis, otherwise I really don't even have the desire to make a move. Bluff. Vegeta didn't believe it at all. Okay, then do what you want. The afterglow swept over Wu Di. Frisia curled a smirk at the corner of her mouth. It felt like the end of the world was instantaneous. The ground cracked, the clouds were thick, and the ocean was stormy. Seeing this, Vegeta's face suddenly turned horrified, and Gohan and Kling were so nervous that their blood clotted. Only Wu Di was still calm, waving his hand Bulma and the Dragon Balls, floating in the air and looking down. After a few moments, Frisia transformed into a burly giant with swollen muscles and black horns at both ends of his head, and the terrifying energy poured out of his mind was put away, and his gaze swept over Vegeta, Bulma, Klin, Gohan, Dandy, who were floating in the air with nervous and fearful expressions. So who are you going to send to hell first? Frisia crossed her chest and looked up, as if she were picking her prey. Suddenly, Frisia moved. It was like a flash of lightning. Before Vegeta could react. Poof! The sharp black horns at the ends of Frisia's head pierced Vegeta's body. Chapter 14. Impossible. Vegeta's eyes were filled with horror. The body that was pierced fell vertically towards the ocean. One hit. Vegeta was dealt with. How horrible! Unbelievable! Kling and Gohan were stunned for a moment. Despair. Utter despair. It's as strong as Vegeta, and it's all killed in seconds. Gohan, who is obviously different from Vegeta, still needs to talk to Klin. I can clearly feel that Frisia at this moment is by no means a special solution. Obviously. In the face of absolute strength, all tricks are in vain. And so it was. Seeing this, Wu Di was very calm, as if he expected this result, although he couldn't sense the breath, but in the process of Frisia and Vegeta's temptation, Vegeta's breathing was obviously a little short, while Frisia was still stable, so it can be speculated that Vegeta is slightly weaker at this stage, and the combat power should be 25,400,000. After all, it is uncertain whether Frisia will use all his strength. Frisia first form, combat power is 530,000. After the transformation, combat power exceeded 6 figures. It was a breeze to kill Vegeta in a million seconds. SHHHH. How tough! Is this the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia? I feel that even if I do 3 years of penance, it will be difficult to defeat Frisia. Realm King, Dumplings, Leaping, Vic, and Tianjin Rice, who watched the situation of Namek through the King of the Northern Realm, had extremely solemn expressions on their faces at this moment. Vic and others who have gone through arduous practice. It's all about self-feeling that has risen to the point where it's beyond imagination. Although they are very unwilling, they must also admit that in front of Frisia, they are no different from ants in this combat power. If Frisia is okay at the current level, then the mysterious earthling named Wu De may have a way to solve this crisis, but Frisia is not so simple. Hear the words of the King of the North. Vic and the others were immediately shocked. His face was horrified and incredulous. Frisia is still hiding his strength, and he is not the strongest state of Frisia now. Who are you going to send to hell next? Frisia tilted her head. The face hangs with the smirk of the cat teasing the mouse. It was this expression that made Kling and Gohan bluish with fright. Seeing this, Bulma's pretty face was also worried, and she didn't know if Wu De could deal with it. Wu De looked down and said indifferently, "Continue to transform. At your current level, I don't even have the desire to make a move." Really? The corners of Frisia's mouth smirked, as if mocking Wu De's arrogance and ignorance, and his muscular and clumsy body suddenly tensed and jumped, disappearing from the field of vision of Clint and Gohan in an instant, and his fist carrying terrifying power slammed down on the defensive circle. Boom! Roar! The aftermath turned into a wave of air. The ocean below is stormy. The dark clouds that condensed in the sky were also dispersed by ripples. Even Gohan and the others, who were floating in the air, were swept away by the aftermath of this rage. But such a fierce attack, falling on the defensive circle, was only an insignificant ripple. It's so strong. What a strong defense! Is this Wu De's real strength? Gohan, Klin, Dandy, and Vegeta, who has recovered from her injuries and her strength has skyrocketed, are all stunned. Especially Vegeta, who has just experienced how terrifying Frisia is after transforming, is unbelievable at the moment, and there is a strong sense of dreaminess. Seeing this, Rao's Frisia was also slightly flustered, and his eyes stared at Wu De with a little surprise, but from the hidden combat power, he was very confident, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth was even worse, and when he encountered such a strong enemy as Wu De for the first time, he was inexplicably a little excited. Since I was born, except for my father and brother, I have never met such a strong existence as you. It seems that this level of strength is really not enough to defeat you. Hear this. The spectators were shocked. I didn't expect Frisia to continue to transform. At this time, Frisia was already desperately strong. Transforming again, how terrifying it should be, I can't imagine it, and I don't dare to think about it. It will take some time for Frisia to transform. With a cold sweat on his face, Kling pleaded with Vegeta, "Please stop Frisia from continuing to transform, or we'll all die here." Vegeta squinted. Didn't hide the disdain in his heart. "Shut up. If you're afraid, get out of here. I'm going to kill Frisia at full strength with my own hands." After recovering from a near-death state, Vegeta's strength has increased explosively, and he is confident that he can defeat Frisia. Science. It is indeed a very rebellious race. Every time he is hit hard, his strength will increase terrifyingly. For example, Vegeta, whose combat power was close to 30,000 at the beginning, is now probably increased to 1 million. However, Wu De has no envy or jealousy. After all, he also has similar qualities. He can be improved after being killed, not purely to enhance energy, but to significantly strengthen the body, and even after being killed, there seems to be a probability of obtaining some kind of special ability. Drink. Frisia burst into drink. The power of terror poured out. The people who watched the situation were horrified. Even Vegeta, which has an explosive ascension and has swelled, is extremely dignified at the moment. After 30 seconds, Frisia's transformation ended, and the appearance of the third form of Frisia was extremely ugly. Her muscles were obviously more inflated, there were strangely shaped horns at the top of her head, and the purple shell of her brain was elongated, and Frisia's face was like a mutated lizard at the moment. Frisia waved. There was a terrifying turbulence. The ocean in front of him suddenly set off a monstrous wave. He looked up at Wu De and the others, and the corners of his mouth turned into a smirk. I'm in this state. The combat power is between 2 million 3 million. These words made Gohan and Klin's faces turn blue, and Vegeta's body trembled with excitement and a little horror. Wu De looked down, his dark and deep eyes crossed a little impatiently, and sighed, if you want to show your true strength, it seems that you have to feel despair first. Phew! In an instant, Wu De disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 15. Where? Frisia's eyes condensed slightly. Tense your muscles and quickly look around. Knowing that Wu De disappeared out of thin air was caused by the speed of some kind of fast. But even if he transformed into the third form, he couldn't find any trace of Wu De. Bang! Dull as thunder. Frisia's eyes bulged suddenly. The muscles are abnormally swollen and the body shrinks into a bow. I deliberately slowed down, but I still haven't been able to find out. Wu De appeared, sighed slightly disappointed, looked down at Frisia who was holding her abdomen, and then slapped her hand down on Frisia's ugly face. Boom! Boom! The air is rippling. Frisia's face contorted. The eerie eyes are about to pop out. The terrifying strange force fell on him, and Frisia landed like a meteor on a small island, instantly piercing the entire island into the depths of the ocean. Tough as a monster. The successive transformations of Frisia have been crushed. Suddenly a little suspicious, is Wu De really an earthling? Having said that, if Frisia continues to transform, it's hard to say whether Wu De can defeat him. Everyone watching the battle was weird and quiet, and when Frisia, whose face was distorted, burst out from the depths of the ocean, he came to his senses, even for Wu De's strength, but also a little worried, feeling that if Frisia continued to transform, even Wu De would not be able to crush it, and it was even unknown whether he could defeat it. You can tell from the transformation amplification in front of Frisia. After the transformation, Frisia has at least doubled her combat power. At this time, Frisia has more than 1 million combat power. And if you continue to transform, then you have to have at least 203 million. If it is so strong, can Wu De still be killed in an instant? No matter how you think about it, I think it is impossible. I didn't expect that the barren earth that was planned to be the lowest level could actually give birth to a warrior as strong as you. As he spoke, Frisia wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth, her ugly face suddenly became gloomy like water, and her voice was low and incomprehensible. However, in front of the Emperor of the Universe, you are at most a bit of a strong grasshopper. As long as I take it a little seriously, you will turn into cosmic dust. Then hurry up and turn me into cosmic dust. There was a sense of provocation in Wu De's words, and there was a strong expectation in his eyes. Killed. Exactly what Wu De thought. Because this will make you come to be promoted. I just don't know. Killed by Frisia. How will the strength improve? Can you get some special ability like last time? Bang! Splashing waves. Hundreds of miles of islands are submerged. Dark clouds condensed high in the sky, sometimes crossing thunder. An omen of the end of the world is rising. Horror! Are you sure you want Frisia to transform? It's so scary before you completely complete the transformation. After the transformation, Frisia, I'm afraid that Wu Di can't defeat it. In terms of combat power, this terrifying chi is probably nearly 2 million. Bic and the others, who were far away in the Realm King, seemed to sense this terrifying aura. Namex Vegeta and the others were all shocked by this power at this moment, and they were almost so scared that they peed their pants. Buzz. Ripples. The ocean sinks into it in an instant. A strange tornado is formed in the distant sea. A volcano 50 miles away from here erupted magma in vain. As Frisia's chi rises, disasters erupt everywhere on the planet Namek. This beautiful planet is starting to fall apart. Wu Di sighed, but he had no other emotions, and he didn't want to save Namek, although he had magic in his mind that could restore Namek to its original state, but he had no friendship with Namek, and it was no good to restore Namek to its original state, so why waste this energy? Boom! Thunder resounded. There was a thunderbolt that struck Frisia. Makes his body haunted by thunder and lightning, like a supervillain with his own BGM. Well! It's so strong. It's unimaginable. How can there be such a terrifying atmosphere in the world? At this moment, Kling was so nervous and frightened that he stuttered when he spoke. Gohan and Vegeta also had solemn faces, clearly sensing the gap between themselves and Frisia. Despair. Utter despair. How is it possible to defeat an opponent of this level? Haven't I become the Super Saiyan that Frisia fears now? Vegeta couldn't help but clench his fists, staring at Frisia with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. With the current strength, he obviously surpassed all Saiyans, but why he still couldn't defeat Frisia? Why was the gap with Frisia still so far? Meanwhile, Frisia completes her transformation. The body is short, the skin is pale, the muscles are not particularly developed, there is a purple luster shell at the top of the head, blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, there are 2 lines like blood and tears under the eyes of the face, and the purple shell on the body is shiny. This is my original form, and the previous transformations are all weakened by their own strength that is difficult to control at will. Frisia floated, hugged her chest and looked directly at Wu Di at the same height. Her expression was very indifferent, the corners of her mouth seemed to be cruel, and she seemed to have a sly smile in her eyes. In this state, it is difficult to control the power. I hope you can bear it, but don't die easily. Let the horses come. Wu Di always had a faint smile on his face. Phew! Frisia disappeared in an instant. Appeared in front of Wu Di in an instant. Is still holding his hands on his chest and showing a proud posture. I didn't make a move, but waved my tail behind me to tear the air and throw it away. It seems that when he becomes the original form, there is no need to deal with Wu Di at all, it is enough to rely on the tail. Chapter 16. I don't seem to be serious yet. Wu Di whispered. In vain, he raised his hand to the bridge of his nose. Bang! It's like being able to predict the future. The violently waving tail fell into Wu Di's hands. Wu Di was still indifferently floating in the air, but the aftermath of the attack poured out from his side. The invisible and terrifying impact briefly separated the distant sea, scattering clouds of different shapes in the sky. Frisia was surprised. In an instant, I wanted to break free from Wu Di's shackles. But the eerie face suddenly changed. I found that Wu Di's hand was like turning into a vice at this moment. Holding her tail tightly all the time, Frisia's face twisted in pain as she tried to force her free. Hey! Wu Di's eyes crossed with banter. Easily fend off Frisia's punches and kicks. And slammed his fist down on Frisia. In an instant, Frisia vomited bile, covered in injuries and bruises. After a violent beating, Wu Di's arm holding the tail burst into vein, and threw Frisia as a lead ball vertically into the depths of the ocean. Frisia, there is a limit to my patience, but I don't have time to play with you. If you still maintain this mentality of underestimating the enemy, then my next attack will kill you completely. Faintly the words fell. Boom! Frisia is like a cannonball falling down the ocean. In an instant, a storm of waves large enough to submerge the island. Seeing this, everyone watching the battle was dumbfounded, and there was an extremely dreamy feeling. Unbelievable! Is this a dream? Frisia in her final state has been hanged. I can't imagine how strong Wu Di is, he is really an earthling. Listening to the meaning of Wu Di's words, does that Frisia guy still have reservations? Impossible. If the combat power can be detected, the combat power of Frisia at this moment is at least 3 million. Shocked. Shocking. The battle situation is obviously beyond expectations. Unexpectedly, Wu Di is so tough. Frisia, who has become her final form, is also hanged. Frisia is actually so strong with Wu Di, who is suspected of being an earthling. Vegeta clenched his fists, and a flame burned in his eyes, both eager to fight and out of hatred. Immediately, a subtle and special energy quietly floated high in the sky, gradually blocking out the brilliance of Namek's sun. It stands to reason that this energy will be perceived. After all, Gohan and Klin, who were present, could sense Qi, but they were unaware at the moment. Because there is a terrifying Qi in the depths of the ocean that is rising wildly, as if there is no limit, it has been rising, making the ocean completely boiling. Monster! Klin's face turned pale. Young Gohan trembled in horror. Bulma, who could not perceive Qi, was the most calm. See the ocean boiling. There seem to be deep-sea creatures lurking at the bottom of the sea. Wu Di's angular face suddenly appeared with a smile. Good. Finally getting serious. Phew. The ocean is stagnant and boiling. An astonishing beam of light suddenly burst out. Clint and Gohan instantly noticed that this beam of light was shooting towards Wu Di. However, Wu Di didn't seem to feel the attack, and still looked down on the sea where Frisia fell. Get out of the way! Gohan suddenly exclaimed. Phew! The attack is coming! Exactly fell on Wu Di. Gohan and Kling were desperate when they saw this. I feel that Wu Di must be hit hard, and there is no suspense in this battle. Right now. Faint words came in vain. Is that the extent that you can't penetrate even if you remove your defenses? Wu Di's face looked quite disappointed, and he was attacked by Frisia's beam, and his body was not harmed in the slightest, but the clothes in his abdomen were pierced by the speed of light, revealing the delicate muscles inside. Strong! Very strong! Frisia is strong! And Wu Di is obviously stronger. The body is as if it was made of stainless steel. There is no tension in the muscles, or even the deliberate relaxation of the muscles. But it turns out that Frisia's beam attack still can't do damage. The physique is so strong, Wu Di said that he was very surprised, and he was also very annoyed. After all, the defense is so strong that it's hard to die. I hope the 100% state of Frisia can break the defense. Roar! The roar suddenly rang out. Wu Di looked down in surprise. Frisia, who tried to sneak attack, was also stunned. Klin and Gohan, who can sense the Qi, have drastic changes in their complexions. Giant ape? This feeling is Vegeta, right? He actually transformed into a Saiyan giant ape. Kling looked up, and sure enough, he saw an artificial moon with a unique color hanging high in the sky. He must want to transform into a giant ape to avenge the destruction of Vegeta and his people, right? The extraordinarily innocent Gohan thought so. Die! The giant ape roared in anger. The sound waves shook as if they were about to overturn the ocean. Immediately, he raised his palm to cover the sky and slapped it towards Frisia. Tearing the air, the nearby sea is directly concave and convex when waved. Vegeta's sky can be elevated to this level. Frisia's eyes crossed with a different color, as if he thought of the prophecy of his ancestors, and his face instantly became gloomy and watery. At this time, Wu Di's face was also a little impatient, and he was about to succeed in his death, but Vegeta came out to stir up. Get in the way. Some can't wait. I don't want to waste any more time. Wu Di turned into a streamer, and instantly appeared in front of Vegeta, who had turned into a giant ape, and suddenly raised his foot and kicked it. Chapter 17. Boom! Kick it down! The giant ape's face twisted in an instant. The huge body is also falling backwards. Get out of the way! Wu Di's eyes crossed with indifference. Boom, 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 boom. Beams of light like meteor showers shoot out from your fingertips. In an instant, the defense is amazing, and the combat power has been increased to 10 million Vegeta. Vegeta, who had been battered, let out an angry and weak roar, and then gradually returned to its original form. What the hell is going on? Why did he attack Vegeta in vain? Vegeta, who turned into a giant ape and increased his combat power by 10 times, was seconds. It's so strong, it's really strong, no wonder it gave Frieza a chance to turn into its final form. Everyone was shocked, even if they were surprised that Wu Di suddenly made a move on Vegeta, they also clearly felt Wu Di's strength. Vegeta's combat power has been increased to a very high level, and the giant ape form has increased its basic combat power by 10 times, but in the end, it was easily defeated by Wu Di. Simply horror. That's why I'm a little confused. I can't even tell if Wu Di is friend or foe. Wu Di's eyes swept over Klin and the others, and his voice was indifferent. This time I will be punished slightly. I don't want any spoilers to appear in the battle in the future, otherwise even if I am a compatriot on the same earth, I will never show mercy. Gohan and Klin's faces turned blue with fright. After all, they have the ability to disrupt the situation for now. If Frieza hadn't transformed into his ultimate form, Kling might have made a sneak attack. Feeling Frieza's strength, Klin, who was full of fear in his heart, directly cut off the thought of death in his mind. Interesting. Did you defeat Vegeta, who turned into a wild monkey? The corners of Frieza's mouth lifted into a smirk, as if he didn't pay attention to Vegeta, who had transformed into a giant ape, and his smooth body suddenly lingered with white aura, rushing towards Wu Di like a cannonball, so fast that the violent sonic boom had not yet reached his ears, and Frieza sprayed a crimson beam of light at his fingertips. Phew! The beam of light broke through the sky. Wu Di flicked his fingers casually. The crimson beam of light cracked in an instant, completely disappearing into the air. Die! At the same time, Frieza sprang out behind him, throwing down the magma-like ball of energy that had already been condensed. With the previous attack, I guess. This magma-like ball of energy contains at least 100 times more power. If it falls to the ground, it can destroy Namek in an instant. Frieza seemed to be enraged, and as if she was a little jealous in her heart, she directly exerted the full power of her final form. Bastard, is he going to destroy Namek? Klin's eyes were filled with horror. Uncle Wu Di! You must resist it. At this moment, Gohan looked extremely nervous, and frantically cheered for Wu Di in his heart, only praying that Wu Di could resist Frieza's attack and protect Namek from being completely destroyed. Frieza's attack, combined with the energy of the planet when it was on the verge of destruction, may be able to die this time. Wu Di groaned, the afterglow swept over Bulma in the defensive circle, the white aura gradually lingered around his body, and the chi in the constricting body was gradually released. And a terrifying mighty pressure descended, making the nearby air almost stagnate, and he appeared under the magma-like energy ball, pushing it towards the air, just not letting the energy ball land. Buzz! The white flames are getting stronger. The energy ball gradually stagnates and lands. Go! Wu Di shouted angrily. Suddenly clenched his fist and blasted towards the magma-like ball of energy. The energy ball shattered in an instant, spilling high in the sky like magma. It's so strong. That air of terror seems a little stronger than Frieza. At the moment when Wu Di exploded, Klin's group of spectators who could sense the chi suddenly exclaimed. It's so strong that it's beyond imagination. If you have to use a numerical value, Wu Di and Frieza have at least 50 million combat power. Even if Gohan has improved, there is a difference of more than 2,000 times between Klin. At this time, Wu Di floated in the air, still unharmed, not even a trace of dust on his clothes, and said indifferently, "Frieza, don't try to destroy the planet and end everything, I can also survive in the universe." Really? Frieza was slightly surprised. But he also knows that Wu Di is not an ordinary earthling. Therefore, there is no doubt about the truth of the words, and there is no need to doubt it. His short body squatted slightly, the muscles of his body gradually expanded, and his chi was also rising wildly. In that case, then use 100% of your energy and absolute strength to let you die in despair. As the words fell, the depths of Namex Earth trembled violently, causing the planet, which was already on the verge of shattering, to crumble. Haven't you reached the limit yet? Monster! There is still a hidden strength. In front of this breath, the sky dance technique is almost out of control. It's over. Frieza to such an extent. Wu Di is no match anymore. Frieza, who is in 100% state, is obviously 2 times stronger than Wu Di, and it is easy to kill Wu Di in seconds at this point. After all, there is so much difference in combat power between the two. The spectators were desperate when they saw this time it was completely hopeless. It is estimated that Wu Di's combat power is close to 60 million, and Frieza's combat power at the moment is at least more than 100 million. I have long advised you not to provoke Frieza. Seeing that Frieza was so strong, it was as if the king of the Northern Realm had drained all his energy. Come! Wu Di beckoned to provoke. His eyes crossed with intense anticipation. He could feel the sense of crisis coming from Frieza. But if it weren't for the death, the outcome of the battle would not be known. After all, Wu Di's chi is a little weaker, but his physique is beyond imagination, and Frieza, who is in a 50% state of defense, cannot cause the slightest damage when he attacks with all his strength. Phew! At the same time, Frieza in 100% state moved. Chapter 18. Boom! The attack is fierce. It's extremely fast. Wu Di was knocked away. In front of Frieza in 100% form. Wu Di was powerless to resist at all, and was kicked as a ball throughout the whole process. Seeing this situation, the complete despair of watching the battle, and the faint hope was also extinguished. The 100% attack finally made me feel a little pain. Wu Di took off his defenses, his muscles relaxed, and he let Frieza launch a fierce attack, and the carved body gradually appeared bruises, and the cortex was also scratched in many places. However, the body is injured. Wu Di was quite excited. Hopefully, Frieza will step up a little bit. Wu Di is not shaking he just wants to die to improve his strength. After a few moments, Frieza's breathing gradually became thicker, and the intensity of his attack was noticeably lessened. Are you going all that way? Wu Dijian raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes were full of disappointment, and he sighed, "Don't say it's making me desperate, it's hard to kill me." Unloading the defense to withstand Frieza's attack, Wu Di was also bruised, blood spilled from his mouth, and the cortex of his body was damaged, not to mention being killed, but it was far from the extent of the heavy damage. Injuries of this magnitude. Relying on the magic in your mind can be completely healed in an instant. Rao as Wu Di didn't expect his own defense to be so strong. Damn! Frieza's eyes were gloomy. It was as if a fishbone was choking on its throat. 100% of the state obviously beat Wu Di, but the result was that he couldn't even seriously injure Wu Di, and the continuous attacks also made his physical strength quickly consumed. Alas, the title of Emperor of the Universe sounds quite loud, but in fact, it is nothing more than that, standing and letting you attack, and not being able to kill me, what a disappointment. Wu Di shook his head and sighed, staring at Frieza with disappointment and disdain. Bastard! Hearing this, Frieza suddenly became furious, the green tendons at his temples burst out, the white flames that lingered around his body surged with anger, and the majestic energy condensed in his hand, turning into a giant blade with extremely cutting ability and slashing towards Wu Di. Buzz! Space warp! It's like the planets have been split. The attack carried the extreme power and fell on Wu Di. A violent roar resounded, and the air waves were surging like a wave. At the same time, blood was sprinkled like rain, and there was a scar on Wu Di's chest that was close to cutting off his body. It's over. Sure enough, I was defeated. There is an irreparable gap between the two. I'm already amazed that Wu Di can hold out for so long. Seeing this, everyone watching the battle was stunned and completely desperate. Wu Di! Bulma's eyes were slightly red, and crystal clear tears flowed from her eyes. Although she had known Wu Di for less than 100 minutes, she was inexplicably a little sad. Why was he smiling before he died? Kling was shocked. And then supported Wu Di's body. Prevent Wu Di's body from falling into the depths of the ocean. After all, he is a compatriot on Earth, and he died fighting Frieza, so he has to be buried with dignity. After killing Wu Di, Frieza gasped slightly, and her gloomy and scorching gaze fell on the inside of the defensive circle. And the unfulfilled wish of Pogolin was still there. It's time to grant my wish. When I have eternal life, the whole universe will become my bag. I will become the eternal ruler of the universe. And then, the pitch of battle began. Vegeta, whose injuries are completely healed, transform into a giant ape and fight Frieza. Vegeta, whose base power has been improved, versus Frieza, who is overspent. The two were evenly matched, with Frieza in a weakened state and Vegeta raised to a level close to Frieza's weakened state. Meanwhile, Wu Di's state is amazing. It seems to have entered a mysterious space. There was a terrifying immensity of energy rushing in. Compared with it, Wu Di's previous chi is simply the gap between Wang Yang and the raindrops. If you can completely control this energy, even if you are a god of destruction standing at the top of the universe, you may not be an opponent. Of course, Wu Di had never seen an existence of the level of the god of destruction, and he purely felt that after mastering this energy, he was almost invincible, and defeating the god of destruction might not be a dream. When the mysterious space was filled with golden and vast energy, Wu Di seemed to have a distant sound of the door closing in his mind, and then his consciousness was squeezed out of the mysterious space, and he gradually returned to himself, and he could perceive the situation in the outside world. It's game over. Frieza was covered in scars. Look for an opportunity to distance yourself from Vegeta, who has turned into a giant ape. A brilliant crimson energy condensed in the index finger and shot towards the artificial moon hanging high in the sky. Boom! The artificial moon hanging high in the sky has cracks. In an instant, it was blasted by a wave of crimson energy, and there was not even a residue left. With the disappearance of the artificial moon, Vegeta, who turned into a giant ape, has also returned to its original state. Vegeta, whose normal state was close to 3 million, was directly stunned by the ordinary energy bullet sent by Frieza's index finger. Then, Frieza's figure flickered, and he teleported in front of Klin and the others, knocking Klin and Gohan into the air, and walked up to Dandy. Okay. Help me fulfill my wish. I want to live forever. At this very moment, Dandy's expression suddenly froze. With pupils full of surprise, she looked behind Frieza. Wu Di, who was lying on the ground and was silent, stood up strangely at this moment. Chapter 19. Phew! White flames of light linger in the palm of your hand. Wu Di turned his hand into a knife shape and swung it towards Frieza in front of him. In an instant, he completely cut Frieza's body in half from the chest to the abdomen. Help me make my wish come true. Before he could finish speaking, Frieza's face froze in vain, staring blankly at the smooth and flat cut from his chest to his abdomen. Blood stained the ground red like a river. Frieza, who had been cut in half, was still alive and tenacious, and fell to the ground in a disarray, as if frightened by the threat to his life, as if he was angry from being cut in half, with a hideous face, bloodshot eyes and a body that trembled incessantly. What's the situation? Frisia has been cut in half. Wu Di actually came back to life intact. The spectators were stunned when they saw this, and their faces were full of astonishment and shock. Unexpectedly, Wu Di was able to come back to life strangely, and he was obviously completely dead. The harvest from dying this time is quite rich, the physique has improved slightly, and the qi in the body has skyrocketed by at least 5 times, but the most amazing thing is, Wu Di retracted the light flame in his hand, his eyes swept over Frisia, whose body was cut in half on the ground, and a slight smile appeared on his handsome face. It seems that there is a terrifying energy hidden in the depths of the body, and that energy is probably Frisia's potential. Speaking of which, died a total of 19 times in the front. Except for the one when he was shocked to death by the aftermath of the battle. Other times, dying is just a matter of improving your body and energy. Because of this, Wu Di once thought that after being killed, it was only to improve his energy and physique. Now I've figured out the rules, and I've found that it's not so simple to come after crossing. For example, if you are killed by a combat power of 5, your physique and energy will be slightly improved after resurrection, but if you are killed by a strong person, such as the aftermath of the battle caused by at least the level of the god of destruction, or if you are killed by Frisia with 100% combat power of 120 million combat power, your physique and energy will be greatly improved, and you can even obtain some special abilities or qualifications from the opponent. In other words, Dragon Ball Super River's 4-month hellish cultivation really fully stimulates his potential. In this regard, Wu Di expressed doubts and felt that Frisia's cultivation was over when he could become a golden state. After all, in Frisia's impression, it was enough to crush Sun Wukong when he was promoted to this level, and he was also in a hurry to take revenge and did not adapt to the new state and was defeated. So did Frisia hollow out his own potential? Who knows? The only way to let Wu Di find the answer. This potential can definitely be raised to the level of Super Blue Goku. And whether it can reach a higher level, Wu Di doesn't know, but he is looking forward to it. No. It can't be. Frisia muttered with a frantic expression, obviously not expecting such an end, and unable to accept the ending of being split in half by Wu Di's hand. A stream of crimson light condensed in his palm, and suddenly slapped towards the ground. Boom! Boom! Landslides and ground cracks. A crater full of magma emerges. Crimson flames shoot down, piercing Namek's core. No! Stop! Gohan exclaimed with Clinton in surprise, but he didn't have time to stop it, only to watch as the attack pierced through the ground and crashed into the star core deep in the magma. Who? Frisia gasped violently, laughed like a madman, and his cruel gaze fell on Wu Di, roaring angrily, "Go to death! Turn into cosmic dust with this planet! In 5 minutes, the center of this planet has been destroyed, and you low-level creatures who cannot survive in the universe will surely die." Bastard! Does he want to die together? Damn! That is about to explode. You can't feel the place where the spaceship is placed for 5 minutes. The Watchers of the Realm Star were all full of anger at the moment, and felt that Frisia was too despicable to be defeated. And Namex, Clint and Gohan were full of nervousness, knowing that with their speed, they still had to take care of Bulma and Dandy, and it was impossible to get to the spaceship placement site in 5 minutes. Childish! Wu Di shook his head indifferently. Looking down on Frisia, his eyes were full of contempt. If you lose, you want to blow up the planet, and Frisia will only do that. Maybe it's because of the racial advantage that he can survive in the universe, and he uses the means of bombing the planet as a killer weapon? His eyes swept over Frisia, who was extremely weak, and Wu Di didn't want to make up for it. After all, Frisia brought him such a surprise, and it was not impossible to leave Frisia a chance to survive. Even though Frisia was lucky to be alive. It even became the mechanical Frisia from the original book. After the resurrection, Wu Di can also be easily killed in seconds. Wu Di smiled lightly, walked to Bulma's side, propped up a defensive circle to resist the natural disaster caused by the destruction of Namek's center, and said to Gohan and the others, there are still 2 chances to make a wish, just let Bogolan send us to Earth, and it is a waste of time to use a spaceship to drive us back to Earth. Kling nodded. There is no rebuttal at all. Simple Gohan didn't think much about it, and said politely to Dandy, Dandy, then trouble you, please let Bogolan teleport creatures other than Frisia to Earth. Okay. Dandy replied. Make a wish to Bogolan in Namek. Bogolan's crimson eyes flashed, and he said in a loud voice, your wish has come true. As soon as the words fell, Wu Di sensed that there was a mysterious energy enveloping his body, and the scenery in front of him changed dramatically in an instant. Chapter 21. A middle-aged man yelled at the hairy King John, and several of the middle-aged men next to him showed their faces, and the young men of King John were reluctant to do so. Indeed, the guy on the stage was really terrible. If he didn't shoot, he would be injured as soon as he didn't die. It was a mess, and what made people feel cold was that his hands didn't blink. There is not even an extra expression. Killing a person is like pinching an ant. Doesn't it matter? Daddy. The middle-aged man slapped King John hard. You know a fart. Do you know what he has on stage? Even if I was 10 years younger, I would be slaughtered. How old are you? Dad, I'm going to try. I was stunned on stage. This middle-aged man turned out to be an old man with Mao. Wave after wave of people, dressed strangely, learned from the big closets that these people came from the other side of the Southern Ocean. It is said that the older generation is a luxury guest in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. When the Ming generation went to sea and kept in touch, 1111 was founded. They belonged to a group that supported the mainland, so even in Nanyang, they belonged to the mixed race. But fortunately, thanks to their support for the mainland, their children and grandchildren are fortunate to worship their teachers and learn their skills unhindered, rather than the hardship and pain of others. Have you ever beaten that monster? Can you go through his 10 moves? See who is killed in front of you. If you choose one of them, you will suffer. I still want to try. John Wang glared and bit his neck, but he did have the same virtue as the Han Chinese, and he was quite stiff. I kind of like this hair, nothing else, just because he knows how to be polite. Maybe I saw a heated quarrel between their father and son. Around his waist is a master who is playing with medicine with a jade rabbit. He folded a fan in his hand and patted it on the palm of his hand. If you don't go up again, even if you lose, he whispered. Let's go. John Wang broke free from my son's entanglement and jumped out. In that moment, he was as strong as a monkey and an ape, as fast as a leopard, but made me shine before my eyes. On the other hand, this one can cheer people up. Without waiting for me to hurriedly step on his feet in the back, Li Hongwang had already stepped onto the stage. Be courteous. I arched my hands and clenched my fists in my arms. He surprised others with this opening, and even the old man of King John was standing there. Did the boy say a word when he killed 13 people? His son has such a big face? Only the old man over there touched his beard and smiled. The man next to him saw blood everywhere on the ground, and his face was white for a long time. The old man relaxed and whispered to the left and right, this King John is lucky. Fortunately, there is only one potential. He's not going to die. John Wang's old son also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and arched his hand at me. The rules on the river and lake are complex, and simple. They go back 300 to 500 years, that is, surnames. Of course, if someone really dares to do this under the machine, it will definitely be killed suddenly, and the martial arts criminals will be outlawed. If you don't try, if you don't want to, brother, then do it. Mr. Wang was tall, blonde with blue eyes, large nostrils and white teeth like pearls, which he put into the Omi ghost beast. This is also a gentleman, handsome, much better than those Hollywood cream babies. Creak. I clenched my fists and said secretly in my heart, I only want to have my hands, and you only have one dead word. John Wang had great courage. When he encounters such a vicious demon, he wants to run away, but he can't escape because of his martial arts pursuit. 2 words, self-improvement. It's really hard to climb into the sky to escape and find the spirit of self-improvement. I'm a trench, and he has to try. He was thinking about his son's name, but now he was grateful. When he encounters a humanoid monster like me, the group is helpless and can take advantage of his exhaustion. John Wang took a breath, his eyes were staring at my shoulder like electricity. This is a prophecy. In general, the legs are sharp, and before the shoulders are moved, the shoulders can move. John Wang punched him face to face with his high arms. He said that the reason John was tall was that he was much taller than me. If he was in the middle of the door, he looked like a punch, and this straight punch was used on the door to say that John King was much taller than me, and if he was in the middle of the door, it was as if he had been punched. An inexhaustible source of people can take advantage of the unexpected. Back to the truth, simple and unpretentious, is straightforward. I still didn't move, but my heart was stunned. It's amazing. Daddy. The tiger received this punch in the palm of his hand, his head fell a few inches, his right foot was a circle center, he turned around, and then turned his elbow to the top. The two of them were very close, and bang, Wang Zhan only felt that his vest was hit by a sledgehammer, and the whole person was a few meters. Inverted horse scorpion feet. The name of this thing sounds quite bluffing. In fact, it is a nickname. The people who have been mixed up for the past 2 years, it is not a big deal, but they put their elbows against each other, hit their legs against each other's strength, and look at their heads at first sight. Kick your opponent with one leg like a stinging scorpion. But John Wang's reaction was not bad. When I kicked to the other side with my left foot, I could clearly feel that the guy's muscles tightened in an instant, and it wasn't too much to kick an iron plate. Oh my God! John's fist was still spinning, and I swept my legs. John Wang apparently came up with it for a long time. He boldly wrapped his left arm around my right leg while hitting me in the chest. The road is always welcome to come by. Oh! Oh sucks! Now I know where this shaggy hair came from. This is an old biography of Shaolin Chuan. I don't know who in his family is so lucky. Well, King John's first punch must be the ancient Shaolin boxing, all the way to the mountain boxing. Hey! My right leg was entangled, and I didn't panic, just waiting for John Wang to exert my strength. The timing of this gap is very exciting. If something had happened, I might have had to break my leg. At this time, the guests around me were all looking at me nervously. The struggle between the two sides has only passed 2 steps, and the time is only 7 or 8 seconds, but it makes many people feel like a year. The Tao family wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead less, and a red joy appeared on his face, and he began to cry. But that is, he was just shouting and playing. My eyes were cold. And a hand actually touched John Wang's right fist, and then the whole person used John Wang's boxing power and retreated. At this time John Wang wanted to wrap around his right leg. I can't do it anymore. This one seems complicated, but the problem is blinking twice. John Wang was so scared that he was sweating. I took 2 steps back, had a drink, and flew up. The target is the pointed head of King John. John Wang is tall and long, but this flexible surname is not bad. One back, his hand is a few inches on the tip of the pole in front, all the pores are about to break. He can't believe that the other party's reaction and speed have reached such a level. Is this really a person? I smiled coldly. It was just leg work, my left foot was just closed, and people were still in mid-air, and it was the other foot. This is a kick, said in my karate, and Daoliu have such kicks, it is also common. Mr. Wang has also seen the world, clenched his fists, and his elbows are difficult to cover, which is the advantage of the Omi ghost beast, to prevent high blood. A muscle, really not covered. So 4 of them died here. John Wang felt that a mouthful of blood was about to spurt out, and the other side seemed to be kicking very hard. it was amazing, I didn't know how to practice. Wang Jianmin was lucky enough to stop his kick, but he didn't expect me to kick again. Change kicks. It's more fancy than a swallow, it's juggling. Foshan, the filmmaker, probably doesn't have a shadow foot of this level. When you see such a move, you have to tear it down for half a day, but there is not much money to pay, and it is a breathless question. Bang! John Wang was trampled on the front, but fortunately it was a 3 kick, and the last foot was limited. John Wang just blushed, endured, gritted his teeth, and survived. Yes. This time, it's not for me, it's for King John. The 3rd kick can be dealt with, it is very powerful in itself. Of course, some girls can learn Taekwondo can also be disjointed, but that kind of power, with the toes want to know. Hokkaido's true triple jump was once quite prosperous, but only 10 people were able to exert their strength, and it was a master of leg technique from northern China who finally carried it forward. I stood up, holding one hand on my foot, but Mr. Wang's muscles were so thick that I was afraid that if it weren't for Wang's muscles, I would have spurted blood. Woodpeckers. I clenched my fists, he wasn't going to fight yet, keep hitting his legs. The 3rd gladiator hook hand. My mid-whip leg was swept over, and John Wang made this strange gesture by bending my knee blood spot at my thigh, a position that bent 2 inches over the patella. At this time, the beads of sweat on John Wang's forehead came out, and his eyes were fixed and not scattered. If you succeed in this hand, you're going to have to hurt me anyway. But I didn't move, I was still sweeping. John Wang's hook hand finally moved, and the part that should have been extremely soft was suddenly rebounded so strongly that John Wang's fingers were almost broken. No way! With a shout and a loud bang, John Wang was swept away. John! The old man of John Wang was anxious and his eyes were red, and he cried loudly. Wow! A mouthful of blood spit out, and John Wang was lying on the edge of the table, vomiting blood constantly. It was terrible. The old man of King John rushed forward to resist him. When he went downstairs, his eyes and tears were dripping. As he walked, he said to me, "Thank you for your mercy, thank you." John Wang's heart went blank. Why can't you click on it? This is the power of the fountain of life. I control the spring of life, in the whole of the sea of blood, like a high-pressure hose full of water. No matter how you order, you will bounce back. 14 wins in a row. 5 elements pass through the back. After John Wang was resisted by the old man of the Nanyang family came out, full of white hair, meticulously combed back, and 2 little girls came to help him. In fact, he looks tough. No help is needed at all. Father! The old man of King John whispered to the old man. Chapter 22. Wu Di. Kling looked up. When Wu Di was in Namek, he suppressed to the extreme, and it was 1000 combat power. After being killed by Frisia, his strength has been amazingly improved, and now it can only be controlled at the level of 50,000 combat power. Therefore, in front of the existence that can perceive the breath, Wu Di, who cannot perfectly restrain the breath, is simply hanging the dazzling sun in the sky. Take me to the turtle immortal, I want to learn how to control and sense qi. Wu Di said bluntly. Hear the words. Klin's face was surprised. I thought Wu Di had heard about the turtle immortal in Bulmana. After hesitating for a while, he felt that Wu Di was quite dangerous, but finally nodded and agreed. Although Wu Di is not the kind of character with a particularly strong sense of justice, he is actually quite easy to talk if he doesn't touch his bottom line. Kling comforted himself so much that he couldn't help but think of Vegeta turning into a giant ape and rashly intervening in the battle, and then being seriously injured by Wu Di's random beam of light. Kames Enya. What a perfect body! He was simply born to practice martial arts. She's emaciated, but all the muscles are perfect. The turtle immortal's gaze fell on Wu Di, and his eyes covered by sunglasses crossed with astonishment. If Sun Wukong is pure in mind and can understand the essence of things and is suitable for martial arts, then Wu Di is a natural martial arts wizard, and his body born for martial arts can make him go far in martial arts. Klin, who was standing beside him, directly explained his intentions. This name is Wu Di, and I want to ask you how to control and sense qi. Do you want to learn from a teacher? The turtle immortal groaned, and a lewd look suddenly appeared on his old face. Since this is the case, it should be quite clear about the conditions for apprenticeship, right? I do know the conditions for apprenticeship. Wu Di nodded, the depths of his eyes crossed with different colors, and his figure appeared in front of the turtle immortal in an instant, and a brain melon collapsed and bounced towards the turtle immortal's brain. Smack! The crisp brain melon sounded. The lewd face of the turtle immortal flew out upside down like a cannonball. The house behind him was pierced in an instant, and then rolled on the surface of the sea in embarrassment. I'm really here to ask for advice on how to control and sense qi, but I don't want to learn from a teacher. Wu Di put away his fingers indifferently, and he didn't feel the slightest guilt for bullying the old man like this. A guy like the turtle immortal who was disrespectful to the old man, if he didn't teach him a lesson, he would get an inch in the future. Kling was slightly stunned, and his eyes looked away with sympathy, but he didn't want to do anything with Wu Di because of this, but felt that the turtle immortal did mean to die. With Wu Di's character, how can he complete that kind of apprenticeship condition? The so-called apprenticeship condition is to find a beautiful girl to come over. A moment later, the turtle fairy walked with a conspicuous bag on his head, and looked at the house that could collapse at any moment with a sad face. Young people nowadays are so uncut. The turtle immortal grumbled in his heart. I didn't dare to mention the so-called apprenticeship conditions anymore. Teach Wu Di wholeheartedly, hoping that Wu Di can learn in the shortest possible time and leave the turtle immortal house. Time passes. Wu Di quickly adapted to his current life. The Earth of the Dragon Ball world is actually similar to the Earth of the previous life, and there are still stars or manga and the like, but the crime rate is obviously much higher. Bang! Gunshots rang out in vain. Bulma and Wu Di, who were visiting the jewelry store, were slightly stunned. Is it luck, or is it the reason for the high crime rate in Dragon Ball world? Wu Di is powerless to complain about this crime rate, and he doesn't know how the King of the Earth manages it. Alas, the real water is ruined. It's rare that you are willing to accompany me shopping, but I was disturbed by these robbers. Bulma sighed, her expression seemed very calm. With Wu Di by her side, there was no need for these robbers to take it to heart. Look for death! The robber who stepped into the jewelry store suddenly shouted. I saw the manager of the jewelry store quietly reach out and press the emergency alarm device. Bang! The robber shoots directly, as if trying to solve the jewelry store manager's example, but the marksmanship is. Before I practiced my marksmanship, I came out to be a robber. Wu Di sighed, staring at the peanut that was about to shoot down Bulma's delicate body, suddenly raised his hand, and bounced towards the golden peanut. Phew! Peanuts are forced to twist the trajectory and return at high speed. The chest of the robber who shot was instantly pierced by golden peanuts. At the same time, Wu Di stunned the rest of the robbers in an instant at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Horror! Bounce the peanuts back! That handsome guy's movements are just cool. It's a pity that the famous grass has a master, otherwise Miss Ben would have chased him. The other armed robbers all fell to the ground at the same time. Seeing Wu Di's chic and handsome movements, the men were stunned, and the women were all. After a while, seeing that the robber was completely no longer threatening, except for a group of young girls who surrounded Wu Di and asked for contact information, the rest gradually dispersed. Sure enough, it's still going to be like this. Bulma's pretty face appeared depressed. She also met a robber on the way to Wu Di on a date a few times ago, and then Wu Di solved it casually. Her handsome face and strong skills naturally attracted the attention of young and beautiful girls nearby, making many girls come to ask for contact information. I teach at the Budokan on the first floor of this mall, so if you are interested in martial arts or want to learn self-defense, you can come to the Budokan to find me. That's right, during this time, Wu De not only completed the cultivation of control and perception chi, but also found a job, and is currently working as a coach in the martial arts hall. Chapter 23. Of course. During his tenure as a coach, he didn't leave his cultivation behind. On the third day of living in Bulma's house, Bulma converted the next room into a gravity room. Wu De knew very well that he didn't have the perseverance that Goku and Vegeta had to spend almost all their time cultivating. But I'm not lazy enough to give up cultivation directly, at least I will spare 30-60 minutes to stay in the gravity room to practice every day, and the rest of the time I will use magic to make my clothes heavier. With such a leisurely cultivation, the speed of progress is naturally not as terrifying as that of Frisia, and it has directly increased from nearly 200 million combat power to the realm of gods, but due to the majestic potential in the body that it seems to overflow, the speed of progress is also extremely amazing, and it is expected to be comparable to the Monkey King who initially stepped into Super Saiyan 2 in the original book. Compared to when I first arrived on Earth, the energy in my body has increased by nearly 6 times, and the potential hidden in my body is as if it has never been consumed at all. Wu De is satisfied with the current rate of progress, and he doesn't want to go into the gravity room to practice frantically to activate all his potential, but he is enjoying the life of the earth, and he has found a leisurely job because of his interest, and he goes shopping or watches movies with Bulma when he has time. Anyway, even if the soul is destroyed, he will not die, and even after resurrection, he can be greatly improved, so why rush to improve his strength? Ultimately, Frisia's potential is terrifying. But Wu De cares more about his ability to get stronger the more he dies. Frisia's potential is limited after all, and the more he dies, the stronger his ability is limitless. Being killed by Frisia gives you the potential of Frieza. What kind of abilities do you gain if you are killed by someone else? There are many strong people in the Dragon Ball world, and there are even more of them with the ability to defy the sky, so it will be troublesome to completely activate their potential now and improve to the extent that these existences who have the ability to defy the sky cannot be killed. Budokan. Teacher. Am I in the right position? Teacher, does the E-mask affect the practice of martial arts? Teacher, are you free in the evening? I want to invite you to dinner. A group of energetic young girls surrounded Wu De. Seeing this, the other apprentices and instructors in the martial arts hall were silently crying. Alas! I'm so envious. Can you do whatever you want? In addition to being handsome, Wu De's strength is also very strong. Why are all the apprentices recruited by Wu De young, beautiful, and in good shape? It's not so much Wu De's apprentice as Wu De's suitor or crush. That's right, Wu De's apprentices are all women. In fact, there were male apprentices when he first became a martial arts hall instructor, but since he continued to recruit female apprentices, those male apprentices took the initiative to change to other coaches for various reasons. What is the gender of the apprentice? Wu De didn't particularly care about this. Anyway, it's just correcting and teaching normative actions. The only thing that bothers Wu De is that there are often female apprentices who take sultry poses in an attempt to tempt him. Ahem. In the Western capital, where the crime rate is second to none, there is no harm in learning some enemy moves and exercising your body after all. Hearing this, those female apprentices who deliberately raised their chests and buttocks to show their figures suddenly became serious, so as not to leave a bad impression in Wu De's heart. Bang! Deafening. The door of the Budokan was blown away. The apprentices and coaches present all looked up. What? He's here to kick the gym. It feels pretty strong just because of the muscles all over my body. The courage is commendable, and you dare to kick the gym single-handedly. A figure with long hair and an orange martial arts uniform was reflected in front of everyone's eyes. There are 2 scars on his face, his bare muscles are quite intimidating, and his eyes look very vicious. Leaping. Wu De raised his eyes. Dark and deep eyes rippled. I was a little surprised that the warriors in Dragon Ball appeared here. But he didn't take it to heart, he didn't have any interest in leaping. In the final analysis, leaping is also active in the early plot, and the back is purely soy sauce, that is, there is no particularly strong combat power, and there is no ability to be impressive. Bastard, how dare you hurt my disciple? A martial arts hall instructor suddenly shouted angrily, stepped over the disciple who was injured by the door of the martial arts hall, and ran barefoot towards Leaping, and the casserole-like fist was about to hit Leaping in the face mercilessly. Bang! The next moment, the coach fell backwards with a shocked face. Knocked down the apprentice and coach standing in the back all the way. I, the disciple of the turtle immortal stream, want to have a duel with you. Li Ping's color was gloomy, and he walked up to Wu Di and posed in a starting gesture. Not interested. Wu Di refused without even thinking about it. He knew that Li Ping had been cultivating at the Northern Realm King for a while. Now the combat power may have a look of 30,000, but this level is no different from an ant in his eyes, and he has no interest in doing it at all. To be honest, Wu Di was also a little confused. I don't know where Li Ping got the courage to duel with him. It was because he cut his hair into a refreshing shredded hair and didn't exude a strong breath. Didn't Li Ping recognize who he was? Because of you, Bulma broke up with me. Li Ping said this inexplicably, and directly assumed a jackal-like posture, forcing him to have a duel with Wu Di, and his fist set off a strong airflow and quickly attacked Wu Di. Seeing this, Wu Di sighed, tapped the ground with his toes, and floated towards the ring of the martial arts hall, avoiding the female apprentices who were watching nearby. His eyes stared at Li Ping who was attacking Onslaught, and his eyes crossed the cold light. Since you want to find abuse, then I will fulfill you. Chapter 24. The legendary Kamizen Ryu. Could he be a disciple of the god of martial arts? That kind of terrifying strength, only the turtle immortal stream can teach it. In this way, Wu Di is going to lose this battle. I hope he won't lose too badly. It is rumored that the turtle immortal sect has mastered the mysterious power, and when it is cultivated, it can fly freely and destroy the planet. Hearing that Li Ping, who kicked the hall, was from the Gaixian stream, the coaches in the martial arts hall suddenly showed surprise. Although the turtle immortal has retired, its legend is still circulating in the world, and the turtle immortal stream has a vague tendency to become the strongest genre in the martial arts world. After knowing that Li Ping was from Gaixian Liu, the coaches and apprentices in the martial arts hall felt that Wu Di was bound to lose, and only the group of young and beautiful female apprentices thought that Wu Di could win. Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. A strong fist wind is whistling. Li Ping had no idea of keeping his hand. Even punching out of anger is much heavier than ever. Boom, 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 boom. Wu Di's face was always as indifferent as water, and he dodged all the attacks sideways or slightly squatting. Even though he had experienced extremely difficult cultivation in the Northern Realm King, Li Ping couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes, but his breathing gradually became short, and the speed of his fists became slow. Although it surpasses ordinary people, it is still too weak after all. The next moment, Li Ping stopped attacking in an instant. His eyes were filled with horror and fear. Impossible! Gazing away with a blank expression, I saw Wu Di stretching out a finger indifferently. Then, with all his might, he swung the attack, and he couldn't move forward a single bit. Smack! Wu Di bounced his fingers and flicked away. Li Ping was shocked when he saw this. I want to dodge, but my body feels like I'm being grabbed by an invisible hand. With a deafening roar, it flew out upside down like a cannonball, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. Shhhh! How terrible! The disciples of the Turtle Immortal sect have all been seconded. The guy who kicked the gym is obviously not at the same level as Wu Di. I can't imagine how strong Wu Di is. One finger can resist such a fierce boxing, and a brain meltdown can bounce an adult man over 100 caddies out. The scene was eerily quiet for a while, and in an instant, they all exclaimed. Their faces were full of horror and shock, and their eyes towards Wu Di changed, as if they were looking up at a god. Especially Wu Di's group of young and beautiful female apprentices, they saw Wu Di's strong strength and chic and handsome posture when fighting. It's so handsome. The teacher is really invincible. What kind of turtle immortal school, it's still the teacher's defeat. Everyone in the martial arts hall looked very excited, but Wu Di's expression was still indifferent, and he said secretly, "It seems that the body is now fully adapted to the weight of 80 tons, so let's increase it to 100 tons. Think so?" Wu Di's fingertips tapped his practice clothes. Use the attached weight magic in your mind to modify the weight of your clothes. Wearing clothes weighing 80 tons can easily beat leaping, which means that it is fully adapted to the weight of 80 tons. After changing the weight of the clothes to 100 tons, Wu Di obviously felt a little pressure, especially after the standardized exercise posture for the apprentice. His breathing began to be short. This level of oppression is just right. Now with a weight of 100 tons, the physical strength is about the same as that of an ordinary adult man. After being able to exert a strength beyond ordinary people, he can continue to increase the weight. Soon. It's class time. Wu Di finished washing his body and left the martial arts hall. Teacher. Are you free? Why don't we go to dinner together? Teacher, do you have a separate lesson? As soon as he stepped out of the martial arts hall, Wu Di's group of fans or suitors instantly surrounded him, saying that they wanted to invite Wu Di to dinner or watch a movie. On this, Wu Di was quite annoyed. The number of rejections hurts. If you accept the invitation, you will also have no skills. Sometimes, it's quite a headache to be handsome and popular. Wu Di. A crisp and pleasant shout like a silver bell came, and the sister paper around Wu Di heard the prestige, only to see a blue-haired beauty wearing hot pants with legs as white as ivory, with turbulent waves in front of her, standing on the side of a high-end hovercar, waving to Wu Di with a sweet smile. Wu Di looked up and said slightly apologetically, "I'm sorry, I have an appointment today." The sisters who heard this were quite resentful. But in front of Bulma, who was specially dressed, there was no advantage at all. No wonder Wu Di never dated them. It turned out that he had such a beautiful and rich girlfriend. If I'm not mistaken, the blue-haired Bai Fume is the daughter of Dr. Brive, the chairman of the Universal Capsule Company. An instructor who was repairing the door of the martial arts hall muttered with a dull face. Everyone in the martial arts hall was stunned, looking at the high-end hovercar that was gradually moving away, and they were envious of Wu Di in their hearts. Even if they were handsome, they still had such a strong strength, and now they seemed to be favored by the daughter of Dr. Brive, the chairman of the Universal Capsule Company, and the winner of life. Meanwhile, on the way home by car, Bulma's bright eyes often fell on Wu Di. The cherry-like lips are slightly open, and the pretty face is hesitant, and he wants to speak and stop. What's wrong? What do you want to say? Wu Dijian raised his eyebrows slightly, sensing Bulma's actions. Phew! Bulma braked in vain. The purple-blue eyes looked directly at Wu Di. Nervously clenched into a fist and took a deep breath. Wu Di. I like you. Chapter 25. Time flies. More than half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Namex Dragon Balls can be used twice. The Dragon Ball warriors who practiced in the Realm King Star Tianjin rice and dumplings were resurrected. And the Nameeks who temporarily live in Bulma's house have all moved to a planet with a great climate. The Monkey King, who has not appeared in more than 20 chapters, is still practicing hard in the universe, and Vegeta, who was once defeated by the Monkey King, also chases the Monkey King in a spaceship. Wu Di, who heard Bulma's confession at first, but did not give an accurate answer, gradually developed a deep relationship with Bulma during this period, and just established a relationship some time ago. It is worth mentioning that the clothes worn by Wu Di have also increased from 100 tons to 500 tons in the past half a year, and the potential activation part hidden in the depths, the body and energy have been increased to an immeasurable extent. Meanwhile, The Dragon Ball fighters who stay around the world are sluggish. They all looked up at the sky as if they were looking beyond the earth. Gohan, do you feel it? There are 3 extremely strong chi coming at an alarming speed. Affected by the butterfly effect, Klin, who successfully proposed to his first love, contacted Gohan on the phone with a heavy face at the moment. Well, and these 3 breaths seem to be all evil. The owner of that breath is probably the monster that I encountered on Namek, Frieza. Gohan looked out the window, his body was so nervous that he couldn't help but tremble, and Kiki, who didn't have the ideal to shout behind him, jumped out of the window and disappeared into the sky. The other Dragon Ball warriors also felt it, and even though they knew that there was an unbridgeable gap between them, they were still fearless, and they wanted to protect the earth and join the other warriors and wait for the enemy to come. Now, Date Bulma. Wu Di, who was enjoying the dolphin show, raised his eyes. Namek's explosion didn't kill Frieza either. Should Frieza be tenacious enough? Or is it because of the inertia of the plot? The leisurely but somewhat overly ordinary life is finally a little fun, and a smile appeared on Wudi's handsome face. There are 3 enemies that are about to descend on the earth, and Frieza is obviously among them, and the weaker Frieza should be the Kurdish king, and if I guess correctly, it should be the drama version of Gula, right? What's wrong? Bulma blinked. Noticed the strangeness of Wu Di beside him. It's nothing, it's just that Frieza is coming for revenge on Earth. Wu Di smiled lightly and did not hide Bulma. After all, Bulma is not an ordinary white rich beauty. Frieza, the monster that wounded you and destroyed Namek. Bulma's delicate willow brows furrowed. Don't be nervous, Frieza is not afraid now, and I deliberately injured him when he was in Namek. Wu Di's voice was full of strong confidence. Actually, I didn't take Frieza to heart. Judging from the chi, the current Frieza should be in a mechanical state. The combat power of Frieza in the mechanical state is close to 200 million, and Wu Di, who has already stimulated some potential, cares about this combat power, but it is a bit interesting to be able to transform into the 4th form. Alright, the dolphin show is almost over, and it's still too late to watch it. Hearing Wu Di's words, Bulma could only suppress the worries in her heart and put her arm around Wu Di to watch the dolphin show. In a spaceship. Gula, why did you come along? Frieza, whose body was mechanical, asked in a cold voice. I've heard that there are scions on Earth, and I'm interested in that. Gula said indifferently, wrapped in countless strange mechanical chips. I heard a rumor some time ago that there is a scion in the area you rule that is causing trouble. The corners of Frieza's mouth lifted a weird smile, and his eyes swept over Gula beside him with a strange look, and continued, after this scion killed all your high-end combat power, he alarmed you, and then started a fierce battle somewhere, and finally this scion became blonde, the same as the super scion described in the ancestor's last words, and my dear brother was defeated and was beaten into the sun, and now I want to seek revenge on the blonde super scion. Oh, so how strong are the so-called super scions? The Kurdish king, who was unusually large, was surprised when he heard Frieza's words. It's just a momentary negligence. If I meet him again, I will definitely crush him. Gula's half-face, which was not wrapped in a mechanical chip, suddenly became gloomy and watery, and his attitude was extremely arrogant and conceited. Also, in front of our clan, those so-called super soldiers, so-called super scions, are not worth mentioning at all. The Kurdish king nodded, ruling the universe for so long, all planets can be easily conquered, making him fearless. Even the super scion mentioned in the ancestor's last words didn't care, and looked at the azure planet reflected in the pupils. Moreover, a small planet like this, can't it be destroyed with a direct blow? That won't get rid of the resentment in my heart. Frieza looked at the earth from afar, and her face looked extremely confident, and my strength has become very strong, whether it is the super scion in the last words of my ancestors, or the earthlings who used to make me feel difficult, I am definitely not my opponent now. Chapter 26. A moment later. The warriors of the earth gathered. Klin, Leaping, Dumplings, Gohan, Vic, Tianjin Rice. So strong, are you fighting this kind of monster guy when you were on Namek? Leaping's breathing gradually became heavy. As the spacecraft approached, the rapidly approaching breath became clear. The Earth warriors are in the face of this extremely evil aura. Like a small ant, like a sailboat drifting in the ocean that will be overturned at any time. Compared to Frisia at Namek, Frisia seems to be stronger now. Klin's voice was extremely low, with a sense of despair in it, and his heart was also full of unwillingness. It's been less than a month since I married Marin, and now I'm going to be killed by Frisia? Vic stands alone on a cliff in the distance and looks out at the sky. With extraordinary hearing, he can also clearly hear the conversations of Kling and others. Frisia is strong, but it may not be a way to defeat it, and the most important thing is the amazing aura in it. The butterfly effect has a wide range. Vic is much stronger than the original book at the same time, and the plot trajectory has still not changed. He is still combined with Namek's combat type Niaru, and the immortals also feel the importance of combat power in advance, so there are no more immortals in the world. That's why the current Vic is strong. Surpass all the Earth warriors on the scene. A circular spacecraft landed like a meteor at this moment. This kind of spaceship. Is it Frisia's subordinate? This looks like the one Dr. Brive had remodeled. So, there's Vegeta in this spaceship. Don't be so hostile in your words, Vegeta is barely a partner in the common battle. As he spoke, the cabin gradually rose, and Vegeta, whose blonde-haired battle suit was full of battle marks, stepped out. Frisia, I've become the Super Saiyan you fear. Hearing Vegeta's confident and low words, the Dragon Ball warriors present were stunned for an instant, and their eyes fell on Vegeta. From the outside, Vegeta was dyed blonde, but the senses were vaguely different. Vegeta seemed to have an incomparably amazing energy hidden in his body. Phew! Right now, landing on a spaceship carrying Frisia. Just passing by the head of the Earth warrior with a solemn face. Unexpectedly, Gula and the Kurdish king also came to Earth. Vegeta's eyes crossed solemnly, returning to his normal state, and his gaze remained at the massive spaceship. Who is Gula and the Kurdish king? Kling asked. That's Frisia's dad and brother. It's also a monster-like existence, and its strength is unfathomable. Hearing this, the Earth warrior's face became even heavier, and the air seemed to be stagnant. Vegeta's eyes shone brightly, and he looked more confident after being able to transform into a Super Saiyan at will, and ordered the Earth warrior, who was so nervous that his body was trembling, hurry up and suppress the combat power, don't be detected by the detective, and use it if you want to. Soon, Frisia stepped out. The Kurdish king stood beside him. Is this the Earth? It's generally a weak scum. The Kurdish king used a combat detective to observe the situation and found that the creatures on the Earth were as weak as ants, and the strongest ones barely broke 100. There are a lot of ordinary life forms on Earth. And the group of Earthlings I met on Namek have a way to control their combat power, and there is no way to locate the location of those guys with a detective. Yes. The miscellaneous soldiers nodded. It's about to fly towards the nearest town. However, right now, a brilliant light flashed. All the miscellaneous soldiers fell to the ground in an instant. Frisia's expression froze. Gula and the Kurdish king were also quite surprised. Immediately, they all raised their eyes and looked into the air. A purple-haired young man dressed in a very fashionable and handsome manner, with strong muscles and a sword behind him, appeared in sight. Earthling, what's the matter with you? Frisia asked. I'm here to kill you. Trunks from the future world said bluntly. Hearing this, the faces of Frisia and the others were stunned. This is the so-called fearlessness of the ignorant, right? Frisia chuckled suddenly, not taking Trunks seriously, thinking that Trunks was just an earthling with a little strength. I know, your name is Frisia, isn't it? An inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of Trunks' mouth, staring at Frisia's slightly surprised face, and said with a light smile, "There's no need to be so surprised, I know everything you did, being defeated by someone into such a humiliating appearance, you are still cheeky to run to the earth to die. The guy who gets carried away with a little bit of strength." Frisia's voice became cold, and the thunder and lightning swept across his mechanical face, obviously enraged by Trunks, and waved at the miscellaneous soldiers behind him. "Above, give me the corpse of this arrogant earthling." Oceanarium. The dolphin show ends. Wu Di raised his eyes in vain and looked away. Just after reading it, Frisia has also arrived on Earth. Whispering, transparent ripples rippled out, enveloping Bulma, and in the horrified gaze of the audience in the back row, it turned into a dazzling streamer and rushed into the sky. Chapter 27. What's going on? Almost at the same time, a few breaths disappeared. This familiar feeling. Is Gaku back to Earth? In an instant, Kling and the others, who were walking towards the landing site of Frisia, were stunned. A very strong chi was visibly detected near Frisia, and some faint chi disappeared. Impossible! How could there be any other scions in the world? And with such a strong chi? Life forms are all unique, and there will naturally be some differences in chi. Vegeta instantly sensed that the chi that was fighting with Frisia obviously belonged to a scion, that is to say, the existence that was fighting with Frisia at the moment was a scion. That's why. Vegeta's expression was surprised. After all, as far as he knows, the scions who are currently alive are Gohan and Gaku. This feeling. Suddenly, Vegeta's face froze. The Earth warriors present were shocked. The chi that was fighting Frisia was increasing at an alarming speed, and in an instant, it surpassed Frisia in his mechanical state. It's really fake. It's like Vegeta's transformation state. It's not like it, it's exactly the same. That existence with a golden flame is also a super scion. At this moment, the golden flame of Trunks floated in the air, as dazzling as the scorching sun. No kidding. A guy who came out of nowhere can become a super scion. Vegeta couldn't accept the situation in front of him, and was puzzled by the appearance of Trunks, who he didn't have the impression of such a young and powerful scion. Phew! Streamer striking. Wu Di and Bulma have arrived. Looking down at the Gula that haunts the mechanical chip. The Gura that appeared in the theatrical version is actually in a mechanical state at this time. Compared to Frisia's mechanical state of repairing holes, Gula's mechanical state is obviously much higher end, and its own energy seems to reach 10 billion. On this, Wu Di is looking forward to it. I would like to take this opportunity to verify it. After more than half a year of cultivation, to what extent? That guy can turn into a super scion as well. Gula was slightly stunned, looking extremely calm, and his eyes were carefully observing Trunks. Although it is also a super scion, it is not the super scion who once pushed me into the sun, and there is an obvious gap between the two. Buzz! Golden energy bullet shot. Directly blocked by Trunks with one hand. Frisia! At this moment, Trunks' shout was accompanied by the whirring of the energy bomb, and Frisia jumped up to avoid the energy bomb in an instant, and jumped into the air. Boom, 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 boom. A lightning slash falls. The half-empty Frisia was torn apart in an instant. Immediately, he was bombarded by the bright golden energy wave, and he didn't even have any explosion left. Slightly stunned, the Kurdish king remained the same, staring at Trunks standing in front of him. Super Scion, you have a good hand, you have exceeded the scope of my imagination, and you can kill my son Frisia in an instant. Then again, the sword you're carrying seems pretty good, and it's the sword that can easily kill Frisia, right? Can you lend me a look? Said. The Kurdish king stretched out his hand. Seeing that Trunks' expression was always cold, the corners of his mouth suddenly turned into a sarcasm very similar to Frisia's. What, Super Scion? Are you afraid that the sword will fall into my hands? Hearing this, the corners of Trunks' mouth suddenly hooked up with confidence, and he slowly pulled out the sword behind his back, and threw it at the Kurdish king in front of him. King Kurd, who received the sword, observed the blade of the sword slightly, and a smirk appeared on his face, and he squinted at Trunks. Quite a sharp sword, it seems that you can instantly cut off Frisia's strong body because of this sword. What the hell are you trying to say? Trunks' face was still confident. There's only one thing I'm going to talk about. The Kurdish king swung his sword in vain, easily piercing the air, and his voice carried the meaning of a successful conspiracy. If it were not for this sword, you would not have been able to kill Frisia easily, let alone defeat me. Phew! The sword pierces the air. Carry a piercing edge to slash down. My strength is not only a sword. Under the horrified gaze of the Kurdish king, Trunks stretched out his left hand in vain, and the sword that was about to fall was blocked, and at the same time, his right hand was against the Kurdish king's chest, and a highly concentrated energy wave shot out, instantly penetrating the Kurdish king's chest. Poof! Blood spurts. The Kurdish king fell backwards under the influence of the aftermath. Don't kill me. I leave the earth. I'll send you another high planet. Hearing this, Trunks' face was still the same, and after turning into a Super Saiyan, his light blue eyes crossed with disdain, and a golden energy wave was condensed in his palm, blasting the Kurdish king, who penetrated his chest into slag, completely cutting off the possibility of his survival, and his mouth uttered cold words, I am different from Sun Wukong, I will use all my strength to kill the opponent at the beginning, but I will not be merciful. Monkey King! Trunks' words rang out. Gura, who had always maintained a wait-and-see attitude, was stunned. The mechanical chips that haunt the whole body wriggle like worms at this moment. The gesture was terrifying, and endless thin lines poured out, piercing the ground and completely sealing off Trunks' location. Horror! This is Super Saiyan. A few breaths will take Frisia and his dad out. It's not clear who he is, but it seems that he's here to help Earth. At the moment when the Kurdish king and Frisia were completely killed, the Earth warriors who rushed here knew. That is, to be amazed at the strength of the Super Saiyan. I am also a little glad that I feel that the crisis on the Earth has been successfully passed. However, Vegeta's face was still solemn at this moment, and he ruthlessly pulled the Earth warrior back to reality. It's too early to rejoice. Although Frisia and King Kurdish are very strong, the strongest enemy this time is obviously Frisia's brother, Gula. Chapter 28. Everyone present was silent for a moment. Vegeta's words completely shattered that luck. They were forced to accept the reality that Gula was the strongest enemy this time. I clearly felt it in front of me, and there was a fleeting aura that far surpassed that of Frisia and the Kurdish king. The luck in his heart was shattered, and the Earth warriors present also knew that the previous trembling chi was not an illusion. Alas, it would be nice if Wu Di was here. It may not be impossible to defeat Frisia's brother by joining forces with him, that guy with an extremely terrifying breath. Clint sighed under his breath. The other Earth warriors didn't answer. Felt that Wu Di might not be able to defeat Frisia, who was in a mechanical state. What's more, the strongest enemy now is countless times stronger than Frisia, Gula. At this time, Gohan, who was wearing a combat uniform, blinked his eyes, and his gaze fell on the cliff directly in front of him. Hey! Uncle Wu Di and Aunt Bulma are there. Sure enough, it's Bulma and Wu Di. Kling was pleasantly surprised. Leaping's face suddenly turned pale. And the other Earth warriors looked away. The gaze tacitly fell on Wu Di, as if judging how strong Wu Di was. And the result is a pity. Wu Di at this time can perfectly control the combat power, so no one can see his hidden strength. Humph, after all, it's just a low-level creature of the earth. It can't be compared to the Battle Clan at all. In front of the Super Saiyan, he is nothing. Vegeta's face was gloomy like water. He didn't forget that when he was a Namek star, he was defeated by Wu Di in a crushing posture, and he also swore in his heart that sooner or later he would trample Wu Di under his feet and return the damage he suffered 100 times. Phew! The sword flashed. It's as if all the threads of the tentacles are broken. But where the break is frantically wriggling, more lines are emerging. Quite a disgusting attack. With a low groan, the golden sun's flame skyrocketed, forcing the tentacle-like attack open, and Trunk's blonde hair swooped down. Seeing this, the corners of Gula smirked at the corners of his mouth, as if mocking Trunk's arrogance and ignorance, and as if he had some interest in Trunks, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his body surged out of endless ink-black lines in vain to resist it. Die! Swing your sword with all your strength and slash down. And yet, the next moment, Trunks, with a confident face, froze. So sharp that an average adult man can swing a sword to cut through a rock. I couldn't cut off these weird black lines, and I was even shocked to the point that my arm was numb. When I completely absorb the life energy of the Super Saiyan, I will become even stronger. At the same time, with Gula's control, the black lines quickly broke through the air, forcing the frenzied rebellious Trunks to bind up. Immediately, the extremely tough line absorbed the Super Saiyan energy in Trunks' body like an infusion tube, and this energy was transmitted to Gula along the line. Impossible! Unable to break free from the shackles of the lines, Trunks was stunned. I didn't expect to use a time machine to travel back in time to this era and this ending would be like this. At the same time, I also set off turbulent waves in my heart, feeling that the situation deviated too much from expectations. Could it be that it has traveled through time and space, causing changes in this time and space? There is a strong enemy that should not exist in future history. If it is based on the development of the future, it should be the warriors of the earth who are fighting now, and when Sun Wukong returns from his practice, he will fight a fierce battle with Frisia and the Kurdish king, and win after a hard battle. This is the history of the future. And there is a clear difference between the present and the future. Frisia went to Earth for revenge, and there was absolutely no such strong existence around her. Otherwise, even if Sun Wukong returns from cultivation in the universe, he may not be able to solve it smoothly. After all, Sun Wukong, who has returned from cultivation, is on par with Trunks who traveled from the future. I didn't expect that the life energy of the Super Saiyan is so strong. If I continue to absorb it, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it. Trunks, whose energy was almost exhausted, was forcibly released from the Super Saiyan state, and was extremely weak and bound by the lines, while the Gura who was haunted by mechanical chips looked even more burly, and a faint stream of golden energy crossed the surface of his body. Phew! Right now, waves of golden energy burst out. The lines that wrapped around Trunks' limbs were broken. Hey! It's Gohan, they're all here. Bulma looked at it. It didn't take long for the Earth Warriors to be discovered. I also knew for a long time that these warriors of Kling would definitely arrive. Because they have been guarding the Earth and fighting powerful enemies. Anyway, that guy named Gula seems to be very strong. Can Gohan handle it? Bulma's more and more beautiful cheeks appeared worried, even though she didn't know anything about combat, but she also saw that the situation at the moment was not optimistic. Frisia and the Kurdish king were terrifying enough, and the mysterious Super Saiyan who killed the two in seconds was obviously stronger, but the result was easily defeated by Gula. And most importantly, based on Gohan's performance with Kling at Namek, the two are by no means the opponents of Frisia, and the one in front of them is stronger than Frisia. Is there a chance of winning if you lose to Frisia but have to fight stronger than Frieza? Well, if their lives are in danger, I will save their lives in a pinch. Wudi's voice was calm but confident. He had no ill feelings towards the warriors who had always silently guarded the earth, but rather admired them for standing up when the earth was in crisis every time. Of course, he was not used to meddling in other people's battles, and he didn't like others to meddle in his battles, so he never thought of fighting alongside the warriors of Earth. Chapter 29. Uncle Klin. Trunks looked up weakly. Immediately, his eyes swept over the Earth warriors present. Especially when he stays on Vegeta, who is standing tall. Grabbing Trunks by the collar and flying at a low speed in the air, Clint said, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" "I'm sorry, I can't tell the truth for the time being. The most important thing at the moment is to delay time, wait for Mr. Sun Wukong to arrive on Earth, and join forces to defeat Gula together." Trunks, who fell to the ground, shook his head, worried that if Clint knew the future would be out of control, and did not dare to tell Clint that he was from the future. "Do you know Gaku?" Clint's eyes instantly bloomed with brilliant light, and his words were full of anticipation and apprehension. "What do you mean by that? Wukong is about to return from cultivation in the universe." There was a little silence. Trunks nodded. "I will reveal a little bit about what I know. If there are no accidents, Mr. Monkey King will arrive in 3 hours. The Earth Warriors who heard this were a little skeptical, but seeing that Trunks was not the kind of guy who talked nonsense in his words and demeanor, and because Trunks had just eliminated the strong enemy of the Earth, it was inevitable that he would believe it in his heart. It's going to be delayed for 3 hours. It's hellish difficulty." Trunks, who was as strong as transforming into a Super Saiyan, were easily defeated. Not to mention the Earth Warriors who have an irreparable gap with Freeshaw. Moreover, even if it was successfully delayed until 3 hours later, the Earth Warriors at that time would probably not be able to continue fighting. "Humph, if you're afraid, stay away. Don't wait for that Monkey King guy to come back. I'm enough to send Gula to hell alone." Vegeta clenched his fists, although he was surprised that Trunks, who was also a Super Saiyan, was easily defeated, but he didn't think that he would lose in his heart, feeling that even if he was also a Super Saiyan, he was definitely the strongest among Super Saiyans, and his body slightly swooped towards Gula like a cheetah running, and the golden light flames shone all around him on the way. "I'm afraid there's no way to stall. Vegeta's is still so arrogant. When Gaku rushes back to Earth, it's better to fight Gula directly. Alas, if Wu Di is willing to make a move, then the odds of winning this battle are high." Hearing Clint's sigh, the other Earth Warriors were inevitably aroused. "After all, I didn't even notice where Wu Di was strong. Handsome in appearance and noble in temperament. It is indeed quite excellent among ordinary earthlings. But that's all, the skin is like clotted fat, the body is thin, and there is no trace of a strong man at all." Even Vegeta, who had witnessed Wu Di's power in Namek, saw Wu Di again this time, and felt that Wu Di had completely abandoned his cultivation after returning to Earth. Wu Di looked very thin when he was in Namek, at least compared to those strong fighters, but at that time, he was also unable to perfectly control the Qi, and the Qi leaking out gave people a strong feeling, and now he can suppress the combat power to the point of being very weak, and because of this, he has become very weak. Another Super Saiyan. Staring at Vegeta, who was rushing towards the golden flames that were haunting him. Rao was conceited like Gula and inevitably felt a little jealous in his heart, and the thought of killing all the Saiyans in the world also came to his mind at this time. Buzz! The fist is whistling. Carry the power of the waves. Seeing this, Gula still didn't mean to dodge. Endless lines emerge from all over their bodies, forming a dense web and entwining away. How could the same attack work? With the angry shout, the golden flames that lingered around Vegeta's body burst out, and the muscles were obviously a little bulging, and he smashed down with an indomitable fist, and the lines that extended in front of him like a spirit snake all collapsed, and the momentum accelerated in vain to break through the obstacles in front of him, and attacked Gula who had never moved half a step away. This level can be similar to the wild monkey of Sun Wukong. Gula's mechanized eyes swept over the endless data at this moment. Even though Vegeta was fast, it couldn't completely get out of position. At the same time, lines of golden energy continued to emerge from all parts of Gura's body. There is a clear difference from the previous one who purely wanted to bundle and absorb energy, but this time the strength of the line has not only been improved, but it has also turned into a sharp whip to break through the air. Wu Di, who was standing on a high place to watch the battle, was quite surprised, I didn't expect Vegeta to be promoted to this point, slightly stronger than expected. The current state is the second stage of Super Saiyan, right? The Earth Warriors not far away heard it. They were all confused, and they didn't know what Wu De meant by this. What is Super Saiyan Phase 2? Klin, who had barely had a friendship with Wu De, asked. Trunks, who was still very weak, also looked at Wu De at this moment, and couldn't help clenching his fists. History has really deviated, there is no future history in Gula appeared, and now there is an unknown mysterious person. How can I say that? Wu De organized his words slightly, his eyes swept over the Earth Warriors and Trunks who were in a listening position, and explained indifferently, the Super Saiyan in the initial state can increase the basic combat power by 50 times, and the second stage of Super Saiyan is an upgraded version. The speed and strength will be much stronger than the ordinary Saiyan state, but the speed of energy consumption will also be much faster, so it has not surpassed Super Saiyan 1, it is called Super Saiyan Phase 2. Chapter 30. I see. Increase base power by 50 times. The Saiyans of the Battle Clan are terrifying. The Earth Warriors present let out a shocked sigh after hearing this. With a 50-fold increase in basic combat power, this kind of transformation is simply unimaginable. At the same time, there is inevitably some expectation in my heart. Vegeta in the second stage of Super Saiyan should be able to defeat Gura, right? At first, he was a little unimpressed, thinking that Wu De was talking nonsense. Trunks, but at this moment, his handsome face showed shock and surprise, and his voice was incredulous. I haven't surpassed Super Saiyan 1 yet, what does this mean? Literally. Wu De's eyes flickered slightly. The Saiyans who stepped into the realm of gods in the original book crossed their minds. Inevitably, there were ripples in my heart, wondering what kind of abilities I would gain if I were killed by a Saiyan. Can Super Saiyan go further? Trunks speculated. Although he doesn't know anything about Wu De now. But Wu De's description of Super Saiyan is correct. Vegeta's current form is improved on the basis of Super Saiyan. Since Wu De said that he has not surpassed Super Saiyan 1, what does that mean that there is still Super Saiyan 2? At the same time, the tide of battle turned around in an instant. The previously unusually powerful Vegeta be knocked down by the strong lines that linger with golden energy. Covered with scars, that indomitable momentum collapsed. Although it's very close to the wild monkey of Sun Wukong, it's just a slightly stronger ant after all. Gura never took a step in place, and the crazy abuse reminded him of the Vegeta who was so angry that he wanted to destroy the memory of the world, and he controlled the strange lines to twist Vegeta's neck. And yet, right now, a golden beam of light shot out. Gula, who was haunted by mechanical chips, was caught off guard and was attacked. Half of your body was destroyed by this wave of attacks. Did it work? Vic quietly appeared behind Gula. As a former Demon King, he doesn't care if the sneak attack is despicable. Besides, if Vegeta is killed, it won't be far from the destruction of Earth. The other Earth warriors who were watching the battle were also overjoyed when they saw this. Beautiful. The crisis is over. The Earth seems to be saved. In this way, according to the thinking of the Earth warrior, half of the body is destroyed is certain death, but the result is few. Endless lines stretch out. The destroyed place will be repaired in an instant. Seeing this, the expressions of the Earth warriors present froze instantly. Or maybe it's due to the butterfly effect. Gula didn't make a metal clone like the theatrical version, but he still has super regeneration powers. Wu De whispered indifferently, his eyes swept over Vegeta who fell to the ground, Vic who seemed to be trembling with fear, and the Earth warrior who was looking for an opportunity to save people, sighed helplessly in his heart, and quietly lifted the attached weight magic. Without 500 tons of pressure on his body, the feeling seemed to be about to float, as if he was breaking free from the gravity of the Earth, ready to shoot at any time. Phew! Threads of haunting golden energy burst out of the ground. Form a dense cage and envelop Vic in it. Endless lines constantly cover the contraction. In a moment, Vic, who couldn't break free, was tied into a ball, about to be crushed by the shrinking lines. Sun Fist. Turtle School Kigong. Magic Light Killing Cannon. Earth Warriors are in action. Bloom with an intense, blinding glare of light. They all used their tricks and attacked Gula where he was. He also rescued Vic and Vegeta before the bright light dissipated. There are so many grasshoppers that the earth likes to jump around. Rao as a mechanized Gura was also slightly affected by this strong light, and the mechanized eyes also jumped at this time with complicated data, as if the earth warriors who appeared on the heel felt impatient. A scorching and vast energy condensed at the fingertips, and exploded from the scale of the baseball to the energy ball that covered the sky and the Sunday. In a flash. Earth warriors who just went into hiding. I was also shocked by this amazing breath. Since Sun Wukong is not on the earth, there is no need for the earth to exist. The extremely indifferent words were transmitted to the ears of the earth warriors, so that everyone was so frightened that their bodies were not possessed, and cold sweat soaked their whole bodies in an instant. Horror! The earth will be destroyed. Thinking of this, the earth warriors looked at each other. Immediately stepped out resolutely, wanting to resist this attack containing terrifying energy. Because there are no fairy beans, Trunks, and the others, who are overconsumed, are now barely able to stand up, let alone help. I don't want to measure my strength. The light of a grain of rice dares to compete with the sun. Gula floated in the air, his mechanized eyes staring, not paying attention to Klin's group of earth warriors at all, and not thinking that anyone could withstand this wave of attacks, and the earth was about to disappear from the world in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant. Ants of the earth warriors wildly condense energy waves and shoot towards a ball of energy comparable to a meteorite. Hopefully weaken or disperse this terrifying attack. Soon, the giant energy ball is about to fall to the ground, and it is still unabated by the attack of the earth warriors. The earth is finished. Although completely desperate, this group of warriors still carried out the concept of protecting the earth, and in front of the giant energy ball, their bodies were as straight as ants, and they reached out to support the attack that was about to fall to the ground. In the blink of an eye. Leaping is half a body. Tianjin Rice's arms gradually turned to ashes. The body of the earth warrior who resisted with his body was gradually engulfed by the energy ball. However, just as he was about to turn into ashes, the energy ball comparable to the size of a meteorite paused, and Wu De came with a slightly helpless voice. In the end, I still have to make a move. Chapter 31. Bang! In an instant, the giant energy ball explodes. Countless rays of light shot down like a meteor shower. A strong tremor was set off in the distance, and the earth was successfully spared the catastrophe of destruction. Wu De's face was indifferent, and the afterglow swept over the earth warriors who were almost part of his body, and strange ripples rippled on the solace of his feet. Buzz. Rippled. Ripples. There is a mysterious energy that envelopes the mutilated body of the earth warrior. It's very strange that those remaining parts of the body are returning to their original state at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. Time seems to be going backwards for the earth warriors. In the blink of an eye, it returned to the state it was in when it was about to use its body to resist the energy ball. Turn back time. This is Wu De's magic. It's basically the same as the original Reeves. As I said before, Wu De has a lot of magic in his mind that is similar to the ability of the Angel Clan. Create, repair, defend circles, heal injuries, extreme speed, and even time and space types. The 19th time he died, it was caused by the aftermath of the attack that spread to the whole universe, so Wu De guessed that this aftermath was caused by the battle between the Angel Clan and an unknown powerhouse. There is such speculation entirely because the magic in his mind is extremely similar to the abilities displayed by the angels in the original book, and Wu De's more and more passive he gets, there is a chance to obtain some kind of ability to kill his person. Of course. The current Wu Di. It's a world away from Ves. To avoid consuming time, the scope of backflow is limited. It's just that the remaining part of the body of the Dragon Ball warrior has reversed the time. Immediately, Wu Di raised his eyes, and his face appeared eager to try, wanting to test how far he had reached. The earth is still so powerful, presumably he is the object of Frieza's revenge. Gula spoke in a low voice, his mechanized eyes slicing over the endless data, as if he was collecting information, as if he was measuring Wu Di's strength, and the arrogance and conceit on his face were somewhat restrained. This was the first time he showed a cautious look since arriving on Earth. It's so strong. No wonder Kling would say, if Wu Di is willing to make a move, this battle will have a high chance of winning. Vic's eyes condensed slightly. A slap can crush an attack of that magnitude. At the moment when Wu Di made a move, Vegeta sensed that Wu Di was not the same as when he was with Namek, which made Vegeta's mentality unbalanced. At this moment, Trunks, who was gradually recovering physically, couldn't help but fall on Wu Di, and felt in a panic that the situation was out of control. Gula, Wu Di. These two beings, who did not appear in the history of the future, appeared in the history of the past at this moment. My arrival caused the history of the past time and space to change. Hey! This is the Earth. I'm not dead yet. I've just stepped into the Hades Palace. The body devoured by the energy ball is intact. Rewind time to 1 minute ago, the Earth Warrior, whose body had returned to its original form, woke up, confused that he was still on Earth at the moment, and surprised that he was intact. After all, I was just going to organize a group to report to the Hades Palace. Actually, you're almost left with a little bit of your body. Trunks, who had regained some physical strength, stood up and said to the Earth Warrior with a confused face, but that mysterious powerhouse named Wu Di has used strange and unpredictable methods to restore your mutilated body to its intact appearance in an instant. Really? The mutilated body is restored to its original condition in an instant. How could such a thing be done, but it was really swallowed by the energy ball before. In any case, it is worth waking up if you are not dead yet, which also means that there is still a chance to save the Earth. Wu Di, that guy has finally made a move. Kling breathed a sigh of relief, and was full of expectations for Wu Di between his words, and there was a feeling that Wu Di would not have a problem with his move. Except for Gohan. The other Earth warriors present is still skeptical about Wu Di's strength. Although in Namek, Wu Di defeated Frieza. But the Gula in front of him, Force Frieza has countless levels, and the two cannot be compared at all. 1 year ago, Wu Di defeated Frieza in Namek. Even if his strength has improved during this period, now he is at most comparable to or slightly stronger Frieza in mechanical state. It's not a deliberate attempt to praise Gula, it's just a very pure and objective telling of the facts. Even if it's 100 mechanical states of Frieza, it's definitely not the opponent of Gula anymore. This is the difference between the two. Even if he desperately thinks about Wu Di to a high place. But the result is that at best, it's comparable to Vegeta. When Wu Di made a move, Vegeta clearly sensed that Wu Di's chi was countless times higher than him. Chi is an important factor in judging each other's weakness. Since Wu Di's chi is countless times higher than Vegeta's, it is equivalent to Vegeta is not Wu Di's opponent. Of course, Vegeta, who has a haughty personality, naturally won't admit this. There are always lower beings on the earth that appear one after another. There was a slight impatience in Gula's words, and the figure floating in mid-air disappeared in vain. Boom! The air burst resounded. The golden flame of Gura appeared behind him. Chapter 32. Die. The hand is knife-shaped. The tide is ringing through the sky. As soon as he made a move, he was going to take Wu Di's life. Bang! The next moment, Wu Di turned sideways in vain. Dodge the attack as if you had expected it for a long time. Then he grabbed Gura's hand, raised his knee and slammed it down. With a violent roar, the attacked Gula appeared hollow in his abdomen. Even though there are strange lines growing out quickly, the hole in the abdomen is completely filled. At the same time, Gula, who was caught and hanged, had golden lines emerging from all over his body, wrapping around Wudi's hands and attacking from all directions. Can you still draw energy? Wudi, who noticed that the energy consumption was too fast, was a little surprised. Pose casually to block the golden lines that attack from the ground or behind you. Then, instead of breaking free of the golden lines, he burst out with the energy in his body. Cracks appeared in the ground under his feet, and nearby gravel floated out of thin air, and the majestic and vast energy rushed wildly towards the golden lines wrapped around his left hand. How tough! It's unimaginable. The earth warriors who are ready to strike whisper. The gaze that looked towards Wudi from afar was full of shock. At the same time, there are also some doubts in my heart. Wudi, who has this kind of strength, is really an earthling? A year has passed. Wudi is much stronger than when he was in Namek. I can't imagine what kind of arduous cultivation he has experienced. There was surprise and curiosity in Klin's words, even though he knew that Wudi was very strong, but now Wudi released more chi than he expected. However, seeing Wudi wrapped around his left hand with golden lines, Trunks, whose physical strength had recovered to the point where he could barely continue fighting, had a solemn expression. The situation is very bad. Gula can absorb energy to improve his own strength. If he continues to let Gula absorb like this, then there will really be no one to stop Gula at that time. So said. Trunks stood up. I wanted to draw my sword and rush over to help. Seeing this, the frightened Kling jumped up in an instant. Don't. Wudi hates it when others interfere in his battles. Vegeta, who looked rather embarrassed, snorted coldly and glanced at Trunks, who was also a Super Saiyan. Shut up. Keep watching. The guy who once defeated me was so simple. He definitely deliberately let Gula absorb energy. Hear the words. Trunks gritted his teeth. In the end, he took the sword back behind his back. His eyes looked at Wudi with a little surprise. Really, he once beat his dad and deliberately let Gula absorb energy. Now, crazy absorption of energy. Gula's face was one of ecstasy. What a powerful energy! When I absorb it all, the universe will be invincible. If the energy of the Super Saiyan is a stream, then Wudi's energy is Wang Yang. The difference between the two is obvious. Wudi's eyes crossed the banter. Attack Gula one after another. Give Gula the illusion that he is not willing to be absorbed in the energy. It's going to be faster than I expected. After a while, the energy in Wudi's body was still quite full, but Gula's body gradually expanded, and the mechanical chips that lingered on the surface of his body jumped like thunder leaking. How is it doing? Gula is immersed in great power, and knows nothing. With this energy, who can match me? The so-called Super Saiyan is just an ant. Boom! Right now. Wudi exploded with energy in vain. Compulsively frantically instilled into Gula's body. Gula's body swells rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it becomes a balloon that will explode at any moment. Impossible! I am the supreme ruler of the universe. Absolutely invincible existence. At the last moment, Gula finally sensed that something was wrong with the situation, and let out an angry and unwilling roar, wanting to kill Wudi, who was smiling lightly in front of him, but was blown up by the energy beyond the limit of capacity. This terrifying feeling. Damn! That guy is going to blow up. The earth will definitely be destroyed by this vast energy. Gula was obviously about to lose, and the earth warriors who were watching were also relieved, but in an instant, the happy expression froze, and they sensed the appearance of an extremely terrifying chi that seemed to destroy the galaxy. It's scary. Can't imagine at all. What will be the consequences of this burst of energy? Gula was strong at first, and then he also absorbed the energy of Trunks and Wudi. 10,000 combat power is enough to destroy the earth, and the energy contained in Gula's body at the moment is at least 30 billion, and if this energy explodes, the Earth will disappear from this world in an instant, and the entire galaxy cannot be avoided. Soldiers watching the battle. At this moment, my face is full of horror. Even though I was standing far away, I still felt like I was going to be torn apart. Rao is as strong as Vic, Vegeta, and Trunks are as small as ants in the face of this energy. Compared with the nervousness and fear of the Earth warriors, Wu Di was very indifferent, and his eyes even flashed with expectation. Ripple-like ripples rippled, and the transparent energy enveloped the place. What kind of abilities can I gain by dying this time? With a little anticipation, Gula's body swelled to the extreme, accompanied by a strong scorching fire, and a deafening explosion sounded in his ears. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluations. Chapter 33. Boom. It's like thunder ringing in my ears. The sound waves rippled, and everyone watching the battle was temporarily deaf. Even the nearest village or town heard the loud noise. Soon, the movement faded away. The terrifying aura was gone. It's a little different from the theatrical version. The newly dead Gula is not a metal clone. Instead, it is loaded with the ontology of the main brain of Bigster technology. In other words, Bigstax and Gula have completely disappeared from this world. There was not a trace of dust left, no hope of resurrection, and even if there were clones left in Bigster, it was useless. After a few moments, the strong roar died down, and after the ears gradually regained their hearing, everyone present suddenly opened their eyes slowly. This is... I'm still alive. It seems that Wu Di has saved me again. Can you even withstand an explosion of that magnitude? Wu Di is really strong. I can't believe that he is also from the earth. Bulma's beautiful cheeks showed worry, and her eyes wandered in the round pit. The battle is over, why hasn't Wu Di appeared yet? He shouldn't be injured. After the explosion subsided, I never felt Uncle Wu Di's anger. Gohan's immature face showed a little sadness. In a flash, the scene is quiet and eerie. I really didn't feel Wu Di's anger. The chi disappeared, which means that Wu Di is dead. Although they are not very familiar with Wu Di is with the earth after all, so it is inevitable that there is something wrong in his heart. It's okay, the cooldown time of the Earth Dragon Ball is almost up, just make a wish to resurrect Wu Di then. Kling scratched his head and proposed. It's a pity. After I merged with the gods, the Dragon Balls became ordinary stones. Vic rode. Hearing this, he was stunned. Some still don't know that the gods and Vic have merged. Some regret it. It seems that there is no way to resurrect Wu Di. Some are a little panicked and confused by the loss of control of the past history. Humph. Earth Dragon Ball is useless, Namex is okay. When the words fell, everyone present suddenly looked surprised. Vegeta hugged his hands in front of him. Don't get me wrong, there is no other meaning, it's just that I haven't taken revenge yet, and that guy can't die for the time being. That's right, Namek also has Dragon Balls. Bulma's eyes lit up slightly. Forcibly suppress the sadness in the heart. Decided to go to New Namek to find the Dragon Ball to resurrect Wu Di. Meantime, in a circular pit, Wu Di's shattered body gradually recovered. Bones grow gradually, and each cell is exceptionally strong. And the newborn blood is strangely pale gold. What a wonderful feeling! Am I evolving towards a more perfect trend? Under the explosion of earth-destroying energy, Wu Di's body turned directly into powder, but his consciousness has never been dispersed, and he can clearly feel the changes in himself. His body and energy will definitely have an amazing improvement after resurrection, and this improvement will not consume the potential obtained before, but will make the potential more amazing. However, inevitable ascension. Wu Di didn't care very much. It was a surprise to the evolution of the life level. He could feel as if he was out of some kind of restraint. I don't know exactly how, but it's definitely a lot longer. In the Dragon Ball world, even if you have the strength to destroy the stars with a wave of your hand, your lifespan may only be 100 years. Maybe this was the case with Wu Di in the past. 100 years later, no matter how strong the strength is, it will eventually pass away. It is also possible that the body dies because of its own characteristics, but the consciousness is still retained. And now it's different, break free from the shackles of life, and you don't have to worry about the longevity of your body in the future. In addition to getting rid of the shackles of life, whether there are any other changes in himself, Wu Di doesn't know, but he is quite looking forward to it. I expect my body to be back to its original state in 50 minutes. Soon. Restrain good emotions. Decided to wait for Monkey King to return to Earth. Then go to the Nemetree to find the Dragon Ball and resurrect Wu Di. Then again, what's your name and what does it have to do with Gaku? While waiting for Sun Wukong to return from cosmic cultivation, the somewhat talkative Kling couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the warriors sitting not far away all pricked up their ears, and Rao as Vegeta was also quite curious about this. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it, I just couldn't tell me for some reason. Trunks bowed his head, he was also helpless to hide his elders and companions, but in order to avoid the continued deviation of history, this must be concealed. After all, if the name is spoken, there may be no Trunks in this era. Well, since you have a last resort, forget it. The fighters expressed their disappointment at this. But since Trunks is not hostile to Earth, then there's no need to get to the bottom of it, it's just that it feels a little weird. I don't want to explain my origins, I don't want to say why I became a Super Saiyan, it's understandable, but I don't even want to reveal my name. After a little silence, Trunks looked up at the sky. Actually, I haven't seen Mr. Monkey King either, but I know from others that Mr. Monkey King is a powerful warrior. Yes, presumably he will be stronger when he returns from cultivation in the universe. Kling sighed. I think of no matter what kind of desperate situation I encountered. Sun Wukong, who can be defeated in the end, can't help but smile. In an instant, all the soldiers present were stunned, and they all looked up at the sky. It's coming. This familiar feeling. Sure enough, that guy Wukong has returned from cultivating in the universe. Chapter 34. Sure enough. Gaku is back. The boy was absolutely right. Sun Wukong's unique aura gradually became clear. A round spaceship descends like a meteor, falling to the ground, smashing the ground out of a deep pit, and seeing this, the warriors also ran over. Immediately, the spaceship cabin opened, and Sun Wukong, dressed in a strange costume, stepped out, his eyes swept over the people present. Hi! Gaku! I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're so worried. Sun Wukong floated up and asked with a puzzled expression, it's so strange, why are you all here, as if you know that I will land here? That's what he said. Told us 3 hours ago that you would be landing here in 3 hours. The warriors of the earth smiled and were happy that Sun Wukong had returned to the earth. Dad, this big brother, he's your friend, right? Gohan looked very happy as he spoke. Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked over, his eyes fell on Trunks, and he groaned slightly. Who is he? Hey! Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Obviously, I didn't expect Sun Wukong to answer like this. Then again, did there be a super strong person on the earth just now? I felt it when I was still a long way from the earth, and those 2 breaths made my blood boil. Sun Wukong's eyes crossed the strong battle intent, as if sensing where that chi was. The blood is boiling. Kling was speechless. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong is still so belligerent. Even in the face of that terrifying chi, he was still fearless. Those 2 gases are Uncle Wu Di and Frisia's brother. As he spoke, Gohan's face showed sadness. In order to protect the earth, in order to protect everyone, Uncle Wu Di and Frisia's brother have died together. I'll soon go to New Namek and gather all the Dragon Balls to resurrect Wu Di. Bulma, who was a little depressed, said resolutely. Sun Wukong, who knew the ins and outs, showed a bright smile. I see, that person named Wu Di seems to be a very good person. If you want to set off for New Namek, you must call me. I want to resurrect Wu Di as soon as possible, and then fight him. Gaku is really still that battle maniac. Kling shook his head. I returned to practice in the universe for 1 year. Sun Wukong, whose personality has not changed at all, is happy. Daddy. Seeing that Sun Wukong has just returned to Earth. It's time to set off on New Namek. Gohan's immature face seemed to stop talking. Trunks, who was standing by and observing, also smiled. Is about to step forward and talk to Sun Wukong alone about the crisis that will happen in the future. Buzz. Right now. Ripples of terror and mighty ripples. The warriors present floated in midair in an instant. Bulma, who can't fly, is grabbed by Gohan by the back collar. What's wrong? Bulma, who was dragged into the air in vain, was full of doubts. There was no reply, and the eyes of the soldiers present were all extremely solemn. I saw. Where I just stood. Or even the mountain 10 miles away. All of them turned into powder and disappeared in an instant. What was at first a bit undulating ground or cliffs is now unusually flat. Green trees, rocks, mountains. Everything was wiped out of the world in an instant. Fortunately, this invisible and mysterious ripple subsided when it crossed the mountain 10 miles away. What a terrifying power! I almost died without any residue. What the hell is going on? Isn't that guy Gula dead? No. This strange attack is familiar, but it is also a little unfamiliar. The soldiers floating in the air, looking down on the situation on the ground, were all glad to have crossed their eyes. If you didn't feel it in advance, and then quickly avoided it, now I'm afraid that you will have to organize a group to report to the Hades Palace. Sun Wukong's face appeared solemn, and a strong battle intent rose in his eyes, floating towards the source of this attack. Be careful, although you can't feel the breath, but since you can send out such a terrifying attack, it must be very strong. Is it Gula anyway? I feel this way because the mechanized Gula does not have any breath leaking out of its normal state. Only when he is angry or when he releases his ability can he feel the powerful chi in him. Immediately, the warriors present tensed their muscles and floated towards the place where the attack had burst out. However, after arriving, but they were all stunned. How could it be? He's still alive. In an explosion of that magnitude. But I can't feel his anger at all. Was that kind of angry attack also caused by Wu Di? Look. Those wounds are healing at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. With Gohan's exclamation, everyone present also discovered that according to common sense, he would have died a long time ago if he was injured to such a degree, but Wu Di's body, which had no breath, was rapidly healing, and the hole in his head and the crack in his heart were restored to intact in a moment. Soon, Bulma landed. Squatted slightly beside Wu Di. Take out the quilt and wrap Wu Di's body. Turn around for me. Wu Di's body is the only one I can see. At this moment, Bulma is like a lion protecting food, and his menacing appearance made Sun Wukong and the others turn around with a face of shame. At the same time, Wu Di's fingers moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 35. Earthling. He's afraid he's an alien creature. None of the injuries of that magnitude died. Wu Di's self-healing ability seems to be slightly better than Vic. The crowd that witnessed Wu Di in a galaxy explosion that could affect him was stunned. I didn't expect it. Wu Di is still alive. And the wound healed quickly. Because of this, everyone is a little suspicious, Wu Di's identity as an Earthling. Wukong didn't participate in the discussion, he was actually in a contemplative posture at the moment. His eyes fell on Wu Di, who was wearing casual clothes, and murmured, "It's strange. It's standing in front of you, but you can't feel his breath, as if it doesn't exist at all. I guess it's controlled to a very subtle level. Seriously, even if it's as faint as an ant, you can clearly perceive it. It's really strange, Wu Di at this moment seems to be a ball of air, and he can't feel anything. Everyone didn't pay much attention to it at first, but now that they perceive it a little, they find that Wu Di's state is indeed very weird. Gas. Any living creature. Even plants have a faint breath. Unless it is a dead thing, there must be a chi hidden in the body. Wu Di's handsome face was smiling, slightly comforting Bulma, who had just learned of his death and grieving, and then his eyes swept over the warriors present, especially on Sun Wukong and Trunks, and said with a light smile, "You don't have to put on this expression, I am naturally alive now, but the life level has evolved, in short, it is, the breath of God, mortals cannot perceive it." After this resurrection, Wu Di stepped directly into the realm of gods. The chi in the body changed, sublimated into the chi of the gods. Because of this, Wukong and others, who are still mortals, cannot perceive it. If you follow the strength in the original book, Wu Di at this time is at most 0.5 strength. Of course, no matter how weak the strength is, it is still a god, and it is absolutely easy to crush a strong person with the same combat power but has not stepped into the realm of gods. Is he joking? The breath of God, which mortals cannot perceive. Does that mean that he has become a god? Although I don't know what it means, Wu Di is not the kind of person who can talk nonsense. Hearing Wu Di's words, everyone present was surprised, some thought that Wu Di was joking, and some were pondering the meaning of these words. Although I haven't figured out the meaning of your words yet, but, the tenacious Sun Wukong scratched his head, and walked towards Wu Di in vain, his eyes gradually becoming serious. "Can you please fight me?" "Yes." Wu Di smiled lightly. "That is, I want to test my strength after becoming a god." Is also interested in Wukong, the protagonist in the original book. "Please advise." As the words fell, Gaku instantly turned into a Super Saiyan state, surrounded by golden dazzling flames. His eyes and expression became extremely cold, and he quickly and violently attacked Wu Di frantically. Nice! Wu Di did not shine. He stretched out the index finger of his right hand indifferently. But it was the wind that calmly resisted all of Wukong's attacks. The powerful aftermath rippled, and Wukong danced with golden flames all over his body, shaking away the clouds in the sky. It's so strong. That's Super Saiyan status. Wukong has become stronger after returning from 1 year of cultivation in the universe. The muscles don't bulge, but they're stronger than Vegeta and Trunks. Except for Vegeta, everyone watching the battle had a strong surprise on their faces, and they were happy that Gaku had improved so much. Bang! Right now! Wu Di reached forward in vain. Break any attack and drop your index finger on Goku's eyebrows. Flick your fingers. Gaku turned into a cannonball and flew backwards. The figure disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, when Wu Daiki was sublimated, he raised the nearby rocks or mountains to the ground, otherwise Wukong would have crashed into the rocks or mountains. Terrifying! As strong as Wukong, he is not a finger enemy. Clint gasped. The rest of the spectators were visibly stunned. Obviously, I didn't expect Wu Di to be so strong. Is it an illusion? Or did Wu Di have reservations before? I always feel that he is stronger. Vegeta's brows furrowed. Although he was still hostile to Gaku, he had to admit that Goku's strength had just shown was comparable to him, but he was still defeated by Wu Di with a finger. That's amazing. Worthy of the man I Bulma fancies. Bulma's pretty face bloomed with a smile, looking at Wu Di's handsome and dashing back, her heart couldn't help beating faster. A moment later, Gaku returns to normalcy. Covering the swollen area between his eyebrows, he flew in. His face was shocked, but he was amazed without complaint. You're so strong, becoming a Super Saiyan was defeated by one finger from you. Wu Di put away his index finger, looked at Wukong with sincerity and admiration on his face, and smiled lightly. I'm afraid you haven't used your strength yet. Haha, you've seen through it. Gaku scratched his head. He did have reservations. But in the process of a short fight with Wu Di, knew that even if he exerted his strength, he was by no means Wu Di's opponent. At this time, Trunks stepped forward with a little hesitation, and asked Wu Di and Wukong, "Mr. Wu Di, Mr. Sun Wukong, I have something I want to talk to you about, and I can't let others know. I don't know if it's convenient to move over there to talk." Chapter 36. Alright. Wu Di walked forward. "I always have a little bit of a concern for the future." As if sensing Trunks' solemnity, Gaku quickly followed. It was so mysterious that everyone present was even more concerned, but they could only press the curiosity in their hearts. Who the hell is that mysterious Super Saiyan, who won't even reveal his name? What a strange guy. Soon. Go farther away. Please keep what I told you in your heart and don't tell it. Trunks turned around, his face unusually solemn, and said bluntly, "Say it, maybe it's hard for you to believe. However, I came to this era from 20 years in the future, aboard a time machine. From the future in 20 years. Hearing this, Wukong suddenly exclaimed. Wu Di's afterglow swept away. As if blaming Gaku for making a fuss. Trunks nodded, and continued, "Yes, I'm from the future in 20 years, my name is Trunks, and I'm going to have Saiyan blood because Vegeta is standing over there, and he's my father." No wonder it feels so familiar. Gaku forcibly suppressed the surprise in his heart. "And who is your mother?" Wu Di asked. "My mother's name is Mei Yi, and she is very good friends with Aunt Bulma, and she is also one of the sensible people of the future Universal Capsule Company." Although he was surprised by Wu Di's question, Trunks answered politely and in detail. "What about the future me and the future Bulma?" Hearing this, Wu Di breathed a sigh of relief, and inevitably felt some emotion in his heart. The inertia of the plot is really big. Vegeta and Mei Yi are together, but Trunks is still Trunks, and those who should be born will still be born. Actually, I'm curious about it, because in the future plane, I didn't know you existed, and I hadn't even heard of your name. Saying that, Trunks' eyes also showed a little doubt. I don't know which link went wrong. As for Aunt Bulma, 12 years ago in the future world, with the death of Dr. Brive and Mrs. Brive, she quit looking for Dragon Ball halfway, and she has been forgetting to sleep and eat in the management company and research technology, and she has never been in a relationship until now, and she still remains single. By the way, the time machine was also developed by Aunt Bulma and her mother. The future will be without me." Wu Di raised his eyebrows. "But I didn't pay much attention to it. He only lives in the present and only cares about the present. Besides, if there is one more self in the future space-time, it is actually quite strange, isn't it? Although it's the future self, in the final analysis, it's actually two people who have the same body and memory, but they are not the same consciousness." Through Trunks's words, we also know that the future world is fundamentally different from the present world, and the past and the future can actually be divided into two similar but different worlds. For example, according to the plot of the original book, in the past plane, Trunks should have been trained by Vegeta. However, Trunks, who traveled through the time machine, said that he had never seen Vegeta. If the past and the future are the same, then if the past is changed, the future will naturally change. But in the original book, the time and space in the past have been completely changed, but the future will still be like that. And as Trunks said now, Dr. Rib and Mrs. Brive have passed away in the future, but in this time and space. The two are living very comfortably, and they traveled some time ago. In a word, after knowing what the future holds, Wu Di was relieved and didn't have any worries. After detailing his life experience, Trunks' voice gradually became low, and there was a flame of anger burning in his eyes. "This time I came to the past on a time machine to tell you. If history had not changed, at 10 o'clock on May 12th, about 3 years from now, there would be a terrifyingly strong duo on the island 9 kilometers southwest of the south. Monsters, are they cosmic people? Wukong restrained his smile, his eyes solemn and full of strong fighting intent. No, Trunks shook his head and said in a low voice, they were all created by Earthlings, the so-called androids, and the person who created them was the mad scientist of the Red Ribbon Legion, Dr. Gro. Next. What Trunks said. It's the same as what is to be expressed in the original plot. When it comes to the tragic state of the future world, the android is powerful. The detailed content, Wu De didn't continue to listen, turned around and left. I'm sorry, I still have to work, this shot is all because it will be very troublesome if the Earth is destroyed, so I'll leave the matter of saving the Earth to Gaku. Wukong Weiling. Trunks stopped talking. The two looked helplessly at Wu De's back as he gradually moved away. It's a pity, he doesn't seem ready to make a move. Otherwise, it should be easy to resolve the future crisis, right? Wukong said this, obviously recognizing Wu De's strength. Indeed. Although I don't know much about Wu De, Trunks must also admit that Wu De's strength is indeed very strong, and if Wu De can make a move, the odds of winning will definitely be much higher. After all, the android in the future, if it were alone, might be a little weaker than Gura, handed the potion to cure heart disease to Gaku, Trunks took out the capsule, and the time machine appeared, then I'll take my leave, because I have to rush back to reassure my mother, and I'll leave it to you here. If I'm alive in the future and can collect more energy, I'll definitely come back and join the fight. After speaking, Trunks rode away on a time machine. On the other side, Wu De was surrounded by a crowd full of curiosity. Chapter 37. Sure enough, I still care. Who is that mysterious Super Saiyan? What the hell did you talk about? Gaku looked so surprised. Everyone is obviously curious about Trunks, who has a mysterious origin and super strength. Only Bic, whose hearing far exceeds that of ordinary people, has no doubts at the moment, but looks at the place where Trunks disappeared with a shocked face. After a short pause, Wu De said succinctly, that mysterious Super Saiyan is from the future 20 years later, and the content of the previous conversation is 3 years later, at 10 o'clock in the morning on May 12, on the island 9 kilometers southwest of the south, there will be a powerful duo that takes pleasure in killing and destroying. It is said that this duo is an artificial human created by Dr. Gro of the Red Ribbon Legion. It is worth mentioning that in the world 20 years later, all the warriors present have been killed, and humanity is on the verge of extinction. Really? From the future in 20 years? Is it as strong as Gaku and Vegeta also killed? It doesn't sound like it's true. The Red Ribbon Legion is the evil legion that was destroyed by Gaku, right? After hearing this, the faces of everyone present suddenly showed surprise, and some expressed doubts about this. Travel to 20 years ago on a time machine, and in 3 years, there will be a duo that is so strong that even Gaku and Vegeta will be killed. It's really shocking, and it's hard to believe that this kind of thing is true. After all, if there is such a strong enemy, then the Earth will be in danger. In this regard, Wu De had already expected it, and he didn't have to make the soldiers present believe it, and said with a light smile, what you believe is to work hard to improve your strength and change the future during these 3 years. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. If a strong enemy appears, you just wait for death. You can easily solve any crisis, right? There was hope in Klin's voice. Everyone present also looked expectantly. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in this, and the Earth is up to you to save it. Wu De shook his head indifferently. In the original book, number 17 and number 18 are also Super Saiyan 1, and the complete Shalo is also Super Saiyan 2. Not to mention 3 years later. Even if it is Wu De now, you can also slap Shalo to death. In Trunks' heart, numbers 17 and 18 are almost invincible. In Wu De's eyes, he is just a stronger ant. Received a resolute response. Kling and the other Earth warriors were disappointed. I'm going to practice alone because I don't want to die. Vic hugged his chest. Bastard, I'm going to live in 3 years. While feeling the pressure, Vegeta was also ready to carry out hard training to improve his strength. Seeing this, the other fighters present inevitably showed solemnity, and they somewhat believed that there would be strong words in 3 years. I want to continue cultivating. Absolutely change the future. A smile tugged at the corner of Goku's mouth. Look in the direction where Trunks disappeared. Even when I feel the pressure, there is a strong fighting spirit burning. I'm looking forward to it. A strong enemy in 3 years. During this period, we must strengthen our cultivation and prepare for battle. Bulma's eyes blinked, his gaze swept over the solemn faces. And he immediately thought of a way to resolve the crisis, having said that, since you know that the future tragedy is caused by Dr. Gro of the Red Ribbon Legion, then directly find a way to find Dr. Gro's research institute, and then defeat Dr. Gro, so that he can no longer continue to conduct human modification research, so that the future crisis will be easily solved. I see. That's a good idea. This will save you from fighting in 3 years. Hearing this, Klin and other Earth warriors all smiled. The odds of winning a battle against a future enemy are low, but if you want to defeat Dr. Gro, one finger is enough. Hearing Bulma's words, Goku, who was full of excitement in his heart, almost fell to the ground, and said a rather reluctant reason, but the scientist hasn't done anything bad yet, so it doesn't seem reasonable if we kill him first, right? Vegeta, who was equally belligerent, spoke angrily. If you dare to be smart, I'll kill you first. Wu Di retracted his smile in vain, his eyes swept over Vegeta, and said lightly, I don't care what others do, but if you want to do something to Bulma, then don't blame me for being rude. Cut. Vegeta snorted. He turned his head away and didn't speak again. Bulma's pretty face suddenly bloomed with a sweet smile. The threatened Earth warriors had no choice but to cut off this thought. It also means that he wants to fight against strong enemies and is eager to constantly surpass his own limits. Wu Di, Kakarot. In the near future, I will definitely defeat you with my own hands. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly raised her voice, and her voice contained an unwavering conviction, I am the strongest warrior in the universe. After all that's said, Vegeta was covered in white flames. In an instant, he broke through the sky and disappeared from sight. The other Earth warriors also wanted to seize the time to cultivate and improve their strength, so they waved goodbye. In that case, assemble an hour early, on the island 9 kilometers southwest of the south, at 9 o'clock in the morning on May 12, 3 years later. Vic added bluntly, let me make it clear first, if you don't have self-confidence, you don't have to come. This time the enemy is countless times more difficult than before, and if you come, it will become a burden to everyone, I don't welcome it. Let's go first. Ripples rippled on the solace of Wu Di's feet, enveloping Bulma in them. Bye, remember to keep in touch often. Bulma waved. In an instant, it turned into a streamer and arrived at home thousands of miles away. Chapter 38. After learning about the future crisis. In order to protect the safety of the Earth, Wukong and others are doing penance. Naturally, Klin stayed at the side of his master, the Turtle Immortal, and asked about his cultivation. The inseparable Tianjin rice and dumplings are practiced in a harsh place on Earth. Abnormally wanting to obtain Vegeta, who surpassed the strength of Wu Di and Goku, directly asked Dr. Brive to change the gravity chamber in the spaceship to 1000 times the maximum limit. Goku and Vic, on the other hand, are aware of the amazing potential energy in Gohan's body, so while working hard to improve themselves, they are also helping Gohan tap his potential as much as possible. Knowing that the strong enemy that appeared after 3 years was extremely terrifying, no one dared to relax, even Vegeta and Goku. After all, the android who appeared after 3 years was an existence that even Trunks, who became a Super Saiyan, was difficult to defeat. If you lose, the Earth will turn into hell on Earth. According to Trunks, humanity in the future world is on the verge of extinction. That kind of hellish future Wukong and other fighters can't accept it. Even if they die, they have to change. Because of this, the Earth Warriors at this moment are cultivating harder than ever. Wu Di's life is very leisurely, without the slightest nervousness, and he still gradually increases the weight on his clothes according to the previous exercise rhythm. Even if this level of exercise is similar to that of an ordinary adult man exercising in the fitness room, the speed of exercise is still far higher than that of Wukong and others. This is also a matter of course, since gaining the potential of Frisia, the potential hidden in the depths of Wu Di's body is so majestic that it seems to overflow, and a little exercise has an amazing improvement. Interested, but also to avoid boring life, Wu Di has never stopped working, or as a coach in the martial arts hall, and occasionally goes shopping with Bulma when he is on vacation, and his life is very chic. Time flies. 1 year has passed in the blink of an eye. Bulma's relationship with Wu Di grew deeper. You're really here, and you've forgotten the appointment time. Wu Di walked over to the egg-shaped machine. As a matter of fact, today is the 2nd anniversary of Wu Di and Bulma's acquaintance. According to Bulma's original plan, it is time to visit and celebrate in the Hulung grassland. But looking at Bulma, who is completely obsessed with the study of the time machine, you know that this plan is about to be ruined. That's right. It's a time machine. A machine that can travel through time and space. Know that Trunks came on a time machine. As a scientist, Bulma inevitably became interested in this. I wanted to know the principle and figure out why I could travel through time and space, so I started to try to develop a time machine. Speaking of which, Bulma, who is wearing a pure white trench coat and immersed in research, is a little different from the past, and exudes a strange charm all over her body. Bulma turned around, a sweet smile appeared on her pretty face, kissed the corner of Wu Di's lips, and said with a little apology, "I'm sorry, I have some clue about how to develop a time machine, and I forgot the agreement for a while. Don't be angry, I will compensate you in the future." No way. Who made my girlfriend a scientist? Wu Di shook his head helplessly. I didn't have the slightest complaint about this. I also know that Bulma is so immersed in research that she ignores other things. This part will be ready soon. Wen Kun for a while, and then Bulma loaded the parts in the time machine that had not yet been developed, and often instructed Wu Di, who was watching from the sidelines, "Please go to the storage room and help me find the engine of the model DLF2032, if you still have time after installation, you can also simply celebrate the 2nd anniversary of acquaintance. How's the progress of your time machine building?" Wu Di handed the engine over. "I have an idea, but it's hard to say whether it will be successful." During the time spent with Bulma, Wu Di had barely been exposed to research, so he knew how difficult it was to make a time machine. There are no references. It's just trying to create a time machine out of thin air. This may not be possible even if all the scientists on Earth are gathered. According to the boy from 20 years later, the time machine of the future world was jointly developed by you and a scientist. Hearing this, Bulma's pretty face was also a little surprised. She really didn't expect that the time machine that Trunks was riding on was jointly developed by her and others. However, that is the future me research, and now I am far from the success of the research. To be honest, I didn't know much about the success of building a time machine, and I basically didn't know anything about the principle of the time machine, but unfortunately the mysterious boy from 20 years later left. Otherwise, if I studied the time machine he was on, the success rate of building a time machine would have increased a lot. Wu Di asked suspiciously, "Why do you have to make a time machine?" After a while, Bulma tightened the screws, turned to look at Wu Di who was standing beside her, and had a charming smile on her pretty face. "Building a time machine is purely an interest, however, if it is made, it will be quite romantic to have a time travel, isn't it?" Although I feel that the romance that Bulma said is quite strange, but thinking that Bulma's thoughtful care in the past and today is the 2nd anniversary of knowing each other, Wu Di gracefully bent down and issued an invitation. "In fact, I can also do this kind of thing through time, although I can't accurately lock the time and place to cross, but I don't know if the beautiful Miss Bulma is willing to come with me on an unknown time travel. Chapter 39. Can you travel back in time? Bulma's delicate face was full of surprise. She knows very well that Wu Di is by no means the kind of character that talks casually. It's just, can you really travel through time and space? Even though we have been together for 2 years, I still feel that Wu Di is very mysterious. I can even do things like time and space, it's like a legendary god. It can be done. Wu Di nodded affirmatively. As a matter of fact, it's not just about traveling through time. Even if you want to go to other universes, you can do it. Although that kind of consumption is a bit reluctant for now. The magic in my mind is so vast that it seems that everything in the world is in it. Unfortunately, many of the anti-celestial spells require a surge of divine power, which is not enough to be used today. If you can travel through time, what's the use of me making a time machine? At the same time, Bulma's eyes flashed resentment, thanks to the fact that she had been racking her brains to study the time machine all this time, but Wu Di had the ability to travel through time. I was both happy and a little depressed in my heart. If I hadn't wasted time making a time machine, maybe the relationship with Wu Di would have been able to go further, not only to the extent of holding hands and kissing, right? The advantage of a time machine is that it can reach exactly the time you want to go. The time machine and time ring in the original book can accurately set the time point you want to go. And this is something that Wu Di can't do, because he hasn't tried to travel through time, and all he can do is choose randomly. After a few moments, Bulma tightened the capsule with what she needed for the trip, and then informed Dr. Brive and Mrs. Brive of the news of time travel. Is it possible to travel through time and space, something that only exists in the imagination? Dr. Brive was surprised. It's good, Bulma's trip with Wu Di. Mrs. Brive still had the same smile on her face. Didn't care about her husband at all, and gracefully grabbed Wu Di's arm. However, you can't just think about Bulma over the other, come back and go on a date with me. Wu Di's handsome face showed embarrassment, and his eyes swept over Dr. Brive, who was accustomed to this, and said with a wry smile, okay, when I come back from the trip and deal with the affairs of the martial arts hall, I will take the time to accompany Bulma to go shopping with his wife. It's really. Bulma patted her fair forehead. Is also quite helpless about his mother's character. Soon. Ready. Wu Di waved a transparent energy circle. In an instant, Bulma beside him was enveloped in it. The place in front of him gradually distorted, and a colorful space-time tunnel appeared in front of him. See you later. If there is no accident, after returning from time travel, it should not be long after returning from time travel, and even after returning, it will still be this time. Time and space tunnels. There is no picture. It's a colorful tunnel. There is no end in sight, as if there is no boundary. The tunnel also does not show the past and future of the world. It's beautiful. The space-time tunnel is like a brightly colored rainbow. Bulma's eyes bloomed with a strange look, and her delicate body clinged to Wu Di defenselessly. It's so hard to travel to the right time. In the space-time tunnel. He couldn't perceive the situation in space-time, and Wu Di, who was traveling through space-time for the first time, couldn't locate it, and fortunately left a special mark in the main space-time, otherwise it would take a lot of effort to go back to the main space-time. Wu Di takes Bulma to move quickly in the space-time tunnel. It doesn't matter where you go. Bulma raised her eyes and stared at Wu Di affectionately, her pretty smile as sweet as sugar. It's enough to be alone with you in this environment and anniversary that is worth remembering for a lifetime. Po. Wu Di smiled lightly. Then he bowed his head and kissed it. Soon Bulma was short of breath. Her pretty face is full of red, and her bright eyes are full of spring. At this time, I also crashed into the rainbow-like wall of the space-time tunnel. Bang! The walls crack like glass. A gap sucked Wu Di and Bulma in. The colorful wall healed completely. A moment later. Bulma tidied up her clothes. Her pretty face was still rosy, and she looked away. There are wrecks and meteorites everywhere, are we in the universe? Wu De nodded, his eyes seemed to pass through 10 light years away, a smile appeared on his handsome face, and his voice was a little exclamation, that's right, the place of arrival is in the universe. There was a strong, violent aura in the distance. Very strong. It's a monster. If the chi of those strong enemies in front of you is a stream, the extremely violent chi in the distance is the unfathomable ocean. The level of the two is very different, and they can't be compared at all. Rao is Wu De's heart palpitations. Boom! Suddenly, waves of furious energy shoot away. The planet directly in front of Wu De and Bulma turned into wreckage in an instant. Far away from here, you can faintly see the light of the planet's explosion when it explodes. Bulma was silent for a moment. I already know what is happening in front of me. I'm afraid it's caused by the monster-level guy that Wu De said. She also understood that it was impossible for Wu De to escape the battle, and asked with a little hesitation, are you sure of victory? Of course. Wu De's face was as indifferent as water. There was a little solemnity and expectation in his eyes. As far as the eye could reach, there was a small ant-like figure that quickly swept by. This person had clearly not yet stepped into the realm of the gods, but seemed to be able to sense his presence. At this moment, Wu De waved his hand to cast space magic and teleport Bulma to a distant planet. Chapter 40. It's coming. Wu De's eyes condensed slightly. The figure that exuded terrifying might appeared 100 meters away. The muscles are unusually strong, with a height of more than 2 meters and a long ratio of arms and legs to feet. He was naked and armed with golden bracers and necklaces, and the lower half of his body was wrapped with a red cloth wrapped around a gold belt around his waist. The rest of the ornaments resemble a belt, the ears are adorned with ring-shaped earrings, and the hair is emerald green and surrounded by a blazing emerald green glow. Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan. It has 10,000 combat power since birth. And the combat power will become stronger with age. Wu De didn't expect to meet Broly as soon as he came to this time and space. Compared to the Broly in the theatrical version, the Broly in front of me is obviously much stronger. The terrifying majesty seemed to be able to crush this galaxy, as strong as Gula was an insignificant ant in front of him. In an instant, Broly arrived in front of him, and a punch that violently distorted the space struck, but it stopped in vain when it was about to fall on Wu De's face. Quick! Get out of here! Broly seemed to suppress the desire for destruction, and the emerald green flames that lingered around him were sometimes dimmed, sometimes like the flames of gasoline burning more vigorously, and his hair was constantly changing between black and emerald green. Phew! At the same time, the figure of the white punk head appeared in vain. Right next to Wu De, he was wearing the uniform of the king god of the realm. Hurry up while he is temporarily regaining his senses now, otherwise he won't be able to leave. Wu De looked sideways, knew his identity in an instant, and said in a deep voice, "You are the king god of the realm Xin, right? How many years has it been AIG now? How do you know my name?" Xin was stunned for a moment, and saw that Wu De had no intention of leaving, so he said concisely, "It's the year 784 of EG, and since 18 years ago, Broly has become a beast born purely for destruction. Although he couldn't be defeated at first, at least he could suppress his sabotage, but as time passed, Broly's strength became stronger and stronger. Even if he searched the universe and united a group of powerful masters, he still couldn't stop Broly from wantonly destroying the planet. Time travel to the future 20 years from now." Wu De was stunned. It's no wonder that Broly in front of him is much stronger than in the theatrical version. As a legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's combat power increases with age. Since 18 years ago, it has become a beast born purely for destruction. This must have been caused by sensing the death of his rival son Wukong from a heart attack, right? With his right hand on his chest, Sim bent down gracefully and respectfully to make a request, I hereby extend a sincere invitation to join us in trying to stop Broly from continuing to wreak havoc. He can clearly feel Wudi's super strength. Because of this, even though he knew that Broly would lose his mind at any time, he still showed up here. I never join forces with others to fight, was a very sincere invitation, but Wudi refused without the slightest hesitation. However, I believe that after this battle, Broly will not be able to continue to wantonly destroy the planet. I hope so. Hear the words. Xin suddenly sighed. Know the meaning of Wudi's words. But he didn't expect anything about it, and even felt that Wudi was a little arrogant. By the way, your companion Bulma was teleported to the realm of the Realm King and is now safe. Roar. Right now. Terrifying sonic transmission. Carry the immense energy rippling away. The surface of the planet, about 0.1 light-years away, is cracked. Even though they are so far away, they still suffer a catastrophe that is close to destruction. And Xin, who was quite close, was shocked and spurted blood and flew out, and teleported back to the Realm King. As strong as Wudi, there was also a burst of blood churning, his eyes flashed over the green flames, and his hair turned emerald green. Broly. Very good. Worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan. This way, you don't have to deliberately remove your defense to seek death, and you can fight with all your might. At this moment, Broly lost his mind, roared like a beast, the green light that lingered around his body gradually became rich, and his body tilted towards Wudi, and his fist shot down to form a spatial distortion. Bang! Wudi clenched his fists and blasted away. When the two collided, the aftermath rippled rapidly. In an instant, the nearby wreckage and meteorites were shaken into powder and disappeared into the world. There is a tendency to be evenly matched with each other. The attack speed is far beyond the level that the naked eye can recognize. Two figures are engaged in a fierce battle in the universe. Countless stars have been destroyed by the aftermath. At first, Wudi had a slight upper hand, and then gradually became struggling. In the course of the battle, Broly's chi seemed to be constantly rising. Continued to fight in close quarters for 30 minutes, Broly was still tireless, while Wudi had only passive defense. The more you fight, the stronger you get. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. The corners of Wudi's mouth overflowed with blood, and the flickering look in his eyes became brighter and brighter, trying his best to resist, even though there were signs of defeat at present, but his heart was extremely happy, and he seemed to have never tried to release all the energy in his body to fight like this before. Boom! Space warp! Broly's face was extremely excited. A punch landed on Wudi's body, and he shattered all his bones and organs. Wudi's eyes were dim, and he looked down at his collapsed chest, but his handsome face was smirking. Chapter 41. Sure enough. After all, I still lost. That Super Saiyan is a monster. It's a bit unexpected to be able to fight to such a point. Isn't there anything you can do to stop it? A third of the North Galaxy has been destroyed. As time passes, Broly grows stronger and stronger, and if it is allowed to destroy, the universe will disappear in 50 years. In the Realm King God Realm, a group of strong men with different skins and appearances, Xin found from all over the universe, are watching the battle between Wudi and Broly through the crystal ball. In the next 20 years of time and space, Xin, who is eager to improve his strength to defeat Broly, has also reached the level of pulling out the Excalibur, and released the old King God who was sealed in the Excalibur by Beerus back then. Unless that guy wakes up early, no one will be able to defeat the current Broly. The old world King God shook his head. Remembering Beerus who sealed him in Excalibur 75 million years ago. In an instant, Xin Wang grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly asked, "Old ancestor, who is that guy?" Powerful people from all over the universe also looked at each other. A very nasty guy. After a moment of silence, the old King God took his hand behind him, staring at the situation reflected in the crystal ball. God of destruction, Beerus. An extremely emotional guy who will destroy the planet if he is a little unpleasant. He also sealed me in the Excalibur 75 million years ago. With his strength, he must be able to defeat Broly easily, but that guy may not be able to make a move against Broly, because the duty of the God of Destruction is to destroy the planet, and now Broly has helped him do this job. Beerus may be quite happy about it. How can this be? Xion's face was filled with disappointment. The rest of the audience was also shocked. I've never heard of this kind of secret before. A strong man who can easily defeat Broly, the God of Destruction who is responsible for destroying the planet. As the king god of the realm who created the planet, the old king god of the realm was naturally quite angry at Broly's wanton destruction of the planet, so he made a suggestion: if you really can't do it, go to Neomex to find the Dragon Ball to resurrect the strong man who fought with Broly, and then I will use my superpowers to guide his potential, join forces with all the strong people present, and join forces to fight against Broly, then maybe there is a glimmer of hope to defeat Broly. But the myth of the old world king turned around. His gaze fell on Bulma Myoman's figure. His wrinkled face swayed, and his eyes became extremely obscene. The premise of exerting this superpower is that you must touch a beautiful woman. Smack! I'm not done. A slap and a slap. Seeing this, the strong people present were stunned. In my heart, it is as if there are thousands of grass and mud horses galloping by. Such a strong woman, even the king god of the realm 15 generations ago dared to fight. Bulma put away her delicate hand, continued to stare at the reflection of the crystal ball, and muttered, "Wu Di, you must still be alive, and you will definitely defeat that guy named Broly in the end." Hear this. The strong people present all shook their heads. How can you still live if your chest collapses in? And Broly is getting stronger and stronger, even if he is alive, he will definitely lose. While in Namek, Wu Di's heart was pierced, and when he was on Earth, he fought Gula and caused an explosion. But Wu Di is still alive. This time, Bulma also has every reason to believe it. Even though Wu Di's chest completely collapsed into it, he was definitely still alive. A strong man who had always stared at the blue skin of the crystal ball had a slight condensation in vein. Look, the strong man who fought Broly, he collapsed and his terrible injuries are rapidly healing himself. In an instant, the strong man who was racking his brains to find a way to defeat Broly was stunned, and turned to stare at Wu Di reflected in the crystal ball, only to see his collapsed chest bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the twisted arm in front of him was gradually corrected. Now, Wu Di was conscious. The body is like soaking in a hot spring. It's very comfortable, and the physique is crazy to experience metamorphosis. There is a strange energy that transforms the body at a deeper level. Roar! Broly roared like a beast. As he was about to leave, his eyes fell on Wu Di again. Although he lost his mind, he also gained the keen senses of a beast. The injuries on Wu Di's body became completely self-healing in a moment, and a faint emerald green light gradually rose on the surface of his body. As if sensing that a crisis was coming, Broly's palm condensed an emerald green energy wave and threw it out, trying to completely destroy Wu Di's body. Blasting bombardment. The attack containing terrifying energy is quickly provoked. This wave of attacks can definitely completely destroy a high-level planet in an instant. The powerhouses who were watching from afar in the Realm King and God Realm suddenly sighed. There might be a chance to survive in the front, but now they are about to be bombarded to the ground, and there is no hope at all. Having said that, even if he is still alive and his body is back to an injury-free state, he is definitely no match for Broly, and it is impossible to fight evenly like before, and after this battle, Broly has obviously improved amazingly, said a strong man with orange complexion. At the same time, the faint emerald green light on Wu Di's body suddenly skyrocketed. In an instant, it turned into a prairie fire, and the black hair of the shawl quietly turned green. Chapter 42. That's... How could it be? Could it be that he is also a Super Saiyan? The legendary Super Saiyan to be exact. There is a big difference between an ordinary Super Saiyan and a legendary Super Saiyan. In other words, in the previous battle, the strong man named Wu De had not yet transformed, and he was evenly matched with Broly. All the strong men who watched the battle through the crystal ball were shocked, and their eyes invariably fell on Wu De. With their observation and research on Broly over the years, it was naturally easy to distinguish that Wu De's muscles were swollen at the moment, and the green light was lingering all over his body, and his green hair stood up. Obviously, this is the legendary Super Saiyan state. Before he transformed, he was as strong as he was, and I can't imagine how strong Wu De was after he transformed. Even though there are at least 75 million years old, the king god of the old realm was shocked when he saw this. And Xin is surprised, with a little expectation. Only Bulma always believes Wu De will definitely win. Although the combat power of the legendary Super Saiyan state will be amazingly improved, but if you are hit by Broly's energy wave in that defenseless state, you will have to be seriously injured, and it is difficult to say whether you will be able to defeat the stronger and stronger Broly at that time, sighed the powerhouse, who was very similar to the Earthling. The strong people present naturally hoped that Wu De would win. But if you are hit by Broly's attack, the odds of winning the battle are slim. In the eyes of everyone, the kind of energy wave that is condensed to the extreme falls, and even if Wu De becomes a legendary Super Saiyan, he will inevitably be hit hard. Boom! Like thunder exploding in my ears. The emerald green was condensed to the extreme, and the energy wave fell on Wu De's body. A dazzling light bloomed, and the picture of the crystal ball was completely obscured for a short time. Sure enough, it hit. That strong man named Wu De didn't wake up after all. It's going to be a legendary Super Saiyan state, and it's completely instinctive to feel the crisis. The chances of defeating Broly are very low, but if we can inflict heavy damage on Broly, we may be able to solve the scourge of Broly when the time comes. Seeing that the emerald green energy wave condensed to the extreme had arrived in front of him, Wu De still showed no signs of waking up, and all the powerhouses from all over the universe couldn't help but sigh when they watched the battle situation, feeling that even if Wu De was now in the legendary Super Saiyan state, he was at least seriously injured, and the situation that was almost a sure win became a crisis again. At the beginning of the battle, Wu De did not transform, but he was able to fight evenly with Broly, and even vaguely beat Broly. If he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan in his peak state, he would definitely be able to crush Broly, but unfortunately Wu De did not transform at first, but was caught off guard by Broly's chest, and now he instinctively feels that the crisis has become the legendary Super Saiyan state but is still in a coma but was hit by Broly's merciless attack, even if Wu De can survive this wave of attacks, but he has to be seriously injured. Everyone thinks Wu De turned into a legendary Super Saiyan in peak condition. That would definitely crush Broly, kill him before he gets stronger. However, if it's in a state of serious injury, it's hard to fight it, let alone crushing. Who's tickling me? A murmur rang out. Wu De slowly opened his eyes. The emerald green light that lingered around the body was even more intense. With a casual wave of his hand, all the spaces he passed collapsed. An earth-shattering wave swept away, and countless stars and planets turned into dust. Horror! He's not hurt. That level of attack can't do damage. It's incredible, but Broly's attack is no different from tickling for him. There is still no way to sense Wu De's breath, but there is an inexplicable terrifying pressure transmitted to the realm King God realm. It's unimaginable that there is such a strong person in the world, but I don't know how it compares to the god of destruction that the king god of the old world said. The dazzling light quickly dissipated, and everyone who was watching the situation in the realm King God realm was shocked when they saw the scene of the crystal ball reflecting it. At this moment, Wu De's muscles bulged, his height skyrocketed by 30 centimeters, his emerald green hair stood up except for Lu Hai, and he was surrounded by emerald green flames, floating indifferently in the universe, and the nearby space seemed to be gradually crushed by its might. After this death, he obtained the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, and directly became the legendary Super Saiyan. Wu De's eyes shone brightly. Rao is indifferent, as he also has the urge to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. The legendary Super Saiyan will improve with age without having to exercise deliberately. In addition, the state after transformation is far beyond that of ordinary Saiyans, and his potential and physical fitness are also above ordinary Saiyans like Goku. Especially Wu Di, who is super strong in normal times, seems to be able to completely destroy this universe with a little effort after becoming the legendary Super Saiyan state. When I met Broly before, I would feel heart palpitations inexplicably, and this feeling naturally disappeared after the resurrection, but I vaguely felt that pinching Broly to death was as easy as stepping on an ant. Roar! Broly threw his head back and roared. It seems to be fearful, and it seems to be provocative. Or perceiving the crisis, the chi is soaring wildly. The green flame that lingered around him instantly appeared with a jumping electric light. The emerald green hair is visibly extended, and soon reaches the point where it reaches the waist. Chapter 43. SHHHH. Monsters. I continued to transform. I've never seen this before. What a terrifying chi, the solid and distant realm of the king and god realm is crumbling. Planets and matter within 10 light years have been blasted into cosmic dust by the terrifying power emanating from them. The legendary Super Saiyan is really terrifying, no wonder he is called the strongest warrior in the universe, so strong that he is like a monster. The faces of all the powerhouses in the realm of the Realm King and God Realm were all shocked when they saw this, although they had never seen this form of Broly before. They could know from the information they had collected before that this form was probably Broly's evolution again, and his strength had increased amazingly. It's also clear. Whether it's an ordinary Saiyan, or the legendary Saiyan who appeared in 1000 years. After the transformation, they will show an amazing improvement, and there is an extreme gap compared to before the transformation. Even though Wu Di has become a legendary Super Saiyan without injury, can he defeat Broly, who has transformed again? Broly, who seems to have surpassed the limit again, has increased his chi by at least 10 times compared to before, and this value will continue to increase with the battle. Xian's original expression of victory in sight was completely frozen in an instant, and the old world king god looked at the battle situation with his hands in his hands, and let out a low sigh. The legendary Super Saiyan, once awakened, continued to go berserk, until finally swallowed by his own increasing strength and caused self-destruction. Judging by Broly's current state, I am afraid that it is not far from the stage of self-destruction, but the universe was on the verge of destruction at that time. That being said, but in fact, he didn't have any hope that Wu Di would defeat Broly. Wu Di's normalcy is very strong, and if he is also in the legendary Super Saiyan state, it will definitely crush Broly. The problem is that Broly, who senses the crisis, has evolved and directly surpassed the legendary Super Saiyan state and stepped into unimaginable realms. The eyes of all the strong people present were dim, as if they were completely desperate, and they could only keep praying in their hearts for Wu Di to defeat Broly, and nothing else could be done. After all, in front of Broly, who surpassed the limit, this group of powerhouses from all over the universe might not even be able to resist its might. Now Bulma is the only one who always believes in it. No matter how strong the enemy is, it must be Wu Di who wins in the end. Emerald green flames illuminate the universe. At this moment, Broly's green hair fell to his waist. The muscles are like rocks, but the height has not changed. The emerald green surrounding the body, with the thunderous and pulsating light, simply overwhelmed the space. This state is very similar to ordinary Super Saiyan 3, that is, the strength surpasses Super Saiyan 3 countless times. Wu Di's eyes were as sharp as a blade, and his pupils did not disappear after becoming the legendary Super Saiyan, which may be the reason why he was not affected by that violent energy and lost his mind. He had a chance to stop Broly from surpassing the limit, but he always kept a wait-and-see attitude, allowing Broly to break through the limit and become the current state of long hair and waist. After becoming the legendary Super Saiyan, Wu Di's state consciousness is indeed sober, but his personality has changed invisibly, his handsome face is arrogant, and his eyes also have a strong fighting spirit, wanting to fight with the stronger Broly. Click! Fist clenched. The space shattered like glass. At this moment, Broly seems to have regained a little bit of his senses. Stared at Wu Di, and the corners of his mouth turned out to be a touch of contempt. I. The strongest in the universe. The legendary Super Saiyan. There is no one in the world who can beat it. With a strong confidence in his words, he finished speaking intermittently, and Broly's figure disappeared from sight in an instant. Bang! In an instant, Wu Di flew out like a kite with a broken string. It seems that he can't resist Broly's extremely fast attack. The nearby stars and wreckage were all turned into dust and reflected in the crystal ball. It was dim, sometimes there were earth-shattering waves in the east, and sometimes a vague figure flashed in the west. There is no way to see the scene of the battle, but the powerhouses in the realm of the king and god who are far away can judge what the battle situation is by virtue of their perception of qi. Sure enough. After all, you can't defeat it. It's as strong as Wu Di, but it's powerless to resist. The speed at which Broly's qi is increasing is obviously not a hard fight. Although I can't sense Wu Di's anger, I was beaten when I saw this situation. The legendary Super Saiyan is too far from beyond the limit, and it is impossible to defeat Brolina. Unless Wu Di also surpasses the limit, the only thing he can do is passively withstand Broly's attack, but is it so easy to surpass the limit of the legendary Super Saiyan? Sensing that Broly's extremely terrifying qi was steadily rising, rather than showing a trend of soaring in a straight line, the strong people who had studied Broly and the Saiyans immediately knew that it was definitely not a battle now, but Broly's unilateral beating, and that faint hope was completely extinguished at this moment, and there was no hope in their hearts for Wu Di's victory over Broly. However, right now, the corners of Wu Di's mouth stirred into a smirk. The body that was kicked into the air was lying down. He slowly stretched out his hand forward, and the faint but surprising words passed through the silent universe. Beyond the limit, to an unprecedented extent, but that relentless attack fell on me, and it was just a little painful to massage. Chapter 44. Bang! Waves of air are rolling. The nearby space was torn apart by the aftermath. Wu Di's eyes were indifferent, and he grabbed Broly's fist. So weak. The powerful aftermath rushed behind him. A linear rift in space stretches 10 light-years away. This aftermath is enough to show that it is not Broly who is weak, but Wu Di is incredibly strong. After being killed, Wu Di became stronger himself, and now he has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan state. Rao is beyond the limit. Broly's full attack is difficult to inflict fatal damage on his body. Previously, his own defense was extremely amazing, but after becoming the legendary Super Saiyan state, this defense is obviously even more amazing. I. The strongest in the universe. The legendary Super Saiyan. Broly's voice was deep and unfamiliar. The thunder on the surface of the green flame is more and more dazzling. The terrifying power rippled out, and the nearby space was distorted. But whether it was kicking Wu Di with his legs, or trying to bounce off Wu Di's hand with his own energy, he failed in the end. It's unbelievable that Broly, who surpassed the legendary Super Saiyan at this moment, was completely crushed by Wu Di, and it was difficult to even resist. It's time to finish. Wu Di whispered indifferently. A special energy condenses in the palm of your hand. I can't perceive the majesty of the energy contained in it, nor the astonishing vision of warping space. But as the energy wave gradually formed, Broly became furious in vain, as if sensing the beast of the coming crisis, roared, and his own qi also skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. Phew! The energy wave is shot away. The moment it was shot down, it became the size of a meteorite. Completely enveloped Broly's muscular body in it. Broly's body was gradually swallowed by the energy wave, and it stands to reason that his expression at the moment should be extremely hideous. But in fact, it was the complete opposite. the disappeared pupils returned to their original state, and the thunder and emerald green flames that lingered around the body dissipated. Exiting the legendary Super Saiyan state, Broly's face was gentle and weak, and his lips opened slightly. "Thank you, unknown super powerhouse, for completely freeing me from this world. I should also thank you for allowing me to obtain the blood of the legendary Super Saiyan. Wu De has also returned to normalcy." Speaking of which, Broly was miserable. Born with 10,000 combat power. As a result, King Vegeta was jealous and was almost killed. The explosive potential escaped, but was controlled by his father. In the end, he will lose his mind, kill his father, and destroy countless planets recklessly. Living in such a painful world, and now being killed by Wu De, is a relief for Broly. What the hell is going on? Why did the situation of the war change in vain? Broly, who went beyond the limit, was killed. Is that mysterious powerhouse named Wu De playing in front of him? I'm afraid he's playing with Broly. Just see if his body is not damaged in the slightest. It's so strong. It's a monster-level existence. Even Broly in that state can easily solve it. The legendary Super Saiyan state can defeat Broly, who breaks through the limit, if he surpasses the legendary Super Saiyan. Seeing that Wu De was in vain, completely erasing Broly from this world with a devastating attitude, many strong people from all over the universe who stayed in the realm King God realm were shocked, and the eyes of the dark and completely desperate at first bloomed. Some were shocked by Wu De's strong strength, and some showed the pleasure of revenge while being surprised. After all, some of the planets inhabited by these strong people present were destroyed by Broly. Broly is eliminated. Xinyling, and then ecstatic. It's as tough as a monster. Even the old King God who had lived for at least 75 million years was amazed. I can't help but compare Wu De with Beerus, but it turns out that the two have a tendency to be evenly matched. If you guess correctly, that strong man named Wu De has already stepped into that realm, and has become the legendary Super Saiyan state. Maybe he can really compete with Beerus. Although 99% of the final victory is Beerus's guy, but being able to compete with Beerus is really high. After all, Beerus is a god standing at the top of the universe and has the most top combat power, while Wu De is immortal and has no priesthood, but he can be compared with Beerus, which is simply unimaginable. Is the god of destruction really that strong? A cosmic powerhouse resembling a dinosaur questioned. Wu De's strength. All of you here are there for all to see. It is no exaggeration to say that the terrifying strength that destroys the galaxy with a wave of his hand is invincible in the world. But listening to the meaning of the myth of the old world king, Wu De seems to be a little worse than the god of destruction. I can't believe it. After all, the gods whose duty is to maintain the balance of the universe by destroying them naturally possess super strength, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The figure of the old world king god leaned on the building, staring at Wu De reflected in the picture with deep eyes, and whispered, "If he can surpass the legendary Super Saiyan, then it may be possible to defeat Beerus." Hear this. The powerful men from all over the universe were slightly shocked. Some were surprised that Wu De might be able to defeat Beerus in the future. Some didn't expect that the god of destruction was strong, and it seemed that he was stronger than Wu De who defeated Broly. Among the strong people present, some felt that Wu De was invincible in the world, and some had heard or witnessed the horror of Beerus, so they were shocked by Wu De's evaluation that he might have a chance to defeat Beerus in the future. Soon, the roar faded. Broly was reduced to ashes. And Wu De has also returned to normalcy. When he was about to leave, he squinted in vain. Chapter 45. Delusion. Wu De's face appeared with a deep groan. I just clearly felt that there was a wave of time and space. Space-time fluctuations are peculiar, and the likelihood of illusion is low. In other words, there is just an existence that can travel through time and space to hide in the shadows and snoop. I quickly shook off the thoughts in my head, and wasted no time guessing who was snooping. It doesn't matter who is snooping, it doesn't matter if it's an accident or for a different purpose. The universe is very large, and there are many strong people, and those who have the ability to travel through time and space may not be the existence in the original book, so there is no need to waste brain cells to think about who is peeping. Casting a magic spell to restore the clothes and pants stained with blood and holes to their original state, Wu Di extended his perception to investigate the location of the Realm King and God Realm, and then a pitch-black wormhole appeared in front of him, and he walked in indifferently. Meanwhile, distant Realm King God Realm. The wormholes that connect each other appear in vain. All the powerful people from all over the universe were staring intently. I saw a figure with an extraordinary handsome appearance and perfect body proportions. Very handsome. Can't feel his breath. I'm afraid he's stepping into the realm of the legendary gods. It's unbelievable. I'm afraid he doesn't even look 100 years old. That legendary Super Saiyan is 50 years old, but he has extremely terrifying powers. Alas, the old man has been studying martial arts for 5,000 years, but he has never been able to get a glimpse of the realm of the gods, and he is so young. There is no strong power. But the moment he appeared, there was obviously an invisible oppression falling on him, and he didn't have the courage to fight it at all. In an instant, the faces of all the strong men present were solemn, and while feeling the invisible oppression, they were also observing Wu Di, but no one dared to say or make offensive moves. Even if they didn't witness the battle between Wu Di and Broly, everyone would never dare to act rashly, since stepping into the realm of gods, there was a faint divine power lingering on Wu Di, so that mortals did not dare to offend easily. There seems to be a very amazing potential in his body. The king god of the old world restrained the obscenity of his eyes. With the qualifications and abilities that he has lived for at least 75 million years. It was easy to perceive that there was a terrifying potential in Wu Di's body that had not yet been stimulated. According to his prediction, if this potential is fully activated, even those as strong as Beerus will have to be abused. Although there is a kind of desire to help Wu Di activate his potential, provoke a battle between Wu Di and Beerus, and take revenge on Beerus for sealing him in the Excalibur 7,500 years ago. But after all, he still restrained this revenge thought. With the 75 million years of seniority of the old world king god, it can be seen at a glance that Wu Di is definitely not the kind of existence that will be at the mercy of him, nor is he a kind-hearted existence, and it is really unnecessary to risk the unknown for revenge. Xin stepped forward at this moment, bowed gracefully and respectfully, and sincerely thanked, Honorable Mighty One. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you on behalf of all the beings of the universe. Thank you for defeating Broly and restoring peace to the universe. Thanks. You've avenged me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for beating Broly. If Broly continues to wreak havoc on the universe, I'm afraid it will all perish. Honorable His Royal Highness Wu Di, I am willing to go to the soup for you, and command at any time if necessary. A group of powerful people from all over the universe also used unique and noble etiquette to express their gratitude. Some strong people also take this opportunity to express friendship or loyalty, some simply want to repay their kindness because Wu Di avenges them, and some want to follow Wu Di's cultivation to become stronger. Wu Di still kept a light smile and accepted these thanks with peace of mind, even though his original intention was not to maintain the peace of the universe or to avenge those victims. But it was undeniable that by killing Broly, the disaster of the universe did disappear, and the revenge of those victims was also avenged. So handsome, my boyfriend is the best. Seeing that Wu Di was so admired, Bulma's delicate and pretty face suddenly bloomed with a bright smile, and her bright eyes looked at her obsessively. A moment later, the strong ones gradually dispersed. Bulma hugged him warmly at this point. Okay, don't worry, I can defeat any strong enemy. Wu Di's face was gentle, stroking Bulma's head like a cat. Bulma also squinted and enjoyed touching his head. Speaking of which, this time we are shuttling to the future in 20 years. Lifting the bangs next to Bulma's ear, Wu Di smiled lightly. This is the era where Trunks is, the completed version of the time machine is on the Earth in this time and space. Are you still going to study the time machine? Of course, machines that can travel through time and space are worth researching. Although Wudi can travel through time and space at will, the time machine is very interesting to Bulma, and he wants to take it apart and study the principle. Wudi nodded, his eyes flashed over Xin, who was standing respectfully not far away, and said in a deep voice, Xin, as the king of the realm, it seems that you can reach anywhere in the universe in an instant, right? Yes. Xin replied respectfully. Then trouble you, send us to Earth. The powerhouse of the Earth is Trunks. Trunks, on the other hand, is now suppressing his chi to a very low level. Therefore, Wudi could not locate the Earth, and in order to avoid trouble, he had to let Xin lead the way. Soon, Wudi put his arm around Bulma, put his hand on Xin's shoulder, and disappeared in the realm of the King of the Gods in an instant, arriving on Earth. Chapter 46. The Earth of the Future. Such as experiencing a magnitude 20 earthquake. Buildings and natural objects around the world have collapsed. At first glance, the Earth of the future looks like a lifeless abandoned planet. This is what will happen in 20 years? The world in front of me is like hell. Looking at it from a high place, there is no life at all, except for the broken buildings, only the miserable corpses remain. Wudi shook his head. There was no wave of this scene. In his battle with Broly, he didn't know how many living planets were destroyed, and muttered, actually, our time and space, and the time and space in 20 years, can be divided into two similar but completely independent worlds. I see. Bulma, who has a very high ID, is suddenly. In an instant, I understood the meaning of Wudi's words. To put it simply, the future and the past are two different worlds. Have you found the boy who has the completed version and once traveled to the past on a time machine? I can't wait to take it apart and study it. Feeling a little about the tragic state of the Earth, Bulma's eyes suddenly bloomed with a strong desire to explore, and he also seemed to be quite expectant. Speaking of which, what will I be like in 20 years? It must be very good to be able to study such an unprecedented machine as a time machine, and it is a perfect existence where beauty and wisdom coexist. These words. It feels weird. Is Bulma praising herself? After a little silence, Wudi concentrated and extended his perception. Didn't find Trunks, but found a living human. About 938 miles away, there was an extremely faint aura of nearly 100. These faint life forms must be the few humans who survived in the hands of 17 and 18 in this space-time. And Trunks may be astringent somewhere else at the moment, and 17 and 18, who wantonly destroy the Earth, are not ordinary creatures. Let's take a look. Presumably the humans surviving in this time and space are having a hard time, and this time and space travel, I am fully prepared, and I should be able to provide some help to these survivors. After all, they are all compatriots on Earth, and although they live in different time and space, Bulma wants to provide some help within the scope of his ability, and it doesn't matter if he occasionally sends a little kindness in a situation that does not affect him. Let's go. Wormholes appear in front of you. Wudi and Bulma stepped in. This is. The gentle beauty welding parts in the research room was slightly stunned. Nervously gripping the stun baton, staring at the pitch-black wormhole that was gradually forming. Wudi, who had a handsome face, was the first to step out, followed by the lively and beautiful Bulma. The equipment and style of the laboratory in front of me are very similar to those at home. Bulma's eyes swept over the scene in front of him, and he found that the research room in front of him was 90% similar to the research room at home. Hearing this, Wudi's handsome face also appeared surprised, and in an instant, his eyes fell on the blue-haired gentle beauty who was holding the electric shock baton not far away, and said with a light smile, "This is your future research room, to be precise, this time and space Bulma's research room. It is normal for your habits and styles to be similar." He just sensed a breath of chi casually, and then cast spatial magic. But he didn't expect to appear in the future Bulma research room by such a coincidence. Hey! Bulma microflutes. Then you will see your future self. The future Bulma and the past Bulma observe each other. Compared with the younger Bulma, the future Bulma is significantly more mature and charming. There is a gentle and noble body that has been precipitated over time, and the plump posture is like a ripe peach that can be picked at any time. Who are you? The mature version of Bulma is wary. After all, the way Wudi and Bulma appeared across the wormhole is a bit amazing. Don't be nervous, my name is Wudi, I am from the plane 20 years ago, and I have no hostility to this plane. A gentle smile appeared on Wudi's handsome face. My name is Bulma. Bulma's pretty face was inexplicable. Bright eyes are fixed on the proud person in front of the mature version of Bulma. From 20 years ago, what the hell is going on? The mature version of Bulma's delicate willow eyebrows are slightly raised, and the expressions and outfits of the young version of Bulma and Wudi are observed in detail, and it is found that the two seem to really come from time and space 20 years ago, and the clothes worn by the young version of Bulma are tailor-made unique styles 20 years ago. But the Bulma in front of me is from 20 years ago. In 20 years, she should also get the corresponding memories, right? The most important thing is, who is the handsome guy who follows the young version of Bulma? In this regard, the mature version of Bulma said that she was not impressed at all, and she didn't even know the handsome guy named Wudi at all. Since you are from 20 years ago, how can I not have this memory of traveling through time and space, and I have never heard of your existence? The young version of Bulma was quite distressed when she saw this, but she didn't feel strange when she thought of the tragic state of the earth at this moment. Wudi pondered for a while, and said, "It's very troublesome to explain. Simply put, Bulma and I came from 20 years ago, but 20 years ago and now are two separate worlds, so you don't have this memory of traveling through time and space, and this world according to Trunks, I don't exist in time and space 20 years later. It's a pity. Trunks is out." The mature version of Bulma shook her head. In that case, the young version of Bulma took out the capsule box in his pocket in vain and took out the capsule containing the food, then use food to prove that we are from the world 20 years ago. These foods are extremely precious, and some are even endangered species, and there will definitely be no ones in the future world. Bang! A puff of smoke. The fragrant food is neatly arranged with a cloth. They are made of extremely precious ingredients, and they will not deteriorate in capsules stored in a vacuum environment. Chapter 47. Money Fish. Bluefin Tuna. 100 years of swift dragons. 300 years of Minotaur. All of them are made with precious ingredients. Actually, Bulma eats very lightly, and these are all prepared for Wudi, who is a carnivorous eater. Knowing that she was going to travel through time, she instructed the chef hired by her family to prepare the delicacies and store them in capsules. Fill 10 capsules before departure, which is at least enough for 300 people to eat for a month, and it is only one of the capsules. 90% of the ingredients will indeed be extinct in the future. The mature version of Bulma is slightly flustered, and the beautiful eyes that have experienced the precipitation of time swept over the food in front of him, and he believed that Wudi and the young version of Bulma were from time and space 20 years ago, and he reluctantly accepted the words that 20 years ago and now were independent of each other. It's so fragrant. A dark-haired loli hides in the doorway of the research room and sucks her fingers. Is this dreaming? Where do you get so much food? It looks like it's all food eaten by the richest people. Did President Bulma develop a black technology that automatically makes food? Who is that unusually handsome man, and how can he be in President Bulma's research room? Soon, the rich fragrance gradually wafted away, and the surviving humans couldn't help but be drawn in. At this time, the human beings who are still alive on the earth are basically gathered here, and the total number is not more than 100, which shows how miserable this time and space is. The survivors all showed eagerness, but they all forcibly restrained their desire to snatch food, and did not dare to rashly step into the research institute, which shows that Bulma still has a lot of status here. Seeing this, the mature version of Bulma immediately chuckled gently at the group of survivors. She put down the electric shock baton in her hand, and walked towards Wudi and the young version of Bulma without any defense. "Excuse me, from the past Bulma, can you give them some of the food here?" "Of course." Bulma smiled and nodded. After getting the consent of the mature version of Bulma, the group of survivors standing at the entrance of the institute suddenly ran quickly. It was like a refugee experiencing a locust plague, gobbling it up without regard for its image. Alas, the nearby food has been destroyed by 17 and 18. These survivors haven't had enough to eat for nearly a week. The mature version of Bulma sighed, and he was also explaining to Bulma and Wudi why they were so embarrassed, hoping that the two would not be surprised. "It's okay," Bulma didn't care, it was still acceptable compared to the eating of the Scions, and she asked, "Are all the survivors of the spaceless Earth here?" "Maybe there are survivors who are hiding." After a short time together, the young version of Bulma and Wudi completely gained the trust of the mature version of Bulma, which made her speak with much less scruples. While Trunks is collecting time machine energy, he is also looking for traces of survivors. "Anyway, how did you get to the future?" Talking about the topic of time machines, the mature version of Bulma inevitably had some doubts. "I don't know how Wudi and Bulma came to the future. It took her a long time to build a time machine. It is definitely not something that can be produced at the age of the young version of Bulma. After all, it has to absorb a huge amount of knowledge. It's Wudi. Wudi can travel through time freely." Bulma smiled and proudly hugged Wudi's arm. "I see." The mature version of Bulma suddenly looked at Wudi with beautiful eyes, and to be honest, he was a little envious of the young and beautiful Bulma in front of him. At this time, Bulma, who had just embarked on a journey to find Dragon Ball, heard the news of the death of Dr. Brive and Mrs. Brive, and quit the journey to find Dragon Ball halfway, and was forced to take over the Universal Capsule Company due to the situation, and has been busy with various affairs and research, and has no time to fall in love, nor has he met Wudi, who is handsome and can travel freely through time and space. Compared to Bulma from the past, in the future time and space, Bulma, who is ripe like a peach, has a somewhat miserable life. Bulma's eyes flashed with a strong desire to explore, and in order to get the mature version of Bulma to agree, he even, "Sister, can I study the time machine?" The mature version of Bulma was stunned, blinked her beautiful eyes that had been precipitated by time, and said, "Yes, but the time machine is now on Trunks, and if you want to study it, you will have to wait until at least tomorrow." "There is no hurry." Bulma's pretty face was full of joy. Only research can make her so happy. "In that case, I'll build a house outside." Wudi's handsome face appeared with a faint smile, and he was not prepared to live in the damp and gloomy basement without being aggrieved. Phew! In an instant, the figure is gone. The young version and the mature version of Bulma were stunned. What the hell is he trying to do? Maybe it's going to build a house outside. The mature version of Bulma stepped up to the high-end machine of the Institute and quickly tapped on the keyboard, and the satellite funded by the Universal Capsule suddenly filmed the scene outside the basement in outer space. "I saw." Wudi floats in the air. With a wave of his hand, the wall appeared out of thin air. The roof and other decorations were created out of thin air in an instant. A gorgeous and unique European-style castle was completely formed in less than 1 minute. "Your boyfriend is amazing. Is he a legendary god?" Seeing this, the mature version of Bulma was also full of surprise, and the envy in his heart was even worse. Soon, night falls. A full-fledged version of Bulma is also in the castle. She was invited to discuss time machines. At this moment, she was drinking warm water in the kitchen, but she saw Bulma wearing an abnormal nurse's uniform and sneaking into Wudi's room in a sneaky manner. "When I was younger, I was so good at playing. Night raids were quite excessive, and I still engaged in such an unscrupulous uniform temptation." Chapter 49. 3 days later, Bulma's injuries improved. But he didn't dare to be alone with Wudi at night. In the fierce battle in front of her, she thought that she was dying, and there was inevitably a shadow in her psyche. Bulma was puzzled, and said that there was no plowed land, only tired oxen, but she was almost destroyed by plowing. Uncle Wudi, Aunt Bulma, Trunks, who collected the energy of the time machine, came back, with the black-haired girl who was rescued from somewhere in the world. He looked at Bulma and Wudi who were staying in the research room, and looked puzzled. What happened during the time I was out? Why is there a super gorgeous castle outside the base? Why is there so much food in the base? Why are the young versions of Aunt Bulma and Uncle Wudi, who only existed 20 years ago, here? Wudi explained indifferently, I created the castle outside, the food in the base was brought by Bulma and I are here because we are traveling in time and space. Trunks was silent. I feel more and more that Wudi is unfathomable. You can even do things like time travel. I was a little surprised, but I was very happy with the arrival of Wudi and Bulma. After all, Bulma's food has improved the environment of the base, and if Wudi is willing to take action in the future, the disaster of this time and space may be solved. After experiencing the transformation from a girl to a woman, Bulma raised her hand with an inexplicable charm. Her skin became smoother and softer as if she had been moisturized, her posture became more beautiful, and her bright eyes showed a strong desire to explore. Trunks, I want to take advantage of the time machine to study it, and ensure that I will return to Zhao after the research. Hear the words. Trunks thought for a moment. Immediately, he took out the capsule in his arms and handed it over. The time machine is full of energy, be careful not to press the start button, otherwise it will be randomly teleported to other time and space. Bulma turned around, waved his hand reassuringly to Trunks, and quickened his pace towards the castle's research room, already eager to disassemble the time machine to study. Uncle Wudi, after a long groan, Trunks gritted his teeth and reminded, why don't you live in the base with Aunt Bulma? It's too dangerous to live in that kind of conspicuous castle, and the strong enemy in this time and space has not been resolved. If they find that castle, it will be dangerous. Don't worry, if they dare to do this, then I'll help you clean up the trouble of this time and space by the way, and calculate the reward for lending the time machine to Bulma for research. At this time, the 17th and 18th alone are just a little stronger, and now Trunks has reached the second stage of Super Saiyan 1, why should an opponent of this level be careful, even if Wudi has not yet studied how to become a legendary Super Saiyan, but even if it is a normal combat power, solving the 17th and 18th is a matter of waving. A confident man is really handsome. The mature version of Bulma's beautiful eyes has waves. In an instant, she sighed gently, feeling that she was getting stranger and stranger. Wudi's muscular body and handsome face often come to mind. In that case, please be careful, their strength should not be underestimated. Trunks didn't dissuade him anymore, the base environment was indeed relatively harsh. And he also knew that Wudi had a strong strength, even above number 17 or 18. Although I think it is difficult for Wudi to defeat number 17 and number 18 alone, it must be that even if the two join forces, Wudi can resist for a while, and the castle is quite close to the base, and it is only a matter of a moment to rush to help. Time passes. Bulma who got the time machine. Stay in the lab for nearly 24 hours. The only thing I can do is to step out of the research room for a short time when I take a bath. Presumably, for scientists, time machines are worth studying, right? After all, this is a black technology that surpasses reality and only exists in imagination or TV dramas. Presumably, these subtle things are born gradually, and they are necessary to become Super Saiyan's cells, right? During this period, Wudi was also studying the condition of his body, groping for how to become the legendary Super Saiyan, and also noticed that some special cells gradually outlawed the original cells. According to what he observed, if the cells were kept calm, they would grow much faster, and if the anxiety could not be settled, the growth rate of these cells would be very slow or even stagnant. In the original book, Gohan and other half-breeds can become Super Saiyans casually, and that is purely because they inherit a large number of S cells. It's a pity. Wu Di is gaining the legendary Super Saiyan blood. But he didn't get S cells, and the S cells in his body gradually grew during this time. Because of this, even though he has Earthling and Saiyan blood, he can't easily become a Super Saiyan like Gohan and other half-bloods. However, Wu Di's mentality is very good, so he was a little anxious at first, but now he maintains a peaceful state of mind, and the growth rate of S cells in his body is also quite impressive. With the current normal combat power, a Super Saiyan who has transformed into a blonde state should be able to compete with Beerus, right? Although it is impossible to defeat, it may be comparable to the extent to which the original Monkey King first became red-haired. In the final analysis, the transformation of Super Saiyan is based on the basics. Wu Di's normal combat power can be called against the sky, and it is even more terrifying to become a Super Saiyan, maybe break through the limit of Super Saiyan and reach the level of Super Saiyan 2, then you can win against Beerus at the top of the 7th universe. If you study how to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan state, how strong will it be? Unthinkable. Wu Di is looking forward to it. Meantime, outside the gorgeous castle, the corners of the two figures' mouths lifted and floated in the air playfully. Chapter 50. Is the construction of this castle a provocation to us? A rather handsome man's face appeared with interest. Maybe it's because I haven't played a cat and mouse game for this time, and the vigilance of mice hiding in the shadows has decreased. The blonde beauty standing beside her hugged her chest, her blue eyes like a sea of stars showed indifference, and then waved her hand to throw the condensed energy wave towards the castle. Bang! Like thunder. It's especially loud in the silent night. The east side of the castle was completely destroyed in an instant. Seeing this, No 17's handsome face was still smiling, and he looked down like a god. The appearance is definitely the top among women, and the corner of the mouth of the 18th has a rather evil and happy expression. Get ready! That horrible monster is coming. Disappeared for a while and then reappeared. Damn it! They're attacking that castle. I hope it doesn't hurt Miss Bulma, who is as kind as an angel from the past. Do you have to kill them all? All life on Earth, including humans, is on the verge of extinction. Don't think about it. These two monsters won't stop, they play with us like toys or mice. Hearing such a violent roar, the survivors in the base were instantly awakened, relying on the high-tech made by Bulma to observe the situation, and immediately became furious after seeing the behavior of number 17 and 18, and he was also worried about the past and the future of Bulma. After all, the two are no different from saviors in the hearts of the survivors. The former provides them with a lot of food, and the latter makes a lot of practical high-tech. It's still there after all. Trunks' eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. He immediately ordered the survivors in the base to hide, and hurried towards the castle. The guy who caused the space-time Earth to become like this has discovered here. The mature version of Bulma, who was in the castle's research room at the moment, had a worried face on her cheeks. Don't worry, Wu Di will definitely protect this place. Bulma waved her hand calmly, quickly tapped on the keyboard of a high-tech computer, and asked, "Can this string of data really work without causing conflicts?" Seeing this, the mature version of Bulma suddenly sighed helplessly, and could only continue to discuss with Bulma in detail. She knew that Wu Di had very magical abilities, but could she compare to the monsters like 17 and 18 who had the ability to destroy towns and even planets with a wave of their hands? In a flash, Wu Di flashed. Gaze at the handsome men and women in front of you. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to die? He didn't care what had become of the Earth on this plane. However, NOS 17 and 18 had to show up and wantonly destroy the castle. The last person who said that, the grass on the grave is 3 feet high. Number 17 had a cat and mouse smile on his face, and he hadn't met a human who spoke so arrogantly in a long time. It's funny. Let's hope he can stand the devastation. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on No 18's beautiful cheeks, but it was as cold as falling into an ice cellar, and his beautiful eyes swept over number 17 beside him, and chuckled, "Don't grab this prey with me, your opponent will come soon." "Okay." The 17th descended to the roof. "It's like watching a movie. Didn't you mean to take the initiative?" After a while, the number 18 beautiful eyes crossed the fierce color and rushed towards Wudi's place. The clenched fist is delicate, but it contains terrifying power enough to easily destroy a mountain range. Bang! Sluggish airflow. And then it rippled away like a stormy wave. Number 17, who stood on the roof of the building and watched, was a little surprised in his eyes. Not bad. It was able to block the attack of the 18th. It turns out that it really has some strength. Having said that, I didn't take it to heart, because number 18 was not serious at all, and he didn't even give full play to 1% of his strength. It's kind of interesting. A slight smile appeared on the beautiful cheeks of the 18th. His eyes gradually became cold, and his attack speed increased significantly. Is ready to beat Wudi to vent his inner emotions, and then erase him from the world. However, the next moment, the delicate body loses control. The leg that came with a violent horizontal kick was caught. It slammed down to the ground like a kite with a broken string. A loud roar pierced through countless dilapidated houses. "It's over, no 18's clothes are dirty, she's definitely going to be angry." Number 17, who was watching with interest, was stunned when he saw this, but he didn't expect that number 18 actually suffered a small loss. Airplanes. Ripple ripples. Number 18, who fell to the ground, was covered in flames. Her beautiful cheeks are gloomy and watery, and her eyes are shining with a cold light. "Damn it! How dare I get my favorite outfit dirty?" With a strong explosion of anger, number 18 suddenly appeared in front of him and spared no effort to smash his fist at Wudi. "So weak." The murmur passed away. Wudi stretched out his hand indifferently. The fist that showed the afterimage was caught. Flick at an unimaginable speed on the 18th smooth forehead. A figure carrying the power of destroying the world fell to the ground like a meteor. Running through the base, it still fell unabated, almost penetrating the core of the earth. Wudi floated in mid-air, indifferently looking down on number 18 who smashed into the earth's crust, and his eyes gradually shifted to number 17. "It doesn't matter how you destroy the rest of the place. Why do you want to destroy the castle I created? Is it greasy and crooked?" At this moment, No 17's handsome face was full of solemnity, staring at Wudi, whose clothes were not stained with a little dust during the battle, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Chapter 51. It's so strong. Terrifying. It's a monster. No wonder you dare to build a castle outside the base. I hope he can get rid of those two earth-destroying guys. Survivors who skillfully transfer the base use high technology to observe the situation. Seeing Wudi casually knocking number 18 down to the depths of the ground, everyone's faces were shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect that Wudi, who was very handsome and unusually like being raised, had such a strong strength. It is inevitable that a glimmer of hope will arise, and his eyes will flicker expectantly staring at the picture of the monitoring equipment, hoping that Wudi will solve the crisis on the earth. Trunks, who rushed here in an instant, was stunned when he saw this, and his eyes were full of horror towards Wudi, who was floating indifferently in the air without a trace of dust. It's so strong. Much stronger than expected. The whole process completely suppressed the 18th hit. Maybe 17 and 18 together may not be his opponent? Thinking of taking the time machine to travel to the past time and space, and was about to fight side by side with Wudi but was stopped, Trunks groaned slightly. After all, he didn't make a move, but stood by and watched. He vaguely knew that Wudi seemed to hate to fight with others, so he didn't dare to make a rash move. After a while, number 18 rose from the deep pit, showing holes in the trendy clothes, revealing fair skin, and her beautiful face was covered with dust. She wiped away the blood that overflowed from the corners of her mouth, and her beautiful eyes looked at Wudi with a sense of anger and strong jealousy, and said in a low voice, "Don't watch the show. This guy with no information is quite tricky. It's even more troublesome than Trunks' Super Saiyan. Looks really strong. Number 17 converges on the expression of a cat and a mouse. Soon floated and stood side by side with number 18 at the same height. They glanced at each other, and then turned into two streamers and struck Wu De left and right. From the speed that seems to cross space, you can know that 17 and 18 are now in combat mode. If he's in danger, strike now. Trunks, who was standing from a distance and watching, instantly turned into a Super Saiyan state, ready to strike at the moment when Wu De was in danger. However, the next moment, survivors watching the battle, ready to shoot at any time, Trunks. At this moment, there was a strong horror and shock on his face. Number 17 and number 18, who were heading towards Wu De, were hit in the abdomen almost at the same time. The bile is all beaten and spit out. There is an extremely concentrated energy wave condensed in Wu De's palm. Wave your hand and throw the energy wave down on 17 and 18. Erase them from the world in a devastating manner. It's boring. The warm-up exercise is over before the battle is over. Wu De shook his head indifferently, didn't take number 17 and number 18 to heart. His eyes swept over the ruined part of the castle, waved his hand to restore the castle to its original state, flashed back to the room of the castle, and continued to study how to become the legendary Super Saiyan. For him, solving numbers 17 and 18 is like stepping on an ant. However, it made Trunks and the survivors who were watching the battle stunned. The atmosphere in the base was eerily quiet, and in an instant, it erupted like boiling water. It's just terrifying. That monstrous sibling combination was solved like this? It's a dream. He looks like he's from the past 20 years ago, right? If there was such a strong existence as him in the world, would this disaster still occur? In any case, this unprecedented catastrophe is now completely over. There's no need to hide like a rat in the future. Yes. Fortunately, Wu De is here. Otherwise, we will have to hide in the shadows, often being played by the monsters of the sister and brother combination, until the life of the earth is completely destroyed. At the moment when number 17 and number 18 were resolved, the eyes of the survivors in the base suddenly changed, as if a ray of sunshine shone in a dark and desperate environment, and their eyes bloomed with the light of hope, and the gratitude to Wu De in their hearts could not be described in words. Trunks was slightly stunned, lifted the Super Saiyan state, stared at the gorgeous castle with his eyes, remembered the battle process between Wu De and this time, and couldn't help but sigh. Uncle Wu De is really as unfathomable as when we first met, even if he is as strong as Gula or number 17 and 18 who fought together, he is still as immature as a child in front of him. He plays with them when he is interested, and waves to suppress them if he is not interested. Let's just say that there is no need to be in an unexpected situation. Hearing the movement disappear, Bulma moved his slightly sour hand to tap the keyboard, and chuckled, under Wu De's protection, we will definitely not be hurt by a single hair. Hearing this, the mature version of Bulma nodded gently and intellectually, exuding an elegant and noble temperament in his demeanor, knowing that since this castle was not destroyed, it proved that Wu De had won this battle, and while breathing a sigh of relief, he also felt a strong sense of security from Wu De in his heart. Time flies. I've been here for 3 months. The Bulma time machine is also almost studied. At this time, the Earth was destroyed to the point where it was impossible to find the materials for the time machine. Therefore, the second time machine has not yet been built, and it needs to go back to the main plane to find materials to craft. The group of survivors who had not yet reached the triple figure were happily trying to restore the Earth to its original state during this time. Wu De is getting closer and closer to the Super Saiyan, but he has never figured out a way to become the legendary Super Saiyan. At the end of the discussion of the time machine, Wu De stopped studying how to become the legendary Super Saiyan, and played with the young and mature version of Bulma in this plane, and when he was almost done, it was time to leave. Chapter 52. Must leave. Time flies. Will there be a chance to meet in the future? Hey! I've been busy with construction recently, and I haven't had time to repay it. The news of Wu-Di and Bulma's imminent departure spread like wings. The group of survivors who learned about the construction of the Earth's recovery slowed down a little, and they all expressed their regret and retention. After this period of getting along, the mature version of Bulma, who has established a deep relationship with each other, is showing strong reluctance. Trunks stepped forward and bowed sincerely, "Uncle Wu-Di, Aunt Bulma. Thank you for saving the Earth at this time. If you want to be stronger, find a chance to go to Earth 20 years ago." Wu-Di said. It was just a polite and kind reminder from Trunks. If Trunks doesn't take it seriously, then the Earth of this plane will probably be in danger again. After all, the crisis in this time and space is not completely over. The ultimate android created by Dr. Gro, Shiru, has not yet appeared. Immediately, a transparent circle rippled on the solace of his feet, enveloping Bulma standing beside him. A space-time tunnel appeared in front of him, and just as he was about to step in, Bulma suddenly stretched out his hand and invited the gentle and mature Bulma, "Why don't you follow me to the time and space of 20 years ago? Anyway, the crisis here has been lifted. And in the time and space I am in, my father and mother are very healthy and alive." The mature version of Bulma was visibly impressed. She is also very concerned about her parents, who have passed away for nearly 20 years. I also want to be by Wu-Di's side, which makes her feel particularly secure. Aunt Bulma, you should go along, and you should also think about your own happiness. Trunks, who was a bystander, seemed to know something about the situation. Then the task of restoring the Earth to its original state will be entrusted to you. Bulma, ripe as a peach, had a flushed face. After a moment of hesitation, he finally mustered up the courage to grasp Bulma's outstretched hand. Stepping into the transparent energy circle, his beautiful eyes stared at Wu-Di with a strange look. Ahem! Wu-Di coughed lightly, a little awkward by this gaze containing different feelings, and said, "Since that's the case, let's go together." Bulma's pretty face bloomed with a sweet smile, and her eyes flashed with cunning, so that she could definitely create a time machine, and find an opportunity to match it in the future. She would not have to be whipped until her body was almost paralyzed, although the process was beyond imagination, but the body was really unbearable. At this time, on a distant planet, the crystal-clear glass ball presents the picture of the Earth. To be precise, it is the scene of Wu-Di stepping into the tunnel of time and space. There is such a existence in the world. You don't have a priesthood or a time ring, but you can travel through time and space. Blue-green, particularly neutral-looking, Vis covered his mouth in surprise, and his tone was as if he was singing. Traveling through time and space is forbidden no matter what. Not to mention that he doesn't have a priesthood. Even if he has a priesthood, he can't travel through and interfere with the development of other time and space at will. Beerus stretched as if he had just woken up. His eyes swept over the picture presented by the magic orb, his golden pupils were extremely indifferent, and he commanded Weiss, who was standing gracefully, "Take action, since you have broken the rules, then leave him behind." Weiss nodded. "Raise your staff and strike it into the void." Airplanes. Ripples. Teleport to Earth. The space-time tunnel was sealed in an instant. Just destroy Wu-Di in the space-time tunnel and solve it. Just as you are about to step into the plane tunnel. Vis looked surprised in vain, but still smiled and turned his head. It's a pity that he escaped. It's much stronger than expected. Do you want to go to other planes to pursue? They seem to have gone back to the plane of 18 years ago. Hearing this, Beerus's golden pupils were slightly small, and he waved his hand lazily in an instant. "Since you ran away, forget it. After all, gods can't just travel through time and space. This guy who violates the rules and travels through time and space will leave it to me 18 years ago to solve it. The most important thing now is to fill your stomach." Earth. Age 767. The void was torn apart in vain. A handsome figure appeared in mid-air. Is this the world 20 years ago? It's a little different from what I remembered. Gentle and mature, Bulma from the future looks away, and feels familiar with the beautiful environment of the earth that has not been destroyed into hell. Wu Di remained silent, and floated towards the nearby town with the two Bulma who were like twins, his eyes falling on a giant screen somewhere in the town, and he sighed, sure enough, I was affected by the fluctuations that blocked the space-time tunnel. It's a bit different from what I expected, but it's May 12th, 767, and October 17th, 765 before time travel, which means that the current timeline is a year and a half later. As he had envisioned before he set off. Time travel doesn't change when you come back. But the result was affected by the fluctuations of the blockade of the space-time tunnel. May 12th, 767. Hearing this, Bulma from the future was stunned for a moment, and her beautiful eyes flashed with worry and horror. If I'm not mistaken, the future sister and brother combination appeared at this time. Bang! Loud roar. In vain there was a burst of fire in the town. Bustling towns turn into hell on earth. Chapter 53. Zia was a little surprised when she heard my voice, but shook her head and said, You don't have to say, if it weren't for the way you and that woman looked that day, I might have fallen. Zia is very stubborn, still in front of me, as if she wants to do it. My heart sighed, his eyes were cold, and he stared at his daughter and said coldly, the last daughter, even if you kill me, can you soothe the ripples in her heart? Do you know that this is just a temporary seal on her feelings? Well. Although the absolute daughter was surprised that I knew her name, her eyes were cold, and her eyes looked at me with strong pressure and said coldly, only ants, you shouldn't teach us a lesson. Bang! The surging force came, time was filled with a huge earthquake, and a gust of wind swept by, and it was terrible. Zia drank angrily, the sword was called a divine explosion, poured out and cut the talent, and killed the absolute daughter. He was like a purple light, like a sword, torn apart, and the whole empty side trembled, echoing with a powerful terrifying sword. Get out! In the face of such an attack, the absolute daughter de May did not mention it lightly, and spit out cold words, and in an instant, there was an infinite sword explosion, terrible power, a collapse of vanity, and death shining on the purple sword light. Bang! A violent roar of explosion was generated, and infinite air waves erupted thin, enveloping the entire arena, shrouded in trembling, filled with sharp ripples. No! Lu Feng's face turned pale, and he said angrily, everyone, send the people present away. Unexpectedly, he used great means to divert countless people from the audience to other places. The appearance of the Buddha and others has changed dramatically, and there are also their people on the scene. They immediately transferred the audience to the scene, unfurled the avatars, swept away countless people, and moved them to a safe place. Nope! That's me! The Buddha exclaimed, and his face changed. The immortal kings around him immediately looked at the realm of martial arts. I laugh in my heart, I will die in my heart. He didn't believe that this time, close to such a terrifying place of fluctuations, he would survive. Hey, Lomber! A violent roar echoed, the ground lost its color, the array barrier at the battle site was broken, and infinite points of light were dispersed, washed away and flooded by infinite waves of air. Zhou's auditorium was destroyed and in disarray. When the clouds dissipated a little, the fairy kings present were all taken aback. When the last thick cloud cleared, it clearly revealed the scene in the field. Zia was dumbfounded, feeling that there was no cut on his body, and he was in good condition. He couldn't help but look back, and saw the body in front of me, appearing in front of me, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe, shaped like an eternal sacred mountain, with a delicate face knife cutting and carving. Those eyes were full of rich pressure and vicissitudes of life. As soon as he touched his eyes, Zia couldn't help but feel very small, as if they were wearing a dead well, looking at the scorching sun, and the impact made him extremely suffocated. This is an extremely terrifying horror existence. At this time, I was a little confused. He was ready for the Suanji stone to protect him and fight to the death, but suddenly, the cuts had changed. Be careful. The old man and I both want to hide, this Dulong is very strong. The mysterious voice echoed slightly in my head, weakening. In my heart, where did the ancestral dragons come from? Dulong world? Or was it because it was sent here in the first place? Who are you? The appearance of this absolute daughter is cold, the eyes of the United States have changed, and she has become incomparably noble. This place is far from the Fire Dragon King. The middle-aged man exhaled, his majesty pressed to the extreme, and infinite thunder echoed in the square. As his voice echoed, the breath of burning between the ground was intense, and the temperature rose. From the Aussie Dragon King. Ziu heard that his face immediately changed color, and his heart was also terrifying. I can't believe that the king who is the dragon is the king of the dragon, and the king of the dragon is the king of the dragon. Lu Feng, Master Buddha, king of Kang Yuan fairies, Ice Sky Snow Maiden, etc., were full of terror and strong awe in their eyes. The Dulong world, it is the top of the great world, it is the heritage of the Chaos Dragon clan, the king is the pinnacle of the entire Dulong world, ruling all the branches, and their prestige has spread countless chaotic years, the existence of legends. Leave the Dragon King. OSI. The flower of the absolute daughter is gone, and the beautiful eyes gleam through the terrible color. She didn't know that such an ancient being would appear in this lonely world. Moon frowned slightly, although she didn't know how big the Dragon King's name was, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she knew that I was saved. Sir, are you going to use big methods to deceive the little people? The last girl looked back, and her face was frosty. Aussie's hands, the majesty of the vicissitudes of life, looked at the voice of the absolute daughter slightly, and said, "Is it stupid to practice absolute love? Had it not been for our arrival, our descendants would have been wiped out by your great deception." Although his voice was calm and ordinary, it fell on the ears of the absolute daughter, but it was like thunder in the ears. The daughter's face was pale, red lips and blood splattered from the corners, and her delicate body was trembling. What's wrong with you? The moon roared slightly, looking at the last daughter. I'll teach you a little lesson this time, get out. Good Westlight Road. The absolute daughter's face was so pale that she tried to imprint the image of Aussie on her head, and then ran away with the song of the moon. Some of the fairy kings on the platform were shocked, looking at the face of the Dragon King Aussie in awe of the heat of his eyes. These strong people, words, can make their invincible survival a heavy blow. It's horrible. Ziu came to her senses again, looked at him in awe, thanked Osi, and said, "Thank you for saving your life." I looked complicated, watching the moon disappear. There was no god for a long time. Aussie didn't compare with Li Ziu, frowned slightly, and said slightly, "Can you use this seat to return to the Dulong world?" I returned to God, and when I heard this, I couldn't help but frown and ponder. After counting his breaths, he looked up at Aussie and said, "No, I'm going to Xianguang County Mansion." Xianhuang County Dwellings. Time, not far away Ziu. Even the empty willow wind and some fairy kings couldn't help but change the color. Kxin was very happy, and said maliciously in his heart, "It's really a dead or alive guy, it's better to leave the Dragon King and get angry and punish that boy. I'd better kill you." Aoxi frowned involuntarily, and with a frown, Fang Kong's gaze appeared, an extremely terrifying high temperature rose, and the flame aura in the air was rich and extremely irritable. Ziu skipped a beat in his heart, trying to convince me, but on this occasion, he didn't dare to come out, and the pressure brought to him by the Dragon King Aussie was too great. Due to the vision in the air, Zhou Immortal King couldn't help but look particularly dignified. K was happy, he knew that Aoxi was already going to be angry. The existence of such a rejected terrorist hegemon is tantamount to being slapped in the face, and the next photo is not difficult for him to guess, then I will definitely be eliminated. However, the next scene made the face stiff. Xianguang County Mansion is indeed a good place, and it is much better to go there with your money than to do an internship in Dulong World. In that case, we'll just send you in. Aussie said lightly with soothing eyebrows. Not far away, Ziu heard Oxy's words and couldn't help but relax, only to feel that she was sweating all over, and she was sweating all over. Zhou's immortal queen couldn't help but stare at her. I frowned, for Oxy's words, his heart was very touching, and entering the Xianhuang County Palace in advance was undoubtedly the best for him. He couldn't help but look at Ziu, touched Ziu with my eyes, seemed to understand my thoughts, and said incoherently, I, 10,000 years ago, walked into the Xianhuang County Mansion without hesitation. This is a rare opportunity. Aussie looked at Ziu and said softly, this young man is right, since we have stepped into this kingdom and become the Dragon King of the Dulong World, you dare to refuse this position. This time you have to think carefully, our good temper is not always there. Ziu couldn't help but persuade, don't hesitate. I took a deep breath and said, my ex. Before he finished speaking, he was glared at by Aussie, majestic and heavy, and I couldn't help but change my name and shout, Ancestor, I promise to go to the Xianguang County Mansion now, but I have a few small conditions. When Aussie heard me change his mouth, he couldn't help but calm down and said, say it quickly. I pointed at Ziu, looked at Aussie and said, Ziu's predecessor's ancestor treats me higher and higher, and this time on this stage, I have brought some big trouble to Ziu's predecessor, Zijijianzong. Before Aussie could finish speaking, he said, Ziu, yes, you are the king of the new golden immortal, and if the young man on the scene shoots you in the future, we will punish it. His voice was very faint, but thunder echoed in the ears of the fairy queen. Lu Feng's face was complicated, he looked down on Ziu's heart, and his thoughts were constantly changing. The Buddha, Kang Yuan immortal king, and the others couldn't help but look at Ziu and cast envious glances. They did have the idea of annexing their own people, but after about 10,000 years, Osi's call directly cut off their minds. For these legends, countless ancient books recorded in the intensity of terror, they did not dare to take risks. The face is ugly, the fists are clenched. The bones are pinched white, and the heart is extremely suffocated and angry. Chapter 54. That's. Kling and Gohan looked up. I saw Wukong, Vic, Tianjin Rice. Behind him are two strangely dressed and lifeless androids. Presumably to avoid the town being affected and moving to fight elsewhere. Ripples rippled from the solace of Wuti's feet, sweeping away with a twin-like Bulma. Seeing this, Gohan followed at full speed as he followed Clinton at full speed. Leaping, who had just stepped into the ghost gate through his chest, hesitated slightly, but also gritted his teeth and rose to the sky. Only Yajiro Guard, who has mastered super high swordsmanship, is still standing in place, and he is very self-aware, and he is still alive in the future time and space. And most importantly, he doesn't know how to fly at all. On the way to chase Goku, the mature and gentle Bulma was in a very low mood, her beautiful eyes flashed with strong worry, afraid that the Earth in this space would also become the hellish appearance of the future, and her eyes fell on the 19th and 20th androids. How can this be? Could it be that history has changed subtly and invisibly? The cold-blooded enemy who causes a devastating crisis in the future is a sister and brother combination, but the one in front of you is a fat and thin combination. Aren't they the formidable enemies of the future? Gohan's voice was immature. But that's exactly what the boy from the future said. Hearing this, Clinton frowned, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Trunks, the boy who came to this time on a time machine, the strong enemy he said is 17 and 18. Wu Di deliberately slowed down and followed, his eyes swept over the mature Bulma and Klin and others whose faces were full of worry, and narrated, and the fat and thin combination in front of me is number 19 and no 20. As for the future sibling combination, it must still be in the research room and has not been activated. Don't worry, I promise that this space-time Earth will never become what it will be like in the future. After knowing that the fat and thin combination that appeared at this time was not a strong enemy in the future, the faces of the fighters such as Klin and Gohan suddenly became extremely solemn, because the fat and thin combination in front of him was so strong that it could be called terrifying, and even Leaping, who had worked hard for 3 years, was instantly killed through his chest to absorb all the energy. So how strong should the 17th and 18th, which have not been activated now, be strong? Will they be able to handle it? Will we be able to solve the crisis of the planet? Mature Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. I also realized that I seemed to be overly nervous. The beautiful eyes contained a different kind of emotion, and Wu Di was swept over, and his delicate and pretty face barely pulled into a smile. Yes. There is Wu Di in this time and space. How could the 17th and 18th have the opportunity to wreak havoc as they did in the future? Dr. Gro, who is Android 20 at this time, looked at Wu Di, who was following closely, and his eyes were crimson like data beating. Is he Wu Di in the micro-robot insect record? A super existence with a strength far beyond Sun Wukong. This man is one of the obstacles to my revenge and the conquest of the world. The 17th and 18th must be activated as soon as possible, otherwise the situation may become troublesome. Shout! In a flash, his form froze in mid-air. The eyes that seem to contain crystals are indifferent. Here it is. This is the perfect place to be buried. You don't have a choice. As he spoke, he landed vertically with 19 towards the island below, where there were few creatures. As said on the 20th, Wukong and the others have no choice, so they can only land on this island vigilantly. Vic fell to the ground, observed the situation on the island, and soon learned what 20th thought. This island is full of plateaus, and if you are familiar with the environment, it is a great place to hide from attacks or hide, and if the situation is unfavorable, you can hide. But even though they knew that this island was not good for them, they couldn't change it. As the 20th said, in fact, they have no choice. At least this island does not have a town and the inhabitants can let go of the fight. Wukong fell to the ground, his breathing was short, cold sweat crossed his face, he tried his best to suppress his rapid breathing, and asked with a little doubt in his eyes, "Okay, before you start, you tell me first, why do you know about us?" At this time, Kling and the other fighters frowned. Looking suspiciously, he looked at Goku, who was gasping violently. What's going on? How could Goku gasp like this? It's just a volley. Not to mention the speed just now, even if it is flying at full speed, it consumes a little chi, but Wukong's breathing is like completing a super intense physical workout. After a moment of silence, Dr. Gro said on the 20th, "All right. I'll tell you. After listening to my answers, you'll probably regret asking questions you shouldn't have asked. Actually, I've been using ultra-miniature bug-type spy robots to track you when you don't know it, such as the world's #1 martial arts club, such as your competition with Piccolo, such as your battle with the Scions. Anyway, I've been studying you for a long time, and I've been trying to get revenge on what kind of android I can make to defeat you." To take revenge on me? Goku's breathing was forcibly suppressed. "That's right. It is because of you that our dream of conquering the whole world of the Red Ribbon Legion has been destroyed." Number 20 tried to keep his tone as calm as possible, but the unforgettable hatred made him speak with a strong resentment. After a while, after knowing the ins and outs of this crisis, Goku didn't delay time, and the green tendons on his neck burst out, and he reluctantly turned into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 55. Airplanes. Powerful and powerful. The place where Goku stepped on gradually collapsed. The ground was instantly crushed into a semicircular pit by this might. The golden flames were burning like fire, and except for the bangs in front, the other blonde hair stood up and fluttered. Not sending that kind of super miniature worm-type spy machine to record my process of cultivating in the universe is your fatal flaw. Bick, who was standing next to him with his chest crossed, was deeply impressed by this. From the beginning, you were doomed to lose, and you didn't even know about Super Scion. For the attainment of strength and eternal life. Dr. Gro's pupils shrink to transform himself into an android. Gaze at Wukong, who is surrounded by golden flames of light in front of him, containing energy beyond the range of measurement. He didn't expect Wukong to become in such a form, and when he saw this, his heart suddenly set off a storm. Super Scion? It's incredible. In an instant, the combat effectiveness is increased to a range far beyond the calculation. The information brought back by the super miniature insect spy machine did not contain any information about the Super Scions, which was a little bad for Dr. Gro, who thought he controlled all the information of Goku and other warriors, but it was only a little surprised, and it was far from the point where he panicked and ran away when he saw it. Number 19 is bloated. A somewhat strange android with a pale face. A contemptuous smile broke into the corners of his mouth, and he strode in vain. Although the value of this trick reaches far beyond the detection range, it is not enough to make us panic. Number 19 raised his blue crystalline eyes and looked at it, and his words and demeanor were full of contempt. Don't say it's number 20, even I can easily defeat it. Really? A cold sweat ran across Wukong's tough face. Forcibly suppress the pain of the heart as if it were being pinched. Without delay, he quickly swooped down towards number 19 with his feet on the ground. Drink! Goku flashed in front of him. No 19's pale face still wore a contemptuous smile. But when Wukong squatted slightly, he stretched out his hand, trying to press on Wukong's forehead to absorb energy. But the next moment, it's caught in the air. Wukong appeared behind him in an instant. Number 19 is bloated and extremely responsive. When Goku punches suddenly, he directly raises his foot and kicks backwards. The two attack at a shocking speed and start hand-to-hand combat. It feels like they're evenly matched. After a few moments, number 19 dodged behind the rocks and took advantage of the terrain to fight. Throw out a wave of energy and blast towards the top of the high rock. Goku crossed his hands in front of him to fend off the rock chips, and in an instant, he disappeared from the sight of 19, appeared behind 19 and violently attacked with his elbow. Rumble! Bang! Number 19 flew upside down like a cannonball. In an instant, those high rocks with different undulations collapsed. How so? Goku's state is a little strange. Seems a little too anxious to split the winner, right? In the past, Goku enjoyed the fun of fighting, and he didn't use his full strength at first. The Earth warriors present who were familiar with Wukong were all frowning at the moment, obviously sensing that Wukong's state was a little strange. Although he learned from leaping that if he was touched by No 19's right hand, he would be absorbed from the energy, but Goku was not touched by No 19's right hand at all. Wukong, this is obviously a toxic heart attack. As he spoke, Wudi's eyes flashed over the Earth warriors present, and he said helplessly, Trunks from 20 years ago has reminded him that Wukong will die of a toxic heart attack in the future, and he didn't take the special medicine in advance when he knew this kind of life-threatening news in advance. Hear this. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Goku, is this due to a toxic heart attack? Isn't it absorbed energy? No wonder he was clutching his heart in pain in front of him. Dad, his body has always been very healthy, so he didn't take that special medicine. Gohan had a deep worry in his eyes. A moment later, Goku's attacks have visibly become harder. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and suppressed the forced suppression of the pain and threw his fist. The golden flames that envelop it flickered between dim and dazzling. Number 19 quickly dodged the attacking fist, and a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he reached out to choke Goku's erect neck. Goku's muscles burst out, and when he forcibly suppressed the convulsive pain in his heart, he also wanted to raise his fist and attack number 19. As a result, a terrifying suction force was transmitted. The chi contained in the body was quickly absorbed by number 19. Wukong's face fell vertically to the ground with intense pain but powerless to resist. In fact, if Wukong is at his peak, I'm afraid that number 19 will be killed in an instant. It's a pity that Gaku thought he was healthy and didn't take the special medicine that Trunks brought here from the future plane. Vegeta, who was supposed to appear in the original books, doesn't seem to have arrived yet. Wu Di sighed, looked up at the extremely arrogant number 19, turned around and instructed Gohan, who was staying in place, "Don't be stunned. Hurry up and take Gaku away. After taking the special medicine brought by Trunks, you should be safe and sound in no time." "No way. Who called him just said. It's not going to make the Earth the way it is in the future." Vegeta didn't even see a shadow, and Vic was unpredictable. Therefore, he had no choice but to reluctantly take out the 19th, which seemed to be provocative. Chapter 56. Be careful. Number 20 reminded. His gaze was always vigilant at Wu Di. He didn't use the super miniature bug-type spy machine to record Goku's cultivation in the universe. But the battle where Frieza went to Earth to take revenge was recorded in detail, and it was because of this that Wu Di knew that he had unfathomable strength. I didn't figure out what a Super Saiyan was before, but after seeing the state of Goku after his transformation, I knew that the mysterious boy who appeared when Frieza came to Earth for revenge was also a Super Saiyan. Trunks from the future time and space also has no information from Dr. Gro, so there is no way to figure out what kind of existence Trunks is before, and now it is known that Trunks, like Goku, is the so-called Super Saiyan, who has mastered the instant increase in combat power, but it is different from the trick of the Realm King Fist. The 19th overlooked. The pale face still hung with contempt. He was also instilled with Wu Di's information in his mind. I know Wu Di's strength deeply, but after absorbing the energy in Wukong's body. Even though he's grown a lot in the last 3 years. But growth is limited, and it is no match for me. Number 20 nodded, agreeing with this, feeling that no matter how strong Wu Di was, he was definitely not the number 19 opponent after absorbing Wukong's energy. Shout! Right now! Number 19 condensed purple energy waves. Be careful, don't destroy all the other energy sources. Seeing this, the 20th immediately reminded that the so-called energy source was naturally Klin and other Earth warriors. The purple energy wave burst through the air and shot out with a terrifying power. Wu Di stretched out his hand indifferently. Bang! The purple energy wave instantly turned invisible. And the figure of number 19 also disappeared from mid-air in an instant. Appeared behind Wu Di, and even more quickly attacked than the previous attack. Wu Di didn't seem to react yet, and was violently kicked to the waist by number 19. This level of aggression is no different from tickling. Whispers come out. When it fell into the ears of everyone present, it was like thunder. I saw number 19 kick Wu Di's waist, but Wu Di was not injured or moved half a step. Seeing this pale face as paper, number 19 suddenly showed horror, and wanted to retreat back without hesitation. Die! Wu Di's palm lingered with a white light flame, and he didn't give number 19 a chance to leave, and the light flame turned into a blade and slashed through No 19's neck. Guro! No 19's eyes suddenly widened. The head falls to the ground and rolls off a few laps. The severed neck is full of black wires. Defeat Goku and absorb all of Goku's energy on the 19th, and he was killed. It's over. The 19th was solved like that. Terrible. Wu Di is still so terrifying. Even if Goku is at his peak, it's hard to kill number 19 so easily. I feel that Wu Di is stronger after 3 years, this strength is beyond imagination. No wonder he had been on the sidelines before. After all, an opponent like number 19 was not taken seriously by him at all. It is said that the 19th and 20th in front of us are not the ones who caused the Earth to become hell in 20 years. The real enemy has not yet appeared. The scene was strangely quiet, and even though it was completely boiling, the Earth warriors present were all slightly flustered, shocked by Wu Di's display of killing No. 19 in seconds with a wave of his hand. Number 20, who had been watching indifferently with his chest in his arms, his face changed in shock, and a bad premonition rose in his heart, and he didn't expect that number 19, who had absorbed Wukong's energy, would be defeated by Wu Di so easily. Wu Di looked at Wu Di, who looked up. No 20's crystalline eyes are full of fear. This person is indeed the biggest obstacle to my revenge and world conquest. However, he has no heart to fight, and his only thought is to find an opportunity to escape. Before number 19 didn't absorb the majestic energy in Wukong's body, he was definitely a little stronger than number 19. But after absorbing Wukong's energy, number 19 is at least several times stronger than him. Number 19, who was several times stronger than him, was killed in seconds, and the result of his desperate efforts was also doomed. Fight Wu Di in his current state. Surely death. Even if you look for a chance to be a warrior who is far beyond the boundaries of human beings. The energy contained in the body is absorbed, and it must only be able to barely compete with Wu Di. Besides, the process of absorbing energy must be extremely difficult. In the end, the success of successfully absorbing energy is very low. No. It's hard for me to defeat Wu Di. There's no need to take such a risk. In that case, let's start the 17th and 18th in advance. Thinking so, he quietly stepped back, and after a distance from the Earth warriors, he suddenly jumped like a grasshopper on the undulating rocks, and disappeared from sight in an instant. He ran away. Can't feel his breath. No wonder they choose to fight in a place like this where there are plateaus everywhere. What a cunning fellow! Did you decide in the first place that something was wrong and go into hiding? The people who were shocked by Wu Di's move to kill number 19 in seconds with a wave of his hand found out when number 20 quickly jumped and disappeared. I wanted to chase towards number 20, but I found that I couldn't detect number 20 at all, and the breath perception I relied on before was useless. Wu Di's face was indifferent, he didn't care about the 20th escaping at all, but had a feeling of deliberately letting the 20th go. His eyes swept over the anxious faces of everyone present. Don't worry, although I can't sense his anger, I have a way to track down where he is, and I also need him to lead the way to find the location of the research institute. After all, everyone doesn't know where the location of the research institute is. Chapter 57. Sure enough. No wonder he escaped. The crisis of the planet must be solved. Just clear it out before that strong enemy awakens. Knowing the reason why Wu Di let go of number 20, everyone present immediately discussed. At the same time, it is inevitable to feel nervous. After all, it is a strong enemy who will turn the future Earth into hell. Ripple ripples. A time machine in the shape of an egg appears in the air. Trunks from the future puts away the time machine and floats up. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Wu Di, Uncle Tianjin Fan, Uncle Klin. He greeted politely, and the afterglow swept over number 19, whose head was cut open and fell to the ground, and said in surprise, "What's the matter? Could this be an artificial man in this space? It's completely different from the strong enemies that will appear in the future. Is it because I traveled through the past that history has changed slightly? This is a similar, but completely separate world from the plane you're in." Wu Di explained. Draw circles in front of you with your fingertips. Crystal clear glass balls appear out of thin air. The strange glow is fleeting, and the glass ball reflects a clear picture. I saw that number 20 took advantage of the island's terrain to hide perfectly and run quickly. Look at this situation, Dr. Gro's research institute is in this direction. With a little observation, the approximate destination of number 20 was known, and Wu Di swung up a transparent energy circle and turned into a streamer and swept away, while Trunks, Klin and others quickly followed. In the process of chasing, Trunks' handsome face showed hesitation, and finally said in a slightly low voice, Uncle Wu Di, you said before leaving if you want to become stronger, find a chance to go to the earth 20 years ago. Does that mean that I can become stronger on this plane? I can understand it that way. Wu Di nodded and asked, what's wrong? What happened to the plane you're in? Half a year after you left, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gro, a monster with many expert cells, has appeared. He devoured most of the survivors. Has the strength to surpass the combination of sister and brother. As he spoke, Trunks looked angry in his eyes, remembering the scene of the survivors being swallowed alive, and couldn't help but clench his fists, but also a little resentful of his own incompetence and failure to protect the few remaining survivors. And sure enough, it appeared. Wu Di, who heard this, was stunned. Shiru, who knew it was a future plane, appeared. According to the original plot, Trunks should have been killed, and then Shiru took a time machine to this time and space. And now Trunks is still alive, and it seems that there is a slight difference from the original plot here, and I don't know if Shayla will appear in the end. How is that possible? And stronger enemies. The ultimate android made by Dr. Gro. In an instant, everyone present was terrified on their faces at this moment. If the 17th and 18th, which have not yet started, make them nervous. The ultimate android that Trunks is talking about is to make them fearful. Number 17 and number 18 are extremely difficult guys to deal with. And that ultimate android actually has the strength to surpass number 18 and number 17. What should I do? Is the earth going to hell? No matter how strong Wu Di is, it will be difficult to stand alone against such a strong enemy. As far as I know, the ultimate android with far more strength than the combination of sisters and brothers, he has not yet evolved to the limit. As long as he absorbs enough energy, he can become stronger. Trunks uttered a bomb-like message. Kling and the other warriors, whose faces had been terrified to the extreme, were stunned for a moment. Impossible, right? They have surpassed number 17 and number 18, how can they continue to evolve to a more advanced level? After hearing the terrifying information, even if it is Kling's very receptive existence, the world in his heart will inevitably collapse a little at this moment, and he can't imagine how terrifying the ultimate android Trunks said. After all, the 19th and 20th, which rely on absorbing energy to become stronger, have brought them great pressure, and the 17th and 18th, who have not yet been activated, are extremely scared, and now there is an ultimate android. It's hard to believe, but that's exactly what happened. I saw the monster evolve after devouring the survivors. Trunks' face was gloomy as water. It has not been long since peace has been restored to the Earth in the future space-time. The few survivors are working hard to restore the Earth to its original state. However, it turned out that the ultimate android who suddenly appeared and destroyed all of this. In that case, let's stay in this space and become stronger for the time being. Raise it up enough to defeat the ultimate android and go back for revenge. Wu Di said so, staring at the picture presented by the glass ball, only to see that number 20 was very familiar with the environment here and jumped to a hidden cave. There was a solid iron door inside. This was obviously Dr. Gro's laboratory. He did not continue to deliberately keep his distance to avoid being discovered, and directly accelerated into a streamer and swept towards the direction of the research room. The warriors who followed immediately sped up to keep up. P.S. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Chapter 58. Laboratory. The door made of special metal opens. 20 walked over to the dormant pod in the research room. Hold the remote control tightly, then hesitantly press the switch on the sleep pod. Things have come to this point where I don't have a choice. Let's hope they've fixed it. Rumble. Right now. Sensor number 20 alerts. The door made of special metal was destroyed in an instant. Wu Di, Klin, and the other soldiers were standing at the door of the research room. Damn it! Didn't you get there in advance? The dormant pods marked 17 and 18 have been activated. Kling and the other warriors' pupils shrank, staring fearfully at the gradually opening dormant pod. The hibernation pod marked 17 soon opened, and a handsome man wearing a scarf stepped out. Immediately afterwards, the number 18 sleeping cabin placed next to it was also opened, with blonde hair, delicate and pretty appearance, and a rather cold beauty opened her eyes like stars. Even if you know that history will go this way. But it still didn't stop the emergence of this sibling duo who turned the future Earth into hell. Trunk's body trembled, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart, and he seemed to be afraid of the 17th and 18th in front of him. He was not less taken care of by the 17th and 18th in the future time and space, and the wounds in his body had long been healed now, but the fear given to him by the future 17 and 18 remained deep in his heart. It's exquisite. It's a pity that he is the one who caused the disaster to the Earth. Seeing no 18's delicate and lovely face, Bulma's eyes crossed different colors. Although this kind of thing is quite strange, but she has been looking for a sister who can solve problems. After all, Wu Di is also strong and terrible in that aspect. She alone can't withstand the whipping of that intensity, so she invited Bulma in the future time and space to come here, and now seeing number 18 will inevitably have other thoughts, but unfortunately number 18 seems to be an evil enemy, otherwise it is definitely a good helper to solve problems. At this moment, Wu Di naturally didn't know what Bulma was thinking, but his eyes flashed over Trunks, whose face was full of anger and horror, and said indifferently, "If you want to improve your strength to defeat a strong enemy in the future, the first thing to do is to overcome the fear in your heart. Scions are a fighting nation, even if the opponent they fight with is strong, but scions can continue to improve with the battle, so the longer they fight, the more the gap will narrow, and it is possible to achieve a comeback in the end. In addition to ultra-intense workouts, combat is the fastest way to improve your strength. If you wipe them out of the world before the 17th and 18th wake up, then you won't be able to become stronger, defeat the incredible ultimate androids of the future, and the future Earth will be completely destroyed. Also see Trunks polite help in the future world without complaint." It is in such patience and detail that he describes what a fighting nation Scion is. The more you fight, the stronger you get. This is the Scion. If you want to avoid fighting because of fear, how can you become stronger? Hearing this, Trunks felt a sense of empowerment, and the fear in his heart immediately dissipated when he thought of the hopeful eyes of the survivors of the future time and space. That's right. Fear must be overcome. Running away from the fight is not a long-term solution. I have to become stronger, beyond my current limits to a higher level, and only then can I protect the planet. At this time, the 17th and 18th woke up. Each other's eyes swept over the remote control in No 20's hand. "Hello, Dr. Grow." The two greeted each other with a smile on their faces. Seeing this, number 20 breathed a sigh of relief, still maintaining a little cautious temptation. "Are you greeting me?" "Of course, you're the father of our new life." Number 17 had a smile on his face. "It depends on the situation, your faults are fixed." Seeing this, No 20's old and wrinkled face suddenly smiled. At first, in order to create unlimited energy and strengthen the strength, other aspects were neglected. It also betrayed number 17 and number 18 for a time, although it was finally remade using an emergency stop device. And now seeing number 17 and number 18, who had betrayed before, greet number 18 so respectfully, most of the worries in No 20's heart suddenly dissipated. "In that case, then follow my orders and get rid of these guys who broke into the institute. It's best to catch Wu Di alive, he has a lot of research value." Number 17 and number 18 swept their eyes towards the entrance of the research institute, only to see that the faces of Clyn and the others present were full of nervousness. Only Wu Di and Trunks, whose information in the database was not perfect, looked indifferent and resolute. "Okay." Number 17 and number 18 responded as if they had been disposed of. The two stood behind the 20th, making eye contact with each other, and saw that the 20th let down their guard. "Shout!" Number 18 shot in vain. It's so fast and unexpected. The remote control that could control their movements in an emergency was snatched away. Without giving number 20 time to be surprised, an arm pierced his chest in an instant. The transparent head at the top fell to the ground, and coincidentally rolled down in front of Kling and the others. "Stinky old man, so you can't force the power off or control our movements." Number 17 crossed his chest and looked down. Seeing this, the eyes of Klin and the others standing at the entrance of the research institute were solemn, and they felt that the number 17 and number 18 in front of them were too murderous. Chapter 59. How ferocious! Even the father who gave them a new birth was killed. The speed at which you snatch the remote control is horrible. I haven't figured out the situation, but why don't you run away while they're in trouble? The soldiers standing at the entrance of the institute were discussing, and suddenly felt that the ferocity of number 17 and number 18 was a bit beyond imagination. Only Wu Di still maintained a wait-and-see attitude, and had no intention of making a move. After all, even if the crisis of the Earth was solved on the 17th and 18th here, it had not been resolved. If the plot of the original book develops according to the development of the original book, then sooner or later Shayla will take a time machine to this time and space, and absorb the 17th and 18th, which have some important materials in the body, into a complete body. Even if you hadn't taken the time machine, there must have been a Saru in this space, right? It will be quite troublesome to find Sharu's traces at that time. But if the 17th is alive and the 18th are alive, it will be different. Sharu, who wants to become a complete body, will definitely do everything he can to absorb them. Head to the ground. The 20th is still not dead. The old wrinkled face was stunned. Obviously, I didn't expect number 17 and number 18 to betray again. With his hands in front of him, number 18 walked over to the hibernation pod indicating number 16, turned sideways to number 20, who had his head left, and asked, "No 16. Is this also energy-free? But it looks like the race is different from ours. It seems to be quite big. Don't touch him. Don't touch him." Seeing that number 18 deliberately opened the hibernation pod, number 20, who had only his head left, suddenly shouted nervously, as if he had been touched by some kind of taboo. "Seems to be a lot of fun. You're going to release the 16th?" Number 17 chuckled. "No. Stop. Do you want the world to be destroyed?" Number 20, who had only his head left, rolled on the ground, looking desperate to prevent number 16 from being released. "What? The destruction of the world? What the hell is going on? Is number 16 the ultimate android?" Hearing the words of the 20th, the soldiers who had always been cautious and watched were stunned. Their eyes clearly revealed jealousy, and Kling and Vic even wanted to find an opportunity to completely destroy it, not wanting the 16th to wake up. Even the 17th and 18th were quite surprised by this. As he prepares to open the hibernation pod, he pauses and looks down towards number 20, who has tumbled to his feet. Number 16 is a failed test subject. He must not be released. Otherwise, you and I will be killed. Instead of explaining why, the 20th said something amazing. But judging from the data, it's obvious that our ability is relatively strong. Number 17 swiped through the extremely complicated data, compared with number 16 lying in the dormant cabin. Judging from all aspects of the data, his performance with number 18 is obviously better, so he didn't take no 20's words to heart, and chuckled, "Leave him alone, I'll start no 16. Bastard! How dare you disobey my orders again and again? You're just like the 16th, and you're all failures." The 20th, with only the head left, is still chattering. Hearing these insulting words, number 17 and no 18's eyes sank slightly. Number 17 raised his foot with gloomy eyes, ready to stomp on number 20, who had only the rest of his head. Bang! Right now, there is a wave of energy indiscriminately stirring. Bomb this secret research institute to ashes in an instant. Everyone who stood at the entrance of the institute at the beginning also avoided it in an instant. Who is it? I almost got hit. This familiar feeling looks like Vegeta. It's really strong. I don't think I've woken up yet, and I'm sure I'm going to be reduced to ashes. I feel like the 17th and 18th are very strong. But not to the point of being invincible. That's right. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks can all become Super Saiyans. And Wu-Di is thinking that it is not difficult to defeat number 17 and number 18. Is what Dr. Grow said on the 20th true? Can 16 destroy the world and kill 17 and 18? This kind of scary guy is really caring. After dodging within the reach of the attack, everyone present immediately looked at Vegeta, who was floating in midair and had become a Super Saiyan. Wu-Di raised his head and stared at Vegeta, who was shooting a crazy wave of energy, as if he wanted to use this method to attract the attention of the enemy, and shook his head. This guy wasn't there when he should have appeared, but he came out when he shouldn't. Judging from this pouring of gas, Vegeta has become a lot stronger in the past 3 years, and I'm afraid that number 17 or number 18 will not be so easy to abuse him like in the original book. If you want to completely solve the crisis of the Earth, you need the 17th and 18th as bait. Before Shailu appears, they must be guaranteed to live, otherwise it may be a bit of trouble to bring out Shailu. There is no special life in this secret research institute, and Shailu, who is known as the ultimate android, is not here, and Wu-Di, who has stepped into the realm of gods and has mastered many magics, can still guarantee this. At this time, Vegeta looked down. The eyes fell on 17 and 18. The corners of his mouth lifted into a wicked and confident smile. I've finally found it, the super strong enemy from the future who is suspected of being a Super Saiyan. Chapter 60. Bang! The 18th is still cold. Feel free to throw the heavy hibernation pod to the ground. The wires are all broken, let's get him out quickly. Ignoring Vegeta's arrogant posture floating in mid-air. Nodding his head, 18 casually and ladily raised his foot and kicked towards the dormant hatch where the power cord had been broken. In an instant, the heavy dormant hatch was overturned and fell to the ground with the vibration, and Klin and the others, who were watching not far away, suddenly became nervous when they saw this. It's opened. What a horrible monster! That guy is the number 16 who can destroy the world. Not good. It looks like a tough look from the body type. Since the 20th would say something like that, there must be something special about the 16th. A red light flashed under the eye of number 16, and he stood up with his arms supporting the sleeping pod. He was 230 centimeters tall, and he was wearing a green dress with the logo of the Red Ribbon Legion. Even if number 20 didn't say that kind of appalling thing in the front, number 16 is definitely more intimidating than number 17 and number 18, after all, the swollen muscles and height are there. 20 steps out of the hibernation pod. Silent and melancholy looking at the clear blue sky. I couldn't see the slightest lethality in his expression and eyes. However, the expressions of Klin and the others at this moment were extremely solemn. Number 17 clasped his hands in front of him and chuckled at number 16, who was facing away from him. How does it feel to move? You haven't been outside in years, have you? Dr. Grow seems to be resistant to kicking you on. He said, you might as well kill me an 18. So we want to know what the hell is going on. Subconsciously thought that number 16 had a similar tragic experience with them, so no 18's attitude and tone were very gentle. Do you have any opinions? Or just don't want to say it? Number 16 swept behind him. Always remain silent and look up at the sky in the distance. In my opinion, he's just silent by nature. Number 17 seemed very carefree, and he didn't get annoyed because number 16 didn't respond, and chuckled, let's go. Go find the Monkey King. It's unpleasant to have to follow Dr. Gro's script, but now that I've become an android, I still hope to have a goal. You also made it to kill Sun Wukong. Naturally, this was said towards the 16th. Yes. Number 16 turned his head and answered. It's not easy. Finally spoke. A smile appeared on No 17's handsome face. Why are you said to be a failure if you obey orders? Number 18 has his hands placed on his waist, and his demeanor looks very elegant. There's no need to care about that kind of thing. Soon, the 17th was the first to float, followed by the 16th and 18th. Vegeta, who was simply arrogant, suddenly had a blue muscle on his forehead when he saw this, and that anger was like a volcanic eruption. Mix. Darn. I'm standing right here, and they dare to turn a blind eye. Are those guys so blind to no one? Vegeta was so angry that her body couldn't help but tremble, and the dazzling light like the sun lingered around her body, and her hair instantly turned golden and stood up, turning into a streamer and chasing away. Gone. What the hell are they thinking? It doesn't look like you're going to make trouble in the northern capital. It's Goku. They were supposed to go to Goku's house. Clint exclaimed in vain, so nervous that sweat was running down his face, and clenched his fists. It can't be wrong. Goku smashed the Red Ribbon Legion when he was young. One of the purposes for Dr. Gro, the remnant of the Red Ribbon Legion, to create androids, is to defeat Goku. But they don't look like they're going to listen to Dr. Gro. Tianjin Rai still has some doubts. Daddy. Looking at Vegeta as she faded from sight, Trunks' eyes flickered with concern. Wu sighed lightly, feeling quite troublesome. According to his idea, it was best to let the 17th and 18th act, and then stay at home and drink milk and watch TV and wait for Shalo to appear, but Vegeta couldn't stop it if he wanted to find abuse. His eyes flashed over Trunks, who was extremely nervous with clenched fists, and muttered, "Go. Fight as hard as you can. For science, fighting is the best way to increase your strength." Trunks nodded. It becomes a super race state and breaks through the sky. The other fighters present were a little hesitant. Quickly gritted his teeth to keep up, knowing that he was definitely not an opponent but also wanted to do his best. That pair of siblings seems to be a little different from what I remember. Standing beside her, the mature and gentle Bulma frowned. It's a big contrast to what I imagined. I thought the guy who turned the earth into hell would be evil. Bulma was obsessed with research in the future plane, so she didn't pay attention to number 17 and number 18, but now when she sees it, she feels that there is a big gap between her imagination and her imagination. It's normal. After all, the past and the future are two similar but independent planes. Even the 17th and 18th are still in this space. But their personalities and strengths are obviously different from the future. Wu Di explained this phenomenon succinctly, and set up a transparent energy circle to envelop the twin-like two Bulma, and in an instant, he surpassed Klin and the others who were one step ahead, and saw Vegeta and number 17 and others looking at each other. Bulma's eyes lit up when he heard this. In other words, the current number 18 personality may not be as bad as the future time and space. Bulma's pretty face looked quite weird, and she looked at the cold and beautiful number 18 meaningfully. At the same time, the atmosphere here gradually becomes heavy, and there is a sign that the arrows are ready to fight at any moment. Chapter 61. It's not the same as before. Number 17 looked sideways. Vegeta, who had become a super race at this moment, became extremely cold. A dazzling golden light lingered around his body, and his hair turned golden and stood on end. This kind of radical change from the norm is not mentioned in the database. Vegeta stood in front of them, blocking the way of the 17th, and asked coldly, "Where are you going?" "Go find the Monkey King. The goal is to kill him." The attitude of the 18th seems to be very cold. Sure enough. Vegeta had expected this. The angular face presents a haughty smile. Reaching out to the bridge of his nose, he held the number 17 and others in his palm. "But unfortunately, you won't be able to see him, because you're going to die at my hands." 17 and 18 look at each other, and then let out a laugh of unknown meaning. It seems that excessive conceit is a characteristic of scions. As he spoke, number 18 turned around and looked back, which was obviously different from treating Vegeta, and his voice was as gentle as water. Number 16, I want to see how strong you are, you can dispose of him. I refuse. Number 16 did not hesitate at all. It seems that this guy has been scared by my strong strength. Vegeta's mouth lifted into a wicked and confident smile. It's strange that he refused. The 17th was a little surprised, not expecting the 16th to refuse. All right. Then it's up to me to take this outrageous guy down. Number 18 stepped forward, ruffled his blonde hair that blocked his view, and struck in a gesture. Explain in advance, although you are a woman, I will not show mercy, and in fact, you are not a woman at all. Vegeta's muscles are tense and ready to attack or defend at any time. At the same time, Trunks, who had become in a super race state and was chasing after him, arrived. Seeing Trunks standing beside him, Vegeta immediately raised her eyebrows and ordered, hide away or go home to watch TV and drink milk. Don't get in the way of my fight. I want to fight. If you think it's going to get in the way, then please let me play first. Trunks looked resolute, leaving behind his fear of the formidable enemy in front of him, and the Scion's blood boiled in his body. Even though he knew that it would be difficult to defeat number 17 and number 18, he was eager to become stronger and break through the limits to the point where he could defeat the future Shrew. Humph! Vegeta snorted. Didn't mean to take Trunks. Shout! Number 18 foot on the ground. Break through the sky and rush towards Vegeta. The two soon began to fight in close combat. The attack speed is far beyond what can be observed by the naked eye. Vegeta dodged the sideways kick from the attack, and the punch landed straight on the delicate face of 18. This Vegeta is quite strong. Number 17 watched the battle with his hands in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a little surprise. With the strength shown now, it is far superior to the information given by Dr. Gro. Having said that, the expression on Junlin's face was still indifferent, and he was not nervous because number 18 seemed to be a little inferior at this time, obviously quite confident in no 18's strength. Rumble! The top of the cliff was smashed. A loud roar startles away nearby foraging birds. On the 16th, I looked at the birds that were fading away. Didn't care about no 18's fight with Vegeta at all. Soon, the slightly slower Kling and other fighters also arrived here. It's a fight. Vegeta is really strong. Yes. I've improved a lot in the past 3 years. That rather fraudulent-looking number 18 was actually crushed. Although Vegeta has become stronger in the past 3 years, it still feels like Wu Di is stronger. Then again, what is Wu Di thinking? It doesn't seem to mean to settle the 17th and 18th. Seeing Vegeta's obvious advantage, Clint and the other fighters were also relieved, feeling that number 17 and number 18 were not as terrifying as Trunks said. At least the gap between them was not that crushing situation. Didn't it become the second stage of the super game? Do you want to save energy and solve the 16th and 17th together? Wu Di stood on a high place and looked down, took a sip of the drink brought by Bulma, and looked like watching a play. On this, Kling and other fighters expressed disappointment. At first, I thought Wu Di would continue to shoot. With the power of thunder, you can eliminate all the strong enemies in front of you. He must have other plans. That number 16 doesn't seem to be the ultimate android that Trunks is talking about. Vic groaned, his eyes swept over Wu Di, who was eating snacks and drinking as if he was watching a movie, and his face appeared thoughtful. After a little, the tide of battle is gradually turning. Number 18 soars around like a play. Vegeta, who is chasing behind, frantically fires a burst of energy attacks. Soon the island was circled, and Vegeta's breathing rhythm gradually became disordered. It's not good. Vegeta's physical energy is overexerted. And the 18th has unlimited energy. The warriors present found out about this situation, and therefore became dignified, After all, Vegeta is the main combat force, and if it is defeated, it will be troublesome, although it feels that if Wu Di is willing to make a move, it will be easy to defeat the androids present, but what makes them headache is that Wu Di doesn't seem to have the intention of making a move at the moment. Right now, Vegeta and number 18 are out of the picture. Chapter 62. Bang! In a flash, Vegeta rushed quickly. The fist that haunts the golden flame is about to shoot down the belly of the 18th. However, the expression on his face froze at this time, and his eyes suddenly widened. 18 retracted his black silk leg and swung down with a swift knife as Vegeta leaned forward and fell. Impossible! Vegeta, who was accurately hit in the carotid artery, was forcibly released from the overmatched state in an instant, and fell to the ground with a violent roar. He looked up at the delicate and lovely number 18 in his line of sight, and his consciousness gradually dissipated due to ischemia and lack of oxygen. It's so strong! Vegeta defeated. The guy who turned the future Earth into hell is really terrifying. I didn't expect that the delicate and lovely number 18 was so strong. The soldiers who watched the battle were stunned when they saw this, and stared at number 18, whose black silk was damaged during the battle but did not suffer the slightest damage, and their eyes were extremely nervous and solemn. It's a defeat after all. Wu Di shook his head. It seems that this result has been expected for a long time. Purely speaking, Vegeta, who is in super game form, is actually slightly stronger than number 18. If you give your best at the beginning, you have a chance to beat number 18, but as number 17 said, excessive conceit is a characteristic of science. This characteristic is especially obvious in the super match state. Vegeta, who occupies the advantage but does not take advantage of the victory to pursue, is gradually consumed and loses energy, and in the end it is self-inflicted. Caused by the butterfly effect, the current Vegeta is a little stronger than in the original plot, and the supermatch state can go one step further and become the second stage of muscle bulging, or want to wipe out the androids present without becoming this state that is not suitable for protracted battles, and then be consumed by the 18th and defeated. Daddy! Trunks exclaimed. Pull out the sword behind your back and slash it away. The speed is astonishing, and the blade of the sword cuts through the cold light. Number 18, who was patting the dust of his clothes, sideways to avoid the attack when it was about to fall. Shout! Slash down quickly! Number 18, who couldn't avoid it in time, was injured. A wisp of the useless nerve endings of the head was collectively cut off. No 18's delicate and beautiful face is slightly sunk, his blue eyes like a galaxy cross the cold color, and he stretches out his hand like an onion root. Click! Trunks, who raised his sword, was stunned for a moment. Tenacity easily broke the sword that cut off Frisia's mechanized body. The sharp blade was crushed by No 18's delicate hand and thrown into the distance. Feeling the disparity between them, they were ready to step back and think of other ways to fight, but number 18 appeared behind Trunks as if teleporting, and smashed down with his hands folded into a hammer. With a violent roar, the ground cracked in an instant, and the nearby cliffs all rolled down the rocks because of the vibration, and the hit Trunks blasted down to the ground, and the light that lingered around him suddenly dimmed. How tough! Super Saiyan was also killed in seconds. Number 16 and number 17 were defeated before they could make a move. The guy who will turn the earth into hell is so terrifying. The soldiers watching the battle were slightly stunned when they saw this, and then tacitly went towards the siege of number 18. We all know that there is an unbridgeable gap between each other and the 18th. Therefore, naturally, they are not ready to fight it alone. This is Vegeta's fight with number 18. You viewers can't do it. Number 17 chuckled, and in an instant, he stopped the fighters who were trying to sneak up on number 18, and moved and attacked faster than the naked eye could see. Bang! 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 Weaker fighters like Kling were knocked down in an instant. Vic, who surpasses the level of the original book and can be comparable to the state of the super game, is locked in his throat. Along with Vegeta and Trunks, the two main forces, the rest of the warriors were also defeated. The earth warriors lying on the ground in embarrassment remain awake, while Vegeta and Trunks are temporarily unconscious of their ability to resist. Damn! It's so strong. Even if you work hard for 3 years, it's still too far away. The 16th hasn't been shot yet, and the so-called ultimate android is nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the Earth will really become hell as Trunks said, and there are not 100 survivors left? After experiencing the terrifying and crushing strength of number 17 and number 18, Klin's group of Earth warriors were desperate at the moment. At first it was purely strong. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. Knowing in advance that there would be a devastating crisis on the Earth in the future, they cultivated hard for 3 years. However, it turned out that he couldn't make a move with number 17 fish number 18, and was knocked out before he could even react. How should they deal with it? This is a terrifying enemy that is impossible to defeat at all, and it is better than Wu did to face it alone, and the odds of winning must not be high, right? Even if the belief in protecting the Earth is extremely strong, the warrior who is still awake on the ground at this moment cannot stand up, as if there is an extremely heavy mountain pressing on his heart. No 17's gaze swept over the soldiers who were lying on the ground, supporting the ground with their arms and trying to struggle to stand up. A chuckle suddenly appeared on the handsome face, and the mood was very happy at the moment and there was no thought of mending the knife. He turned sideways to look at Wu Di, who was sitting on the cliff eating popcorn, and said, "According to the data, you should be the strongest here, right? Aren't you ready to stop us?" The black silk was cut and the number 18, which exuded a strange charm, also looked at it. "Don't mess with him. You are no match for him." Number 16, who has always been silent, spoke amazingly. Hearing this, number 17 and number 18 whiling, their faces were shocked. Chapter 63. Interesting. A smile appeared on No 17's handsome face. Even though he resists being transformed into his current form, it is undeniable that the strength we have today is beyond imagination. But since the 16th would say such things, there must be a basis for him. Moreover, the information in the database also shows that Wu Di is the strongest existence among the Earth warriors. Knowing that Wu Di is very strong, he may have reached the point of surpassing his imagination, and because of this, number 17 is obviously more interested. That guy who can eat with his face really has the strength to surpass me and No 17. No 18's dazzling eyes shimmered like a galaxy. Wu Di also happened to look down at this time, and their eyes collided in the air. Number 18, who felt inexplicably nervous in his heart, turned his head to avoid his gaze, and his delicate face appeared and coldly stroked the hair that fell to his eyes, showing the image of self-esteem perfection in his heart. Seeing this, number 17 immediately raised his eyebrows, his eyes wandered between number 18 and Wu Di with a strange look, and chuckled, "If you want to stop it, then hurry up, otherwise we will leave." "It's not time yet," Wu Di shook his head, his eyes swept over the 17th and 18th in front of him, and muttered, "If you don't do anything to destroy the Earth or mutilate living beings, then I don't have to waste my energy. Maybe the other warriors will get you in trouble. If their strength improves, they are always welcome to challenge again." Number 17 chuckled. "I was a little disappointed that I couldn't compete with Wu Di. But it also seems to be very free and easy, and I don't take it to heart." He then turned and walked away, waiting for the vehicle to pass by. "If you're in trouble or need help, just get in touch with Bulma's family." Number 17 said that he heard the wave of his hand backwards, and No 18's delicate and beautiful face was now covered with clouds. "Is it really okay to let them go like that?" Bulma, who has seen the Earth turn into hell, is worried. Even if I noticed that the personalities of the sibling group of number 17 and number 18 were obviously different from those of the future time and space. But after all, with the same appearance and terrifying strength, Bulma from the future can't pretend not to care no matter what. Don't worry, the future sister and brother combination is very different from the characters of number 17 and number 18 in this time and space, if the characters of number 17 and number 18 in this time and space are ferocious and reckless, then Vegeta and the others who were knocked down would have been killed a long time ago. The slightly worried future Bulma was also relieved when he heard this. The combination of sisters and brothers in the future time and space is very evil, and the future Klin and others were brutally killed directly when they encountered it. At this time, number 17 and number 18 easily defeated the fighters other than Wu Di present, but they were just stunned or made them lose the ability to resist. So, the 17th and 18th of this time and space may have good personalities, right? Bulma's eyes shimmered. It's not kind, but it's not so bad as to kill innocents. Wu Di groaned, his eyes flashed over the sly Bulma, vaguely knowing what her head was thinking at the moment, as if there were thousands of grass and mud horses galloping past in her heart, and whispered, "Bulma, you shouldn't be thinking. That's what you think." A sweet smile appeared on Bulma's pretty face. "I really can't stand Wu Di's whipping, and I can't help it. After hesitating at first, I finally decided to find a few girls who didn't have bad intentions to help bear it." Bulma tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't make Wu Di happy, so in order to avoid himself being tossed and broken or Wu Di suffocating his body, this was the only way. Find a girl who doesn't have a bad heart, and the rest is easy to say. The need for material can be easily satisfied. If you don't need material things, it must be easy to catch up with Wu Di's conditions. And the appearance is exquisite and beautiful, and the character and temperament are completely in line with the standard number 18, naturally he was favored by Bulma, and was determined to help Wu Di bring number 18 into the room. Number 18, who has super physical fitness, must be able to wait for 10 ordinary girls alone. She blinked slightly, and whispered in Wu Di's ear, "Don't get cheap and sell well. Remember to chase the 18th. Feel free to ask if you need help. I actually feel very uncomfortable to share you with others, but who calls me just an ordinary woman? I can't let you have complete fun. You must be kind to me in the future, don't let me down." Wu Di was silent. Even he felt a little aggrieved by Bulma. With Bulma's identity and appearance, there is no need to share a husband with others. Wu Di, who crossed into this world, was actually not ready to build a harem, but every time he was killed, his physical fitness had a reborn change. Even the most primitive ability has metamorphosed to a level far beyond that of a normal person, and it takes at least 5 hours at a time, and 10 hours when the desire is strong. If an ordinary adult man has this condition, then it is basically certain that he has some kind of rare hidden disease, but Wu Di, this is purely caused by the transformation of his body. After all, he has now evolved his life level and reached the boundary beyond human beings. "I'm alive. It's gone. Maybe you didn't take us seriously, did you?" It feels like number 17 and number 18 are a little different from what Trunks described. It doesn't seem to be as evil as I imagined, and I didn't want to kill us from the beginning. Wu Di said that the time and space we are in are two similar but independent worlds to the time and space of Trunks. In short, in Trunks' plane, 17 and 18 are extremely evil beings, while 17 and 18 in our plane are good. The warriors who had been knocked to the ground or unconscious gradually stood up at this moment, obviously surprised by the fact that they were still alive, and did not expect that the 17th and 18th that Trunks had narrated did not have a dead hand, so they were slightly relieved. Anyway, since they were not killed, they had a chance. Humph! Vegeta stood up in embarrassment. "I didn't feel lucky, but my face was gloomy like water. He is simply arrogant and transformed, and at this moment, it is as if his self-esteem has been trampled on the ground." Filled with anger, he suddenly turned into a super race state, lingering golden flames, turning into dazzling streamers and rushing to the sky. Chapter 64. I'm stimulated. After all, Vegeta has such a haughty personality. Speaking of which, the 17th and 18th are indeed terrifyingly strong. Anyway, the first thing to do now is to move Goku somewhere else. Let's hope they don't have any bad thoughts about the planet, as expected. We must hurry up and improve our strength. After all, the ultimate android that Trunks spoke of hasn't appeared yet. Since the past and the present are two worlds that are similar to each other but completely separate. The ultimate android with a surpass of number 17 and number 18 will also appear sooner or later, right? The warriors who gradually stood up discussed, even though the personalities of number 17 and number 18 were not as cruel and evil as imagined, but they could not be negligent, and their hearts became heavier, as if there was a mountain pressing on their bodies. Number 17 and number 18 were so strong. How strong should the ultimate android with far more combat power than number 17 and number 18 be? Perhaps even Wu Di. It may not be its opponent. And that character must be quite brutal and evil. The guy who evolved by devouring humans can't be a good kind no matter how you think about it. Wu Di, Bulma. Let's go first. We must seize the time to improve our strength to face the battle. This group of warriors who have always protected the earth stood up and said hello, and then dispersed to cultivate separately. The twin-like Bulma waved his hand, and Wu Di waved a transparent energy circle around the two people beside him, and swept towards Bulma's house at a speed comparable to light. The game of defeating the Monkey King begins. Number 17 quickly found a pink van. Carry the 16th and 18th to start the journey to find the Monkey King. There's no sense of urgency to kill Goku, it's completely like a game. Really? Before he could drive at this speed, Sun Wukong was transferred elsewhere. Number 18, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said, "It's okay. It's also fun to have the target diverted. It's not fun for the game to end so soon." Number 17, who was driving a pink van, chuckled. The 16th, who was sitting in the back, remained silent and did not dispute this. "You're too childish," said, No 18's starry eyes swept over the dust and broken black silk. "Whatever you want, but before looking for Sun Wukong, I want to go to the town to buy some clothes." At first, it was thought that 17 and others would bring a fatal crisis to the earth. At this time, it seems very leisurely, as if driving around like a tourist. There's no particular rush to find Goku's location, and there's no interest in wantonly destroying towns or killing humans. Although he didn't do that kind of thing, he also robbed the car on the way, showing his strength beyond ordinary people to frighten the pursuing police, and left in brand-name clothes without paying. It's normal for people who don't have money but have the power to override the law to do this, and the 17th and 18th of this plane are not as brutal as the Trunks plane, but they are not the kind of people who care about the existence of the law. Meanwhile, Goku, who had a toxic heart attack. After taking the special medicine, he was transferred to the Kames Enya. The miracle drug brought by Trunks can indeed cure toxic heart disease once and for all. But even if Goku's physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people, the treatment will take at least 10 days. Except for Goku, who had a heart attack, the other fighters also worked hard to improve their strength as much as possible. Tianjin Fan took dumplings to Antarctica to practice. Leaping and Klin were fighting each other. Trunks was also practicing with Vegeta, and only Bik meditated alone. With Kiki by his side to discipline him, Gohan naturally couldn't take a break from cultivation, and was locked in his room to review the textbooks that had fallen, and it was basically foreseeable that he would become a wild rice in the future. Time passed, a few days have passed in the blink of an eye. Wukong, who had a toxic heart attack and his face was painfully distorted, has gradually improved. The earth still seems to be very peaceful, the crisis that Trunks said seems to be non-existent at all. The 17th and 18th are leisurely traveling around the world, and only the group of warriors who silently protect the earth are practicing hard, and the passage of time has not made them relax, but the stone that weighs on their hearts is getting heavier and heavier, and there is a kind of omen of tranquility before the storm. Bulma's house. As expected, the job of being a coach at a Budokan is gone. After all, there was an accident when I came back, and a year and a half have passed. During this period, the Budokan failed to get in touch with Wu Di, so it was naturally treated as a strike. Wu Di regretted this, but he didn't take it to heart. Anyway, he was a little tired of being a coach in the martial arts hall. After preparing to solve the potential crisis on the Earth, depending on the situation, find a spare job to pass the time, and by the way, complete what you wanted to do but couldn't do before the crossing. Speaking of which, Wu Di was also quite leisurely during this time, maintaining a good attitude to make the S cells grow rapidly, studying how to become a legendary Super Saiyan when he had time, and also taking time to go shopping with Bulma from the future to cultivate feelings. Maybe it's because Bulma himself from the future has a good impression of Wu Di, plus Wu Di often accompanies him to play during this time, and the relationship between the two is like a rocket-like improvement, from the reluctance to the friend stage, to the level of lovers. Wu Di is not particularly anxious to hit a home run, and it is only a second base at present, but if you want to hit a home run, the success rate is also quite high. Wu Di was sitting on the sofa at the moment, drinking drinks and watching movies leisurely, and sometimes wondered, could it be that the butterfly effect caused by Shayla will not appear in this time and space? What? Bulma, who had just come out of the shower, picked up the phone casually, and a touch of surprise appeared on her delicate and pretty face. Found an eggshell of a research institute and some strange creature in the underground of the Zeta branch. Chapter 65. Could it be? Wu Di, who was watching a movie, raised his eyes. A handsome face appeared expectantly, listening intently to the conversation on the phone. The words research and eggshells of some strange creature are inevitably of concern. In the original book, Shayla seems to have degenerated into an egg and traveled to the past to absorb number 17 and number 18, right? The customer service girl who got in touch with Bulma couldn't explain the situation on the phone, so she just took pictures of the research institute and the strange biological eggshell and faxed it. The institute is very ordinary. Bulma's eyes fell on the extremely clear photo in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a strange look. I have never seen this creature egg with a unique shape and color before. I'm afraid it's an unknown creature egg from an alien planet or Earth. Looks like the creatures inside have hatched. Wu Di stood up. Quietly stood behind Bulma. Gaze at the deep purple egg split in half. The dark and deep eyes flickered with anticipation, and the corners of the mouth set off a perfect arc full of fun. If you have to say it, you can be regarded as the egg of an unknown creature on Earth. More precisely, the eggshell of the ultimate android. Hearing this, Bulma was slightly stunned, looking at the extremely clear photo in his hand, and his pretty face appeared surprised, looking a little incredulous. The guy who broke out of the shell is the so-called ultimate artificial human. An evil being that surpasses the strength of number 17 and number 18 and relies on devouring human evolution. Wu Di nodded. It is inevitable that there are some doubts in my heart. According to the content of the call between the customer service girl and Bulma, I know. The strange egg belonging to Shayla was found in the underground research of the Western Capital Branch. The research institute built underground is naturally not from Bulma's family. I am afraid it is a secret research institute of Dr. Gro. This situation is a little different from the original book. The original plot, Shayla's egg was found in a time machine, and now it is found in the suspected secret research of Dr. Gro. In other words, it is very likely that the Shayla that broke out of the egg is from the current time and space, and it is not shuttled by a time machine like the original book, and the Shayla that appeared in the original book seems to have been made more than 10 years later, and the reason why it appears in advance now is because of the butterfly effect? There is no need to ask what caused the current situation. Wu Di only wanted to know if the Shayla who appeared in advance was worth his shot. Anyway, get rid of those evil guys as soon as possible. After all, my sister is actually very worried about this. Bulma really didn't have a clear idea of how strong the ultimate android was, which made Trunks and the other fighters extremely nervous, but she believed that with Wu Di, no matter how strong the enemy was, he would eventually be defeated. Send the company's security guard to find other clues first, at least find out where he is first. Wu Di groaned. The saru of the cell aggregate is actually chi. But it is estimated that it has not grown up yet, so it is deliberately pressed to a very low level. I'm afraid I want to hide and develop obscene in the early stage, and then wait for the opportunity to absorb number 17 and number 18, which have some important materials, when they grow to a certain stage. At this time, the TV screen turned, and the movie was forcibly converted into a news broadcast, and the male host, who was dressed very neatly, chewed clearly, "We have received the latest news. According to the information from the local investigation team, it is pointed out that there are many clothes that may be used by the victim, because the reporter of this station has also arrived at the scene, and now we will listen to his report." The reporter is now reporting in the city of Jinga, and all the more than 35,000 citizens of the city of Jinga have suddenly disappeared, and not long after the interview team has been stationed in the city, there have been new discoveries. Please read the newspaper. A male reporter appeared on the television, his voice was subdued, and as the video equipment turned, the scene of clothes and pants scattered on the ground behind him was presented to the audience in front of the television. "Here I only found a lot of clothes scattered all over the ground. It looks like the human body has disappeared, leaving only the clothes on the ground, and some clothes have rifles and other weapons next to them, which look as if they used to be." Words. "I'm not done yet." He looked in vain at the place behind him. Is still dutifully explaining the situation to the audience. "What's going on there? I just heard people screaming." The male reporter spoke in a tone that skillfully attracted the attention of the audience, adding, "And gunshots. Someone is shooting. The investigators and police over there don't know what they're screaming?" Now it's suddenly quiet again. "Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go over there and see how it goes." Just as he turned around and was about to walk in the direction where the screams sounded. All viewers are presented with snowflakes in their frames, which is due to a problem with the photographic equipment. At 10 seconds, the TV reappears, apparently on the ground. "I saw the news crews." The male reporter who was still explaining the situation just now. "At this moment, everything is weird and gone, and there are clothes and pants left on the scene." The screams and gunshots that had been faintly heard in the distance were gone. The city of Jenaga, where at least 30,000 people live, is quiet and eerie. It's as if all the creatures in the town are gone. A figure with green skin, dense black spots on the body, and an insect-like face that has been captured by a camera that has fallen to the ground and is still functioning. P.S. This book will be on the shelves in the early hours of the morning. Along the way, I can't do without the support of my brothers and sisters. There are no flowers, no monthly passes, no reviews and tips. I can't make it to this point. Without further ado, I beg for your support. The first order is important. There's no manuscript saved. I'll try my best to explode more. It's also guaranteed to be 4 more after it's put on the shelf. There's no way to compare with those tentacle monsters, but as a handicap party, I'm basically going to sit in front of the computer all day. Chapter 66. Sure enough, it's Shiru. A smile appeared on Woody's handsome face. The one who first appeared in the picture was Shiru. Green skin, black spots, needle-like spines at the end of the tail. Like a green insect, the face is irregular, and this is the first stage of Shiru. Knowing that Shayla still appeared after all, Woody was not in a hurry to look for it, so he occasionally used magic to observe the situation of number 17 and number 18. In fact, Woody didn't take those victims to heart at all, nor did he have the idea of digging 3 feet into the ground to find a solution like the Earth Warriors, but hoped that Shayla could become stronger, strong enough to surpass the original plot, and it was best to bring him a sense of deadly crisis. Woody's heart felt hope. Shayla can be promoted to the point of super strength in a short period of time. Only when Shiru becomes stronger, let him feel the crisis, maybe he has a chance to become the legendary Super Saiyan. It was important for Woody to grope to become the legendary Super Saiyan, and as for those innocent residents who were killed, they could be resurrected with Dragon Balls afterwards. Vic merged with the gods to turn the Dragon Balls into stone, but the Earth Dragon Balls can't be used in Namek. So when the time comes, just ask Goku to teleport to Namek and collect all the Dragon Balls. In the later original plot, the earth was once turned to ashes, and every time a strong enemy attacked, there were always innocent residents killed, but in the end, they were not alive intact, so there was no need to care about those inconsequential humans at all. Just think about how to make Shrew stronger, and the rest was easy to solve, and the killing of those residents would not affect the growth rate of S cells. Relatively indifferent. Even Wu Di, who wants to help Shalo become stronger. Bulma made contact with the Turtle Fairy house with a pretty look on her face. Inform the group of warriors who have always kept a low profile to protect the planet with the news of the appearance of the ultimate android. Knowing the situation, the warriors immediately suspended their cultivation and rushed to the town where the inhabitants had disappeared as fast as they could, trying to stop Shrew from continuing to brutally kill humans. Monsters! How ferocious! What a wicked fellow! Is he the ultimate android? Killed more than 35,000 citizens in one night. It must be stopped as soon as possible, otherwise the number of victims will continue to increase. The people who stayed at the Kames Enya also knew what was going on through the TV. Unfortunately, Goku's condition, which is one of the most important combat powers, has improved, but it will take some time before he recovers. They immediately rushed to the victimized town to search for Shrew's traces, and the local investigative team also found that the same was true in the neighboring town. In other words, in addition to the city of Jinga, there are other towns that have been absorbed by the life energy of Shalo and completely disappeared from the world, and the number of victims is tentatively estimated to be about 130,000. After 3 hours. Cast to a news feed. The female reporter on the TV is named Ji Deo. The town was in a panic, and the residents fled or took refuge with panicked faces. It's like a monster is approaching. If you don't get it, you'll be swallowed up. As the shooting crew moves the high-definition shooting equipment, you can clearly see that some places are scattered clothes and pants. You can also faintly hear the cries of terror and despair coming from the mouths of residents who are fleeing or hiding. Monster! Man-eating monster! The town will be completely ruined. There's no way you'll survive that monster. Is this the end of the world? The policemen in the town have also been killed. Airplanes. Right now. There is a strong wave of air swirling. The clothes and pants scattered on the ground were blown up in an instant. Sitting in front of the TV, Wu Di, who leisurely watched the news broadcast, was slightly stunned. I'm afraid I've found Shrew's traces. Let's see if Saru has the potential to give me a sense of crisis. Wu Di stood up with some expectation in his eyes and looked away in the direction of the east, turning into a streamer and sweeping towards the place where the strong aura erupted. The soldiers who were searching for clues in other towns naturally clearly sensed Leaping's sudden surge of anger, and knew that he had found Shalo's trace and rushed to it at full speed. The town of Gisk. A cold sweat appeared on the plain of Leaping. The body trembled uncontrollably with fear. Vic, Vegeta, Trunks, hurry up! At this moment, Leaping shouted frantically in his heart. Shrew looked up. I didn't take Leaping seriously. Flick your tail and stick it on the rich man who fell to the ground. The rich man's bloated body shrank rapidly in front of Leaping's eyes. Soon it turned into a shriveled human skin, and finally disappeared into the world without even the slightest trace. Damn! Leaping clenched his fists. There was a flame of anger burning in my heart. He knows that he is no match for Shrew. He was also frightened by Shalo's cruel methods and did not dare to act rashly. After absorbing the rich man's life energy, Shrew walked silently towards Leaping's place. Leaping stepped back with fear, and the distance between the two gradually narrowed. Vic with a haunting white flame appeared in sight. Your fear-twisted face must look good. Shalo's voice was low and happy, and the tail behind him flicked quickly, directly wrapping around Leaping, who was frightened and without the slightest sense of war, and the spikes at the end broke through the air and inserted into Leaping's back. No! Leaping screamed in horror. I wanted to struggle but found that I couldn't lift my strength. Chi and life energy are passing at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, Leaping's muscle-swollen body shrank, as if he had become an old man in his last years. Magic Ray. Vic's fingertips, who had rushed here first, condensed purple energy and shot away. Then the warriors who were searching for Chiru's tracks in the next or nearby town also arrived. And number 16, number 17, and number 18 also happened to be in the town of Gisk, and Wu Di arrived across a distance of thousands of miles in an instant. After the violent roar and smoke disappeared, Shalo casually threw the dying Leaping aside, and the ghosted vertical pupils swept over everyone present. All of them are here except for Monkey King. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collection, recommendation. Chapter 67. In that case. Chiru's double eyes flickered. His gaze paused between 17 and 18. The terrifying majesty rippled, and the ground under his feet collapsed in an instant. The forcibly suppressed chi poured wildly. The stormy waves of chi shook the clouds. The warriors who had just arrived here had an unconcealed horror on their faces at the moment when Chiru released his breath. Impossible. How so? This guy is so weird. It's like a combination of all of them. There's Goku's air, there's Vegeta's air, there's Frisia's air. According to Trunks' description, everyone knew that Shalo's strength might be terrifyingly strong, but they didn't expect Shalo's aura to be so weird. At this time, Klin quietly ran to Leaping's place and fed the fairy beans to Leaping, and the mission was to recover to the best state in an instant, but the feeling of being sucked into life energy and almost dying was haunting his heart, and he was afraid that he would not be able to fight in a short period of time. Drink. Vic likewise releases chi from the body. The nearby houses and the ground can't bear it and crack. I haven't gone through 3 years of penance, and Bic, who merged with the gods in advance, may be a little weaker than the original book. But the strength he has is at least beyond that of ordinary Super Scions, stronger than Trunks, and slightly inferior to Vegeta in the second stage of the Super League. That's a big difference from the information in the database. Sha Lu was a little surprised, and his irregular face looked particularly eerie. It doesn't matter. It's not enough to threaten me now. Quickly solve these obstructive guys, absorb number 17 and number 18 and transform into a complete body, and you will be completely invincible. Even the unfathomable Wu Di in the database is just an ant. Magic light cannon. Vic has no nonsense. Directly condensed purple energy waves shot away. I didn't want to continue to let Chiru evolve, and I was ready to wipe Chiru out of the world. Bang! Chiru raised his hand. The irregular face seemed to show contempt. The wind lightly slammed the attack with rich energy into the air. Vic's face was solemn, and his figure suddenly disappeared, flashing behind Chiru. It's useless. Your combat methods have been thoroughly studied for a long time, and there are more than 10 ways to attack or defend. Chiru's voice was low, casual but as if pinching the right time to sideways to avoid Vic's slash, and then stepped back as if he had anticipated, and his swing kick was also avoided. After all, Vic's combat mode has been thoroughly studied for a long time, and the mental database can be invincible by predicting Vic's attacks and finding loopholes, and it is difficult to know that the combat mode is seen through and thought about it. Tisk. Vic stopped and gritted his teeth. Speed up, crazy flash energy waves as cover. However, right now. Vic's eyes widened. Chiru's low, eerie voice came from behind him. Stop struggling. The speed was so fast that Vic was hit in the abdomen with a hard and violent knee before he could react. Bang! One elbow shot down. Vic was knocked to the ground in an instant. The flame of light that lingered around him dimmed, and purple blood overflowed. Those who have no ability to resist at all are crushed by the devastation. Either arrogant, or not taking it to heart, Chiru didn't want to kill Vic. Otherwise, it would be to the extent of serious injuries in the body. I'm afraid I will have to report directly to the Yama Palace. Seeing this, Trunks and the warriors of the earth also joined forces solemnly, cooperated tacitly to save Vic, and attacked in all directions. Number 17, who was also watching the battle, saw this with a slightly sinking look. What the hell is that ugly monster? It has such a strong strength. Is that monster an earth creature? No 18's delicate and beautiful face is also dignified. The two did not deliberately lower their voices, and Wu Di, who was not far away, naturally heard it. Same as 16. Shrew is also a cyborg created by Dr. Grow out of nothing. Wu Di chuckled, his eyes flashed over number 17 and number 18, and explained, he has the cells of many masters, and he has mastered the moves of all the fighters present, because Dr. Gro has used some important materials on you, so you must be absorbed to become a complete body. What he said is probably true. Route 16. So that the ugly monster named Shalo is targeting me and 18. Number 17 still had a faint smile on his handsome face. How do you know about such a thing, and even if it's true, why are you telling us? No 18's eyes are as bright as a galaxy. There's no particular reason, I just want to say it. Wu Di smiled lightly. I was also very helpless in my heart. He wanted Shalo to rise above the original. That must have been for Shalo to absorb number 17 and number 18 and become a complete body. But the headache is that Bulma asked him to chase number 18 again, which is really troublesome. Since Shalo has many expert cells, it actually has quite potential, right? Wu Di pondered for a moment, but thought of a possible solution, and was ready to find an opportunity to try it to see if he could activate Shalo's potential and raise Shalo's incomplete state to the point where he could pose a threat. A moment later. The warriors who cooperate tacitly. At this moment, they all fell to the ground in embarrassment and weakness. Even Vegeta, who became the second stage of the super tournament, was defeated. Shalo, who absorbs the life energy of 200,000 residents, is far stronger than the original book. Even Vegeta is obviously far from Shrew, and the two can't be compared at all. Shalo is really very potential, and it has been raised to this level by absorbing the life energy of several towns. Seeing this, Wu Di was not surprised, his dark and deep eyes crossed the expectation, and he stepped forward to use violent means to try to help Shalo activate the potential hidden in his body. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download FALU Novel A. Chapter 68. It's so strong. It's a monster. The attack was completely seen through. It's so strong that it can continue to evolve. I can't imagine, and I can't imagine, how terrifying he will be when he evolves. Does that guy have a good personality too? He doesn't seem to have any intention of killing us. Kling and the others, who had personally experienced how strong Shrew was, were in a dignified mood to the extreme. Although it is obvious that he was being spared by his subordinates to be alive at this time, the monster like Shalo in front of him is obviously not a good type. There are many reasons why they weren't killed. Maybe Shrew thought it was interesting that they were far stronger than ordinary people, or maybe Shrew didn't take them to heart at all. Trunks stood up, his eyes a little shocked, and his voice seemed very determined. No. The personalities of number 17 and number 18 are indeed very different from the time and space I am in, but the guy in front of me has not changed in the slightest, and he brutally kills innocent creatures for the sake of evolution. And maybe the number of creatures he brutally killed is far greater than the ultimate android in my time and space, so his strength is far greater than that of the ultimate android in the future. I hope that Wu Di, who has always been unfathomable, can win. Kling groaned. The other Earth warriors present also sighed. Suddenly it turned out that they seemed to be a little overly dependent on Wu Di. This is true of Frieza, so is it with Gula, and now it is true of Shrew. Since I met Wu Di in Namek, every time I encounter a strong enemy, I finally ask Wu Di to solve it. But there is really no way, after all. The enemies encountered are too strong, completely beyond the range of what they can handle. He's ready to make a move. No 18's delicate and beautiful face has a different meaning. I'm curious. According to number 16, he seems to be better than me and number 18. Number 17 clasped his hands in front of him. Number 16 remained silent, as if he didn't care about the situation over there. You can't take it anymore. Shailo's irregular and strange face showed an interested look. In fact, he didn't pay any attention to Vic and Vegeta, who were beyond the information in the database. But only Wu De cares a lot. According to the information recorded by the miniature detective bug, Wu De has extremely strong strength. Even Vegeta and Super Vic are far from it. After all, Gula, who came to Earth 3 years ago, is far stronger than Vegeta and Vic now. 3 years later, even if Wu De is standing still, he is the strongest enemy, and even Vegeta and Vic have such amazing improvements. How can Wu De make no progress? Despite the attack, Wu De's gesture was quite provocative. Interesting. Shiru's beak tugged slightly. The foot slammed into the ground. The figure quickly rushed towards Wu De's place. At the same time, a wave of energy was shot out that covered the sky and the Sunday. Wu De put his left hand in his trouser pocket, and his right hand indifferently slapped all the energy waves away. When all the energy waves that affected the vision were shot away or scattered, the Shiru disappeared from sight. Gas. It is also deliberately pressed to a very low level. The soldiers who were watching not far away were also stunned when they saw this. It's gone. Where the hell have you gone? Is it so fast that you can't see it with the naked eye? What a cunning fellow! Didn't Wu De find out where it was? Even though Klin and the others, who were standing in the distance and had a wider line of sight, they couldn't find where Shailo was at this time. He's quite insidious with a lot of personalities. A smile appeared on Wu De's handsome face. It was true that he had temporarily lost the trace of Shailo before, but after the perception extended into the distance, he found where Shailo was, and in an instant, he turned into a streamer and swept away. Be careful! Number 16 exclaimed in vain. In a flash, Shiru, who has been diving underground, leaps up. The sharp puncture at the end of the tail pierced the air and shot towards the 18th. The 16th didn't have time to stop it, and the 17th didn't react with a stagnant expression. Got it! Shailo's double eyes are excited. The sharp thorn is about to fall on the back of the 18th. Bang! Dull collision resounded. Shiru, who had a successful expression of conspiracy, suddenly froze. Stop when you are less than 2 centimeters away from the spike piercing No 18's back. Number 18 also reacted at this time, and flew into the distance with palpitations. I was almost killed. Cold sweat appeared on No 18's delicate and beautiful face, and his bright eyes like a galaxy looked towards the place where he had stood before. Was he saved at the most critical moment? Saw. Wu De's fist landed on Shailo's abdomen. Shailo's expression froze, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. If you want to become stronger, you don't need to engage in these small actions. A smile appeared on Wu De's handsome face. Shailo, on the other hand, had a very bad premonition. He tried to leave in an instant, but was hit in the neck and fell to the ground. Airplanes. Condensed by energy waves. The pale gold color does not exude a strong majesty. However, he was so frightened that Shiru's soul flew away, and he felt like he would die if he was touched. Don't worry, take it easy, I'm here to help you get stronger. Feeling the deadly crisis, Shailo struggled frantically, and the extremely evil chi quickly swelled, and the muscles of his body suddenly bulged. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape from Wu De's hands, and the pale golden energy wave that didn't exude any power fell on him. Bang! Shailo's body gradually turned to ashes. Like the fragile humans he absorbed. Nothing can be done, only a cry of despair and horror. Win! The monster was solved. Wu De is really still so unfathomable. Killing that monster so easily, it feels like a dream. Kling and the others, who were watching the battle not far away, were shocked to discuss when they saw this, and they had an extremely dreamlike feeling. However, it's not time to celebrate. Saru, who was nearly swallowed up by the energy wave. The chi was actually increased several times, and the body gradually returned to its original state. Chapter 69. SHHH. Impossible. Intact. Alive, under that level of attack. Not only is he alive, but his chi has increased by at least 2 times. What a monster Dr. Gro, the remnant of the Red Ribbon Legion, has created. The warriors, who had just thought that the Earth crisis had been resolved, were stunned when they sensed the majestic evil aura of Shailu. If I had to describe it. Previously, the gas leaked from Shailu was like the Pacific Ocean. And after a rapid recovery, all the seas of the earth are superimposed. Before, I felt that Wu Di could defeat if he made a move, but now I feel that Wu Di is powerless. Trunks, who knew how Shailu was formed, looked desperate. Shiru's monster is really not so easy to defeat. He is a combination of many strong cells, with all our characteristics, Uncle Vic's regenerative ability, and the greatly improved talent of the scion after recovering from his dying state. How so? Klin's eyes were dark. The hearts of the other fighters present also cooled. Vic's regenerative ability, the near-death ascension of the scions. How do you defeat this monster that shouldn't exist in the world? Be careful. It looks like it's just as Wu Di said. That guy's target is indeed us. 17 retracted a smile on his face and stared gloomily at Shiru, covered in black spots like a myriad of creatures. You have to be careful, too. No 18's delicate and beautiful face is covered with frost. Fortunately, Wu Di appeared at a critical moment, otherwise she would have been planted here. Number 18, who has a strong strength beyond imagination, was almost succeeded in a sneak attack. At the same time, he was also full of jealousy of Shiru, who was already a monster on the outside, and did not dare to have the slightest contempt. Sha Lu Weiling, who had recovered to an intact state in an instant, seemed to be surprised that he was not dead, and then he clearly felt the majestic energy surging in his body, and his posture was extremely arrogant and laughed wildly, and he looked at Wu Di with double eyes. I didn't expect that I was still alive. And I was very surprised. I have recovered from the near-death state with an astonishing improvement. Really? Wu Di was still indifferent. In an instant, the figure vanished. The speed was so fast that Shailu couldn't react. Burst. The chest is pierced. Thick and sticky liquid blood flows out. Shailu, who was extremely arrogant and laughing, had a froze expression in an instant. I didn't even notice when I was pierced through my chest by Wu Di. Wu Di's speed was incredible, and even Shailu, whose nervous reaction was far beyond that of ordinary people, couldn't react. With such an injury, an ordinary creature would have died a long time ago, but Shailu, who has Vic's regeneration ability, healed the injury in an instant. I can clearly feel that after recovering from serious injuries, the extremely evil aura is even more terrifying, although it is not directly increased several times like before, but it is at least increased by 50%. Hypothesis. Shailu's initial combat power is 20 billion. After the first near-death state recovered, it rose to 70 billion. After being penetrated through the chest this time, it will increase by 50% on the basis of 70 billion, that is, 35 billion combat power. What a horrible ascension! Even though everyone present stacked their combat power. I'm afraid it's not as much as Shailu's improved combat power after recovering from his near-death state. You're looking for death. Shiru was furious. That extremely evil chi rose wildly. The embodied purple flame seemed to entangle the soul. Wildly squirting waves of energy, and quickly approaching Wu Di. The sharp thorn at the end of the tail is about to pierce Wu Di's body. The next moment, Wu Di waved his hand suddenly. The energy waves that burst out of the dense burst exploded. At the same time, I also catch the spiky tail that quickly strikes in the dead end. It's a bit of an improvement, but it's still far from being a threat to me. Secretly said in his heart, forcibly pulled Shiru in front of him, and kicked his knee violently on Shailu's irregular face. Bang! Boom! Shailu's head exploded. Brains and blood splattered to the ground. Terrifying. It's so strong beyond imagination. Shailu, who has been amazingly improved, is still hard to resist. How strong is Wu Di? My head is blown open. I can't recover from this fatal injury, right? Even if Vic's regenerative ability is damaged like this, it will definitely die. Clearly feeling Shailu's strength, the warriors who were desperate at first were all stunned when they saw this, and their faces appeared in disbelief. With Wu Di attacking brutally hit Shailu in every way. The crowd watching was also gradually shocked to numbness. The scene in front of them made Kling and the others feel like they were dreaming. Shailu, who has such terrifying strength, is still being brutally abused even after becoming stronger. It's incredible. At first, Shailu dared to speak arrogantly and ruthlessly. Now it's filled with fear, and the only thought is to get out of here. Wu Di. In Shailu's eyes at this moment, it's a devilish existence. Although Shailu is an artificial human, he also has a sense of pain and human-like emotions. That kind of emotion may not be as complex as that of humans, but even ordinary beasts know fear on the verge of life and death. Compared with the beast, Shailu's emotions are obviously more complex and changeable, and he also knows the pain when he is abused by Wu Di like this, and he is also afraid that the core of life in his head will be damaged. If the core of life in the head is damaged or destroyed, then Shailu is not far from death. Wu Di's hand turned into a sharp blade. Easily cut Shailu's body in half. However, this time, Shailu, who recovered from the heavy blow, did not improve in the slightest. Have you reached the limit in this way, and it seems that the Scion's talent is not without limits. Chapter 70. Disappointed. Also expected. After all, the body is the container. Raise it to the limit of accommodation in this way. Naturally, it will not be able to be raised. If you continue to lift it, the container will be burst. Shailu, who was in a near-death state or a serious injury state 13 times in a row, became stronger. If you want to rely on this method to improve, you must increase the physical capacity, and for Shailu, it is necessary to evolve to the second stage. Wu Di casually waved his hand and threw out a pale golden energy wave, which instantly hit the terrified and trembling Shailu, and shook his head in disappointment. In the end, I still have to evolve to a higher stage. Shailu at this moment. It's up to Super Saiyan 2. Although the extremely swollen body may affect the combat power, you must know that the current Shailu is only in the first stage, and has not yet evolved into the second stage or a complete body. But because of the talent of the Scions, in such a short period of time, it has been promoted to Super Race 2, which is comparable to the complete body of the original book. If you evolve to the second stage or the full body, you will have a greatly improved talent after recovering from the near-death or severe damage of the Scion. How far can Shailu go? Wu Di couldn't predict this, but he also vaguely saw the hope that Shailu brought him a sense of crisis. Drink. The recovered Sara burst into drinks. The extremely swollen body was filled with purple flames. The arms and legs covered with black spots were bruised. There was no angry roar, but it was a posture of wanting to fight with Wu Di. The light flame gradually flickered and jumped, and the waves of air rippled like a tsunami, so that Klin and the others, who were watching not far away, were lifted up. The movements were clumsy, the bulging muscles and the vast evil chi were very intimidating. Shailu jumped up, and was about to punch Wu Di, but he suddenly changed his posture halfway, and put his hands on his forehead. Be careful! Seeing this posture, Klin and Tianjin Rai suddenly exclaimed. Before the words reached Wu Di's ears, a strong dazzling light bloomed. Klin and other fighters who were watching the battle not far away were also forced to close their eyes, and Rao's 17th and 18th were also shaken by the strong light. The blinding light quickly dissipated, but when I opened my eyes, there was no sign of Shailu here, and I couldn't feel its breath. Damn! Where the hell did you go? What a cunning and sinister fellow! Oh no! If he escapes, it's going to be in trouble. That guy knows how to suppress his breath, and there's no way to find it. Seeing this, Klin's group of warriors suddenly showed nervousness and worry on their faces. The nearby towns are preliminarily judged to have been destroyed in 3 days at most, which means that Chiru has been destroyed in these 3 days. At least brutally killed more than 100,000 ordinary humans, and the cruelty made Klin and the others numb, and their mood was also very worried. Damn! Where the hell did these guys come from? Each one of them is stronger than Super Scions. Aren't Super Scions the strongest warriors in the universe? Vegeta's broad forehead was bruised, he was really patient to the limit, and his arrogant pride was obviously hit. He thought that he would be invincible if he became a Super Scion, even if there were very few. But now they appeared one after another. At first it was the 19th and 20th who were slightly weaker Super Scions, then the 17th and 18th of infinite energy, and now there are the ultimate androids far beyond the limit of the Scions. Rumble. Sudden explosion. Haunting white flames. Vegeta rises to the sky with a strong reluctance. Since Super Scion is not enough, then I will surpass Super Scion. At this moment, he didn't have the heart to search for Shiru's traces. Even if he did, what could he do? Unless Wu De makes a move. Otherwise, who else can match Shiru? You have to go beyond the limit, or you're going to be reduced to making soy sauce. Vegeta, who is like a proud transformation, is naturally unwilling to do this, and has always wanted to defeat Shiru with his own strength. Vegeta, that guy is so proud. I guess I want to seize the time to exercise frantically to improve my strength. Rely on your own strength to defeat Shiru. Kling looked away. It's also about figuring out Vegeta's character. Having said that, everyone present had the idea of killing Shiru with their own hands, right? But unfortunately, even though he had carried out extremely arduous cultivation, there was an unbridgeable gap with Shailu. Vegeta, who is a Super Scion, can see some hope of victory, but their group of Earthlings can't see any hope at all. After 3 years of hard cultivation, maybe not as fierce as Vegeta or Sun Wukong's heavy injury or near death, the gap between races is obvious. It is precisely because of this that Kling and other Earth warriors are curious about Wu De, who is also suspected of being an Earthling, and I don't know why Wu De is so strong, and his potential seems to surpass that of Scions like Monkey King and Vegeta. The monster's target is us. Number 18 is delicate and beautiful, and the cheeks are solemn. To be honest, she was quite desperate, and she clearly felt the gap with Shiru. If it was at the beginning, it would not be desperate to meet Sharana, but now it has been elevated to this level. Number 17 also restrained the smile on his face with surprise and a little jealousy in his eyes, knowing that the possibility of defeating Shailu was close to zero. I escaped. Wu De chuckled. It seems that he deliberately let Shiru go. Step into the realm of gods and master many kinds of magic. Even if Shailu ran into the depths of the universe, he could still find it easily. Instead of rushing to search, he was ready to secretly observe for a while, waiting for Shiru to evolve to the second stage or full form. Only by evolving to that point can Shailu give him a sense of crisis, right? I also hope that after feeling the crisis, he can become a legendary Super Scion, so as to observe the transformation skills, so as to master the method of becoming a legendary Super Scion. Chapter 71. Time passes. Peace was restored to the earth for a short time. The news is still going on in towns where there are no living people. This situation soon became a hot topic of discussion among the inhabitants of the earth during this time. This incident is definitely caused by aliens. No, in fact, the inhabitants of these towns have been eaten by unknown creatures on Earth. Speaking of which, what's going on with that terrifying shock and wind in the last news broadcast? Didn't a green monster appear in the picture of a news broadcast? The disappearance of residents of Gene City and other towns definitely has something to do with him. Agreed. I feel that green monster is so evil. At first glance, it looks like a villain in the comics. green skin with black spots looks disgusting. Shailu, who appeared in the news broadcast, was naturally pursued by police stations around the world during this time, and Shailu, who had a unique image and would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance, was also discovered by the police during this period, but because he was afraid of Wu Di, he did not dare to wantonly kill ordinary humans, but was waiting for the opportunity to evolve, ready to evolve to a complete body and then find Wu Di for revenge. After it is over, Earth warriors search the neighborhood slightly. Sure enough, as expected, there was no way to find the location of Shiru, who was deliberately hiding. Reluctantly gave up the search, and then prepared to disperse their respective practices, but was told by Vic that there was a good place to practice. That is, the spiritual time house located in the temple. The time ratio is a special space of 1:365, and it is also a gold medal training ground to improve strength. The air in this special space is thin, extremely hot, the temperature is between 50–40, the gravity is 10 times that of the Earth, there is a space as vast as the Earth, and the will is weak and the mental concentration is prone to hallucinations. It can not only improve the strength, it can also temper a strong will. The spiritual time house is indeed an excellent place for cultivation. The warriors of the Earth also know that even if they train in it for 1 year, they will definitely improve amazingly. But I'm afraid that even number 17 and number 18 will not be able to match, let alone the monster like Shailu. I understand it in my heart, but I also say that I want to go to the spirit time house to cultivate for a while, hoping to make a modest contribution in the future battle. Trunks stood at the door of the spirit time house, his expression was extremely low. After seeing Shailu's overwhelming strength, he deeply felt powerlessness and despair, racking his brains to think about how to become stronger, with a method comparable to Shiru's strength. Copy. Self-harm is not advisable after all. He's not Shiru, and if he's not careful, he'll die. Even if the fairy bean can recover from the injury in an instant, it is useless. There are only 5 fairy beans left now, and the critical moment is a life-saving thing. How can you use it casually? Suddenly, a fleeting flash of inspiration crossed Trunks' mind, remembering a sentence that Wu Di said 3 years ago. The Super Saiyan in the initial state can increase the basic combat power by 50 times, and Dad's slightly expanded muscle state is the second stage of Super Saiyan 1. And the speed and strength will be much stronger than that of ordinary Saiyans, but the speed of energy consumption will also be much faster, so it has not exceeded the limit of Super Saiyan 1, which is called the second stage of Super Saiyan. This is what Wu Di said 3 years ago. And Trunks' eyes, which thought of this, became brighter and brighter. That's right. Since there is Super Saiyan 1, then there is naturally a 2 that surpasses Super Saiyan. After surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan, you may have the power to rival Saru. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and greeted Vic with good etiquette, and then swooped down from the temple with a white flame of light. Vic was slightly stunned, and a cold sweat appeared on his green face. Really, fake? Super Saiyan is strong enough, and can he surpass the limit of Super Saiyan? He couldn't imagine how strong Trunks would be after surpassing Super Saiyan, but after surpassing the limit, he must be incredibly strong, and he might be able to defeat Shailu, who is simply a monster. At this time, Bulma's room. There was a crisp and pleasant snapping sound. Mrs. Brive stepped into the house with dessert and tea. Bulma, it's tea time, hurry up and taste the new cake and black tea. Holding the dresser, the delicate and pretty face with a strange pink color, Bulma was stunned for a moment, and the future Bulma with beautiful eyes full of spring was hidden in the quilt in an instant. Wu Di was so easy to stagnate at the moment. I'm going to die. I forgot to close the door. And my mother came in at this time. The feeling of being washed up into the sky ripples in my heart. Bulma's delicate body trembled slightly, and she clenched her teeth and didn't dare to make a sound. Hey! Mrs. Brive, who felt that something was not quite right in the atmosphere in the room, opened her eyes and covered her mouth in surprise when she saw the scene in front of her. Young is energetic. Wu Di, Bulma, and Big Bulma should come on, strive to let my mother hug her grandson as soon as possible. I will put the cake and black tea here, and it may taste better after exercising. Wu Di. Bulma. Bulma from the future. I didn't speak, but I wanted to complain in my heart, and Mrs. Brive's reaction was really peculiar. Shouldn't you have hurriedly said sorry and left the room quickly according to normal procedure? Bending over to support Bulma, who was holding the vanity cabinet, the afterglow passed by as if she didn't notice the strange atmosphere of the room at all, and Mrs. Brive, who was slowly tidying up the messy tabletop, gasped and said intermittently, "Mama, you go out first, I will eat all the cake and black tea later." Okay. Mrs. Brive was slightly stunned. He opened his eyes and looked at Wu Di and Bulma. His face was about to leave the room with a slight abruptness. "By the way, I almost forgot, a boy named Trunks said he was looking for Wu Di." Her beautiful eyes swept over Wu Di, who was afraid that she would not be able to stop fighting in a short time, and Mrs. Brive chuckled, "Don't worry, you guys continue to be busy, I will entertain him well." Chapter 72. Evening. Wu Di stepped out of the room. The two Bulma ate their cake and fell asleep exhausted. Allah, after fighting for such a long time, Wu Di's body looks great. Mrs. Brive, who was making desserts in the kitchen, saw Wu Di walking by in good spirits, and immediately covered her mouth and chuckled elegantly. Wu Di couldn't continue this topic. The handsome face walked away with a little helplessness. Mrs. Brive reminded as if she had just remembered. "By the way, that handsome guy named Trunks hasn't left yet, he's been waiting for you in the attic." Wu Di waved his hand to indicate that he heard it, and as soon as he stepped out of the house where he lived with Bulma, he saw Trunks in the attic next door and jumped down. "Uncle Wu Di." Trunks greeted respectfully. Wu Di nodded and asked, "Is there something you are waiting for an afternoon?" Hearing this, Trunks instantly bent down and bowed and sincerely pleaded, "I want to become stronger. I have come to ask you to help me with special training. Although the hope is very slim, I want to try my best to surpass the limit of the Super Saiyan, and after reaching the limit of the Super Saiyan, I can solve the crisis of my time and space, and I can also do my part in the future battle." No Trunks' intentions. It's also because of the relationship with Bulma in the future. Although Wu Di was not ready to personally solve the crisis of the future time and space, it was no problem to help Trunkster train him to solve it by himself. It's no problem to help you with special training, but it is estimated that Churu will appear soon, and it is impossible for Ben to surpass the limit of Super Saiyan in such a short period of time. Trunks stood up straight, his eyes bright. "It's okay. I believe that time is enough. There is a spiritual time room in the temple, a very special space, and one day outside is equal to 1 year in the room. Mental time house." Wu Di naturally knew about the gold medal cultivation field in this original book. Even if he agreed, he was ready to take this opportunity to accumulate more S-cells. How to turn into a legendary Super Saiyan has not yet been studied, but it is known how to turn into a regular blonde Super Saiyan. There is naturally a gap between the blonde Super game and the legendary Super game. However, both of them have great potential, and Wu Di, whose normal combat power is beyond imagination, must be extremely terrifying to become an ordinary Super Saiyan, and if he is promoted to Super Saiyan 3, he may be able to crush Beerus. Wu Di knows how deep the water in the Dragon Ball world is, and he also knows very well that even if he can match Beerus, he is still far from the level of invincibility. With his current terrifying normal combat power, he must be able to barely squeeze into the top 10 in the universe when he turns into the blue of Super Saiyan. If he activates all the vast potential in his body and then turns into a blue state, it is unimaginable to what extent. Now Uncle Kling and Uncle Leaping are using the Spirit Time House to cultivate, and they will come out at about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. As he spoke, Trunks bowed respectfully and sincerely 90 degrees again. "Please leave it to you then." Wu Di nodded. Soon Trunks was haunted by the white flame and departed. Mrs. Brive, who came with the food, was slightly flustered when she saw this. Ah, it's a pity. The dessert and coffee were just ready and he left. Mrs. Brive put the food on the table next to her, and put her arms around Woody's arm with a smile on her face. Woody, you promised me before you set off on a time travel, and you will go on a date with me when you come back, now that we have time to go to the night market alone, right? Woody's handsome face appeared embarrassed. Sure enough, Mrs. Brive, who is familiar and nervous, can't handle it. If it was a young and beautiful girl who was treated so intimately, Woody would not feel anything. It's just Mrs. Brive, but his mother-in-law, and although she is old. But this well-maintained appearance is really not visible. In short, Mrs. Brive always had a smiling expression, and her beautiful eyes opened and looked at Woody expectantly. Her firm and smooth skin, her always cheerful smile made her look like a girl in her early 20s. Being so closely hugged by his mother-in-law and staring at him with expectant eyes, Woody couldn't help but feel a little Alexander, and refused very tactfully, I'm sorry, I want to go on a date with you, but I just made an appointment with Trunks to guide him to cultivate, and he is ready to go to a very special place, and now he needs to prepare food and other daily necessities, so he really can't go to the night market with you. What a pity. Mrs. Brive didn't insist on it. His face and tone let go with a little regret. Then he returned to his old expression very optimistically and said with a smile. In that case, let's wait until you're free to go on a date. If you have to leave tomorrow, time is pressing, and with the assistance of robots, you can make enough food for 3 years at most. Woody felt a little guilty, it seemed a little bad to treat the enthusiastic Mrs. Brive like this, and chuckled, then it's bothering you, and you don't have to prepare a 3-year portion, just enough for 2 people to eat for a year. Let's just say it. After getting Woody's promise, Mrs. Brive departed briskly. Hey! Woody Gang is saying that after the Earth crisis is resolved. Mrs. Brive stepped into the kitchen in a cheerful mood and suddenly reacted. Unexpectedly, the Earth seems to be in crisis now, and then it didn't take it to heart. With a smile on her face, she helped Woody prepare food. Even if she said that the Earth was about to be destroyed, she probably wouldn't care. Following. The sun is shining. The Earth is still so peaceful. Trunks waited in advance in the attic where he entertained friends. It was about to be 9 o'clock when Woody was woken up by Mrs. Brive. The blue capsule is your favorite food, and the pink capsule is a dessert like a cake. Woody nodded, took the capsule without the slightest shame in his heart, greeted Mrs. Brive with a smile, and waited for a while. Trunks flew towards the temple. Chapter 73. Kling and Leaping stepped out. Both spent 1 year in the mental time house. I can clearly feel the rebirth of the house with stepping into the mental time room. Knowing that there will be a crisis on the Earth, Kling and Leaping, after 3 years of penance, have a maximum of 100,000 combat power. And after coming out of the spiritual time house, it will be increased by at least 10 times, and reaching this level has already surpassed the boundaries of ordinary humans. Tianjin Fan and other Earth warriors waited outside the spirit time house, and the moment Leaping and Klin stepped out of the spirit time house, their faces were full of surprise. How is this cultivated? It's so strong. The effect is even better than expected. The spirit time house is really suitable for cultivation. Everyone discussed, and Vegeta, who rushed to the temple after hearing the news of the spirit time house, was also shocked. He obviously felt that Kling and Leaping had become stronger at this time, at least 10 times stronger than when they were fighting on the 17th and 18th. Of course, 1 year can improve the strength, but pure 1 year does not have such a good effect. It seems that the environment in the spirit time room is very suitable for cultivation. The effect of the exercise is amazing. Vegeta hugged his chest with a proud face, his eyes swept over the soldiers present, and said forcefully, "It is said that I can stay in the spirit time house for 2 years, right? This is just right for me who happens to be short of time. I will temporarily requisition this special house for 2 days." Hear the words. The faces of the crowd were slightly gloomy. Such an arrogant cut in line. I'm afraid it's inevitable that anyone will be a little unhappy. But to be honest, they all know that Vegeta's cultivation is undoubtedly the best. After all, with Kling and Leaping as examples, even if the strength of the two is increased by 10 times, it will be difficult to play a role in the later battles. If Vegeta had been cultivating in the Spirit Time Room for 2 years, Isian's terrifying potential would have been able to defeat the monster like Shiryu. Originally, it was no problem, but now that Wu De has agreed to help Trunks do special training, if you cut the line, you may anger Wu De, and no one can predict how things will turn out at that time, said Vic, who was standing against the wall. Humph! Vegeta's face was gloomy for an instant. He is sure that he will surpass the Super Saiyan by cultivating in the Spirit Time Room for 2 years. But to that extent, can it be compared to the unfathomable Wu De? Vegeta couldn't predict it. Because of this, Vegeta hesitated a little, but in the end he didn't dare to take the risk. After all, Wu De is by no means a good type. Vegeta had experienced this firsthand when she was in Namek. Ha! Wu De is really strong. The Haji Vegeta was terrified. Clint and the others present looked at each other and smiled at this. At this moment, Gohan carried Goku, who had not yet fully recovered from his heart attack, to the temple. Hi! Goku breathed a little heavily, and waved his hand in greeting. Goku! Why are you here? Didn't you recuperate at the Kames Enya? Seeing this, the warriors who had a good relationship with Goku immediately surrounded him. I heard that everyone is cultivating in the temple, so my father insisted that I bring him over. Gohan, who is immature but quite sensible, explained beside him. Ha, I'm almost cured. Wukong scratched his head, gradually retracted the smile in his eyes, and said in a heavy voice, it is said that there is a strong enemy appearing, even Vegeta and Trunks are difficult to match. I rushed over after I woke up, and I also knew the gap with that kind of strong enemy, so I thought of cultivating in the Spirit Time House. You're really a battle maniac. Kling smiled wryly. Vic stood at the edge of the temple. Looked down at the two swiftly rushing figures. It's a pity that only 2 people can enter the Spirit Time House at a time. Wukong Weiling, who was excited and ready to improve his strength and fight against strong enemies such as number 17. And Trunks asked Wu De to help with cultivation, so you have to wait until at least tomorrow to cultivate in the Spirit Time House. Vic said lightly. Wukong's excitement disappeared suddenly, and Wu De and Trunks also arrived at this time. Are you all going to use the Spirit Time House to cultivate? Wu De's eyes swept over the people present, and all the Z soldiers in the original book had arrived. Trunks, who was standing beside him, did a very good job of etiquette. Even if he was superior in strength to Kling and other Earth warriors, he greeted him respectfully. Wukong scratched his head with a smile and said straightforwardly, even Vegeta and Trunks, who are also Super Saiyans, have no power to resist, and if it were me, they would definitely lose, so I want to practice in the Spirit Time House for a while. Vegeta kept silent with a cold face. Although he has a haughty personality, he also admits that there is a huge gap between him and Shiryu. I've heard that the size of the Spirit Time House is comparable to that of Earth. After a little silence, Wu De smiled lightly, since that's the case, let's prepare food and go in together. No, if more than 2 people enter, the exit will disappear, and you will never be able to get out of the mental time room. Big suddenly reminded in a panic. Don't worry, when it's time, you can release your breath outside, and Goku will be able to teleport out when he senses it. Wu De had a smile on his handsome face. He didn't have to worry about the disappearance of the exit of the Spirit Time House at all. The magic he mastered could even travel through time, and it was not too easy to come out of the Spirit Time House. Will this work? Can you feel the breath outside in the Spirit Time House? Rao is Wukong can't be sure about this, but he also knows that Wu De is confident before saying this, otherwise there is no need to risk bringing them in. Don't waste time. If you want to cultivate, keep up. With a cold snort, Vegeta couldn't wait to step into the spirit time house. Seeing this, Goku immediately waved to Kling and the others, and then followed Vegeta's steps and ran towards the entrance of the spirit time house. "If you want to go in, follow suit," said to Gohan, who was a little hesitant. Wu Di took Trunks into the spirit time house. At present, the weakest Tianjin rice and dumplings also entered with a little hesitation. Only Leaping and Klin, who had just finished cultivating, and Bic, who was about to disappear at the exit and release his chi to guide Wukong, were waiting in the temple. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download FALU Novel A. Chapter 74. Spirit Time House. The air here is unusually thin and dreary. The temperature varies greatly, between 50–40 degrees. It's as vast as the Earth, and the gravity is 10 times that of the Earth. The weaker dumplings and Tianjin rice are adapting to the gravity of the mental time house. For Wu Di, this level of gravity was completely unfelt, and he cast a spell to make his clothes weigh 5,000 tons, and he fought Trunks and Gohan. Goku, who had long been accustomed to higher level gravity, and Vegeta naturally fought fiercely, fighting in the depths of the spirit time house. "Vegeta, you've gotten a lot stronger." Goku's eyes were full of excitement. That belligerent blood boiled in the body. It made him forget for a moment that the toxic heart disease had not been completely cured. "It's you who have become weaker." Vegeta was surrounded by bright golden flames, and her face was cold and arrogant. "Really?" At this moment, Wukong has completely entered a combat state, his chi is increasing at an astonishing speed, the golden flames around his body are fluttering like being blown by a strong wind, and the ground is cracked apart due to the majestic chi not being well controlled, and he squatted slightly and suddenly disappeared in Vegeta's sight. Bang! Vegeta's pupils shrink into a needle. Suddenly raise your fist and swing it towards the place where the airflow is agitated. The aftermath of the extremely fierce battle between the two will be lifted off by the dumplings that are still adapting to the gravity stage. "Dumplings!" Tianjin Fan suddenly exclaimed. The green tendons burst out, and it seemed that they were struggling to grasp the dumplings. "Hold on to the pillars in the temple to prevent being swept away by the terrifying waves." After the aftermath was a little less intense, both looked up in horror. Goku was able to exert such a strong combat power during his illness. Adapt to the gravity here as soon as possible and start cultivating. Bang! Wu Di's side. A violent roar resounded. Trunks and Gohan fall to the ground in embarrassment. Holding concerns in your heart and showing mercy to the root will not have the effect of cultivation. Wu Di's handsome face appeared indifferent, looking down at Lanks and Gohan who were knocked down, and said, "Don't talk about saving the earth in this time and space, let alone trying to defeat the future Shailu. You might as well just let go of the house, drink milk, watch TV, and wait for death." Gohan clenched into a fist. His body trembled as if he had been insulted. The already dull air of the mental time room seemed to freeze at this time. The ponytail tied at the back was raised, and the hair kept switching between black and gold. Trunks, who stood up and prepared to fight with all his might, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and stared away. "Are you preparing to become a Super Saiyan? At such an age, you can become a Super Saiyan, and you deserve to be Gohan-sama." Trunks from the future became a Super Saiyan after Gohan was killed, so it was inevitable that Gohan would become a Super Saiyan at such an age. Airplanes. Ripples. The ground on Gohan's feet cracks. The whole house of mental time seems to be trembling. After the chi is raised to the limit, Gohan turns into gold and stands upright. The body is surrounded by a brilliant and bright golden flame. And the body is thin but looks very powerful. After meeting the conditions to become a super race, it is as simple as eating and drinking water for a half-breed to become a super race. Wu decide, he actually expected this, knowing that there would be a strong enemy on the earth in the future. Bic and Wukong took Gohan to practice for 3 years, and the combat power has long reached the standard of becoming a super race, and the S cells in the body may have already met the conditions for transformation, and now a little anger will naturally become a blonde Super Saiyan state. Ha! Gohan was unaware of his situation. Angrily rushed towards Wu Di, and he threw his fists violently. Even though Wu Di's clothes weighed 5,000 tons at the moment, his movements were still extremely sharp, and he quickly avoided Gohan's attacks to the extreme. Even if Gohan's normalcy is very strong, reaching a level far beyond that of an Earth warrior, and the state of the super race has increased by 50 times, a violent punch has not even touched the corner of Wu Di's clothes. The speed and strength have increased a lot, but this level is just an itch for Shuru. Saying that, Wu Di shot out in vain, holding down Gohan's head and smashing it to the ground. He didn't regard Gohan as an ordinary child at all in his heart, and naturally he didn't feel the slightest shame. Rumble. Meanwhile, a wave of energy is coming from the front. Trunks raised his leg and kicked Wu Dibo in the neck. A little bit of an idea. Wearing 5,000 tons of clothes, Wu Di's combat power was also suppressed, and it was basically impossible to avoid the legs kicked by Trunks himself and the energy waves shot from the front. He smiled lightly and stretched out his hand, grabbed the legs kicked by Trunks, and dragged Trunks forward. Bang! The energy wave explodes. Trunks falls to the ground and rolls. I was injured by the energy wave that I threw out. Gohan, who had just become a Super Saiyan in anger, also calmed down. Don't be stunned, keep attacking, it's better to just give up if you're afraid of being hurt or killed. Hearing this, Gohan, whose immature face was covered with dust, and Trunks, who was barely standing up, were stunned, and they raised their spirits and fearlessly attacked Wu Di, looking at each other as if they were in the same heart. That's it. The strength is increasing at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. Tianjin rice and dumplings are used to the gravity here and then carry out high-intensity physical exercise. Vegeta and Goku basically didn't stop cultivating except for sleeping and eating. In addition to fighting to improve their strength, Gohan and Trunks are always in super match mode, even when they are sleeping. Wu Di's physical consumption with a weight of 5,000 tons is also extremely amazing, because his strength is increasing when he fights with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. With a weight of 5,000 tons in the past, he didn't even remove the attached weight magic when he was sleeping, and the majestic potential in his body naturally gradually activated. It is worth mentioning that the special space of the Spirit Time House is not the Earth, but perhaps because of the frequent fighting, the S cells in Wu Di's body are growing faster than when he was on the Earth. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collection, recommendation. Chapter 75. Based on the current growth rate of S cells. Presumably, if you stay here for 1.5 years, you can reach the standard of becoming an ordinary super race. Wu Di lay in the villa created by magic, thinking. In fact, he doesn't quite know how far S cells can turn into Super Saiyans. But if you think about it, how can the S cells spread throughout the body meet the conditions for transformation, and then find a way to stimulate your emotions and become a blonde Super Saiyan? At the same time, I was also a little worried. Fighting with Trunks and Gohan can indeed speed up the proliferation of S cells, but the majestic potential in the body is gradually awakening. In other words, during the period of staying in the Spirit Time House, Wu Di will become stronger and stronger, and because of this, he is quite troubled. After all, with the current strength, it is difficult to find an existence that can bring him a sense of crisis. Wu Di is also ready to use a sense of crisis to force himself to become a legendary Super Saiyan. And now it's getting stronger uncontrollably. At this rate of ascension, by the time you leave the Spirit Time House, even if Shuru, who has evolved to a complete body and has a strength far beyond the original book, he attacks with all his might. I'm afraid I won't be able to cause the slightest damage to Wu Di. That feeling of being threatened is even more impossible. Goku, Gohan, Dumplings, Vegeta, Tianjin Rice, Trunks. Everyone who stayed in the Spirit Time Room was desperately improving at the moment, constantly cultivating hard and surpassing their own limits. However, Wu Di was having a headache. How to curb the madness of showing the strength of the straight line? Turning into a Super Saiyan in a blonde state is actually not very difficult for him. But what Wu Di really desires is to become the legendary Super Saiyan. Legend has it that Super Saiyan and blonde hair are completely different from heaven and earth. It's easy to become stronger, but it's very difficult to become weak. After all, everyone in the world is eager to become stronger, and only Wu Di wants to weaken himself temporarily. I hope that Shailu, whose strength is far greater than that of the original book, can give me more strength. Evolving to a higher stage can activate more potential. Number 17 and number 18 are still playing around the world, and I believe that Shailu, who is eager to step into a higher level, will definitely find an opportunity to absorb them and evolve into a complete body, and Wu Di, who is also eager to become a legendary Super Saiyan, naturally did not have to be carefully cared for because of No 18's delicate and cute appearance. After all, he has no relationship with number 18 at all. Initially, Bulma's words. It is inevitable that Wu Di has a little concern. But compared to the legendary super race, this concern is not at all significant. In his eyes, number 18 is indeed quite delicate and beautiful, but after all, he is just an emotionless stranger. If Bulma insists on finding 18 and looking for something on the Chuang, he can also find the Dragon Ball and make a wish to resurrect 18 in the future. Wu Di is like this. In order to achieve his goal and not hurt the people he cares about, he has an indifferent attitude, and now number 17 and number 18 are in the range of strangers. Obviously, Wu Di's attitude is, I don't mind sacrificing number 17 and number 18. In exchange for a chance to become a legendary Super Saiyan. Time passes. According to the agreed time. Soon it's time to get to the Spirit Time House. After 2 years of penance, everyone has improved significantly. Dumplings and Tianjin rice are undoubtedly the weakest in the Spirit Time House. But the former has at least 300,000 combat power at this time, and the latter may have nearly 4 million. To be reasonable, Tianjin rice in the original book is actually much better than Klin, and Klin will be called the strongest earthling. That is purely in the Z Warriors, and only Leaping and Dumpling are pure-blooded earthlings, while Tianjin Fan is a mixed-race descendant. Gohan's improvement during this time has also been particularly obvious, and after becoming a Super Saiyan, he has improved explosively, and now he can fight Trunks. Trunks, who is eager to become stronger and wants to save the future time and space, has slightly inferior qualifications, but to be honest, his level of effort is not lost to anyone present, and he just surpassed the limit some time ago and became Super Race 2. It's hard to say what the situation of Goku and Vegeta is. The two are frantically fighting in the depths of the Spirit Time House. At first they will rest and eat in the room of the Spirit Time House, and then they will directly put the food into the capsule, and they will fight fiercely day and night. For beings with Saiyan blood, constant fighting is the best way to improve your strength. Compared with the pressure on the body, it increases faster, and the stronger the more you fight. It is also a characteristic of Saiyans. It was also mentioned in the original book, Saiyans are a fighting nation, so the Super Saiyan God, as the god of Saiyans, has unlimited potential to become stronger and stronger. But in fact, you can get stronger and stronger without becoming a Super Saiyan God, and as a legendary Super Saiyan, this characteristic is more obvious, such as fighting with a strong enemy that surpasses 50% of yourself and not being killed in seconds. The Super Saiyan in the blonde state can narrow the gap between each other in the process of fighting, but it is difficult to defeat, while the legendary Super Saiyan can quickly improve to the level of matching or surpassing the opponent. You'll find out during the battle with Broly. As a legendary Super Saiyan, Broly gets stronger and stronger and eventually surpasses the limit. Transcending the limit becomes a state similar to Blonde Super Race 3. Although in the end, Wu Di was destroyed in seconds. However, if he continues to fight, Broly may continue to push the limits. The legend of the once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan is so terrifying. Or knowing that he was going to leave the Spirit Time House soon, Gohan and Vegeta also stopped fighting, and walked with a strong and confident face. Both of them are in a super race state, perhaps ignoring that they are in this state. There is no pressure to maintain a super race state at all, at least it is also the full power of the super race. It's so comfortable. Goku and Vegeta have no scruples about bathing together. It quickly washed away the smell of sweat that looked like a puddle of. Wukong walked out wearing the battle uniform of the Turtle Immortal Stream, and his eyes swept over the people present. It seems that everyone has improved quite amazingly during this time. Gohan has the same blonde hair as Trunks, and he always maintains the condition of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta snorted haughtily, slightly surprised but didn't pay attention to it. After all, he had already surpassed the Super Saiyan. Wu Di, how about leaving here to fight? I am completely different from before. Even if it is you, you may not meet an opponent. Hearing this, Wukong's eyes lit up slightly, with an excited and expectant expression on his face. He had heard of Wu Di's strength but had never been able to experience it with his own eyes or in person. He used to know that there was a gap with Wu Di, and he didn't have to fight to know what the final result would be, but now he feels that he may be able to try. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download FALU Novel A.